Been very busy. Well, we got an El Nino coming, so we're not.
Yes, we're connected. She is.
Oh, here's the That's your screen.
This is my screen. Comes together.
I'll wait for the call.
That's, yeah, no, it'll be late. That's Andrea.
Matt and I.
It really helps me out. It's not. Okay, great. You want to see copies of that? Oh, that's good. Yeah. No, but if you need, if you can somebody to keep track and give you the one you want.
Obviously, if you're going to that'd be great. 6:30.
A number of people have complimented.
How are you doing? John's been doing it.
You want to give other people some seats?
You made it! I was waiting to see the time.
Same one. My lucky time.
That's what it takes.
Oh, yeah, we'll make it work.
All right. It's more turnout than I expected. Hey, you long time? Yeah, you doing good? Oh yeah, you? Oh yeah. Good.
You could use it
environmental forest stewardship. In my association.
That's perfect.
I made one deal with such good care of their life. They are awesome. Everybody else.
I know. Those chairs. Not wonderful. Okay. And you're Mr. Timothy. Hi, I'm in here. I'm sorry, Vice President of the Legislature in Virginia. I'm the other Michigan, so I also do sagebrush. So if you ever need to get in contact with me, it's so nice to meet you. You did a great job. And that's why I remember.
Manage how to manage.
It is This is so much more than just
it takes out
one of the big things that they still can't figure out. We had a few years of
buying more chairs. We're trying to grow chairs as we speak. Great to see you again. Started at red. Yeah, that's right.
You need a chair over there? Okay. We can do that. Excuse me. How are ya?
Good. I didn't have to travel. I survived.
He doesn't feel anything.
I'm on a painkiller, you know, it's all good. What's that? Yeah. Oh, I didn't go. No, thanks for reaching out. Consulting. No, you know, but I love I
Right with you, sorry.
I'm trying to stay for my
Several emails. Back Monday.
Yeah, he's back this week.
Well, you know, I started working with that.
Yeah.
That was before, yeah. She does want to, she.
Oh, yeah.
No, I no, I'm not gonna make
Full container of soap.
That's okay, I'll never do So if anybody's looking for them, they're right there. John, there's a lot of
Yeah, you guys.
Oh, you're not? Oh, no, you're not. But I think it does look at
I had no idea. Yeah, we'll all have tech.
I did so excited. I was like, I'm on the line.
Chair right there.
So quick. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. We're still figuring, we're still working on the logistics here of making the 3 rooms work. So give us a few more minutes, but we're getting close to getting started.
Actually, good seeing well, I just wanted to know, I think there you a little better. They're already orders. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just trying to think of options. I agree. I just feel bad.
What's it look like?
Yeah, well, we've got down. Like you were sitting out there. But still left to go. We're all
Yeah, we're pretty much early. It looks like most people, there's maybe 5 or 6 people that are still wondering.
I'm gonna sell Tony's assembled on the internet.
That happens.
Hey, Tom.
So Jim, you're gonna have somebody close to the door?
Sean, can you go ahead and have the door shut so we can start feeding back and go ahead and start recording.
Hey, Jay, will you close? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Leo Drozdoff. I'm the Director of Nevada's Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and I also have the distinct pleasure to serve as Chair of the Nevada Drought Forum effort. We're going to get this meeting called to order. As you can clearly see, we've got some logistical hurdles, which will make today a little bit interesting, but I think we can manage. It's just going to be, I think, a little bit clunky, at least when we get started, just because in addition to the overflow areas here in Sparks, we have 15 remote locations that we're going to have to be checking in with, which, carries its own, even in the best of days, carries its own unique set of challenges. So just to get everybody oriented a bit, you can see the room's full, the doors are closed. The reason why the doors are closed is because in order for the remote locations to hear us, the acoustics are such that they have to be closed. And obviously, there are people outside that some of them may be on the agenda here and may want to speak. So we're just going to have to be a little bit thoughtful as we proceed moving forward. Obviously, we've got as I said, a jam-packed agenda. We are going to be, by necessity, we're going to need to limit not just the public comment duration, which will be 3 minutes, but even the presenters. We've asked the presenters to stay within 5 to 7 minutes, with a preference, obviously, to stay till 5. Stay to 5. If you do have materials that can be read into the record, if you want to just highlight the larger parts, I can guarantee you that all the written material that you provide will go into the record as such. What else do I want to say? Even though the bulk of the action, if you would, is going to be in agenda item 8, I do want to give you just a little bit of a sense of how that's going to be. That's really going to be most of the day. And as you look on the agenda, you can see that basically we have it broken out into various categories, beginning with agriculture, then non-government organizations. We'll probably look to break for lunch around then, and then we'll finish with tribal interest, public and private water, and then water authorities. Now, as I said, because the doors are closed and because I'm quite certain there are people outside that will be presenting here, what we'll do is at every block, if you would, at the agriculture block, I'll announce when that is. I'll ask the folks that are outside that are planning to present, and we'll just go that way. And similarly, on the remote locations, what I'm going to do is I'm going to, at this point, go through the 15 locations. And when I do that, if you would tell me if you can hear us, if you're there, and if you plan to make either a public comment or if you're in a remote location but plan to present as part of the agenda under agenda item 8. I hope that makes some sense to everybody. As I said, I think it'll get better as the day goes on. It may be a little bit clunky first, but that is the game plan. Andrea, Micheline, anything else to add? No? All right. So even here, I guess what I'll say is we are now going to move to agenda item 2, which is public comment, and I'll start. Well, actually, what I said I'd do is I'm going to do a radio check on the remote locations. But then once we get to the public comment, we'll start with the people in this room. We'll probably then go to the remote locations, and then if are people outside this room, but on this property, we'll ask them to come in and speak. So with that, if I can get an affirmative answer, and I recognize that many of these, there may not be anybody there, but starting with Battle Mountain, is there anybody in Battle Mountain and anybody wishing to present comment? Caliente, anybody in Caliente?
I'm here, but we don't have any participants.
Thank you, ma'am. And what was your name?
Holly Gatsky.
What is it?
Holly Gatsky.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next, Elko.
Yeah, there's 3 of us here in Elko, Ron Terrell and Kaylee Sproul with the Nevada Cattlemen's Association, and Pete Paris with the Nevada Wool Growers.
Okay,
and either myself or Dave Sticks Jr., I think Dave Sticks is there present at your location, will make comments on behalf of the livestock industry.
Okay, so thanks, Ron. Now I have, Dave is here, but I have both you and Kaylee on the agriculture portion of the agenda. So if you're going to defer to Dave, okay, but I do have time set aside for both you and Kaylee should you wish.
Okay, well, I'll give comments, and then Dave Sticks can replace Kaylee on some comments, if that's all right, for the livestock industry.
That's perfect. Thank you. Ely.
Yeah, we hear you quite well, and we do plan on making one public comment.
Okay. Eureka.
Yeah, there are 2 of us here in Eureka. At this point, I don't have any public comment to make.
Okay, thank you, sir. Fallon. Gardnerville.
Douglas County is here. Steve Lewis, Extension Educator. Sandy Cherub, and also Commissioner Steve Thaler. No public comment.
Okay, but hearing Sandy's name, I guess what I will, that's another reminder for me that there is media present, obviously, both here and at remote locations. And what I would ask people to do today when they come up, either for public comment or for their presentation, is to not only say their name but spell their name so that the folks in the media have that record. Okay, so Hawthorne. Logandale? Las Vegas? Lovelock?
We're here and we hear you.
Oh, is that Las Vegas?
Yep, this is Las Vegas.
Okay, and is there anybody there that plans to make either a public comment or a part of the comments as part of the agenda?
Not at this time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Lovelock?
Yes, we're here at Lovelock. We've got 2 members here, and yes, we would like to comment.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, is that Benny?
Is that you, Benny? Yes, it is. This is Benny Hodges. I'm the manager of the Persian County Water Conservation District. And with me today is Gail Monk.
All right. Thanks, Benny. Perron.
Yes, this is Darrell Lacey with Nye County Water District. No comments
Hey,
at this time. We're part of the
gonna-
United RVA. Steve will represent us.
Okay. Do you plan to make public comment?
No.
All right, thanks, Darrell. Reno. Winnemucca. Yerington. Okay, so I think that's a pretty good list. So before we move to public comment, Andrea, can I ask you to just take the roll? Probably should have done that already.
Jim Barbie,
Here.
Dr. Doug Boyle,
Here.
Leo Drozdov,
Here.
John Enstinger,
Here.
Jason King,
Here.
Mark Walker,
Here.
Bill Elliott,
Here.
and Micheline. Here.
Okay, great. So, public comment. Let's take the public comment in this room. There are 2 chairs. Ask anybody who wants to make public comment here to come up, and again, we'll ask that you keep those public comments to 3 minutes, and we'll take any written record for the record. Anybody here in Sparks? Go ahead, sir. Whenever you're ready, if you would say your name, spell your name, and let us know.
Greetings, my name is Joe Bauer, B-O-W-E-R, and I live in a homeowner association. What I'm about to say here may apply to other associations and their governing documents. I read in the Reno Gazette-Journal, many homeowner associations do not allow residents to rip out their lawns. We are allowed to remove our front yard turf and install zero-scape. However, for the most strip, the area between the street curb and the sidewalk, we are only allowed to have turf or juniper. And juniper is only allowed in the front yard if it is zero-scape. The limited choice of turf or juniper for the most strip is due to a sentence in the PUD written by the developer and city development and approved by the city council years ago. This single sentence in the over 200-page document reads, property owners can request from the OA, which stands for HOA, to replace turf with zero-scape pallet in the front yard and replace turf in the parkway strip with an approved low-growing evergreen juniper. The front yard area is the traditional front yard less the parkway strip, aka most strip area. The board has relied upon this one sentence to offer only two mow strip options and to deny owners the possibility of using a third or fourth option, 3 being decorative rock, which requires no water, or 4 decorative rock with a few drip water plants. The board has told me it is impossible to revise a PUD, and as far as I know, they're not willing to try. I went to the city and learned that indeed revising a PUD can be done, but the modification approval process needs to be followed. I suspect board members in my association and others continue to have pre-drought thinking and want green strips running the length of all the streets and associations. In this time of drought, old appearance ideas still seem to take priority over conservation, in my opinion, even having green grass common areas in the high desert. I urge this body to survey every HOA in the state to learn what they are doing and to publish the results so that one HOA can learn from another. I am willing to assist in this endeavor. I further urge this body to encourage HOA boards to remove turf from common areas and install zero-scape. 2 selling points are water conservation and no mowing costs. What individual owners and their associations can do together will go a long way towards conserving water. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your comments.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I wanted to make sure that everyone knew Justin Huntington was here as well, because I didn't say his name, so.
He's here.
He's here.
Anybody else in this room? Yeah, Naomi. Now, I can tell you that as Ms. Stewart comes up, she has told me that she is here in 2 capacities. One is private citizen and one representing the city of Reno. So I have told her that she could have 3 minutes per. So how you used your time, I'll let you go.
There's no mic or
There isn't, but if you can say and spell your name.
Sure thing. My name's Naomi Dewar, and I am currently a Reno City Councilwoman, and I'm here on behalf of the Reno City Council. I'm also wearing my personal hat as a former state water planner for Nevada. For 7 years, we published the last state water plan for our state. And I brought for the forum today a copy of the summary with a couple sections tabbed. And then just to understand what it is, it's here. And then a few more documents that were produced during that time. Okay. I'm going to start with the city of Reno and just read a brief letter of introduction. All right. This is directed to the Drought Forum. Director Drozdov and members of the forum, please find this letter as a formal request from the Reno City Council that Nevada cities, such as the city of Reno, have a formal place at the table as part of the Nevada Drought Forum. This request comes from a unanimous vote of the Reno City Council, taken at the August 12, 2015 City Council meeting. As you're likely aware, cities have a significant role in water conservation and drought management. At the local level, we create policy initiatives and enforcement focused on saving water, both at publicly owned facilities and on private property through our regulatory role. This list includes development approvals, building and plumbing codes, landscape and tree ordinances, declaring local drought conditions, and the like. We also have an important role in educating the public and publicizing drought and water conservation efforts. In order to both share information with and learn best practices from fellow municipalities and other agencies and interests, we'd like to see formal participation from these entities at future Drought Forum meetings. The City of Reno is taking a leadership role in our region regarding water conservation, both in response to the existing drought conditions and to effectively create sustainability as we are faced with unprecedented growth in the next 5 years, and by that I mean unprecedented growth. We're looking at 50,000 new jobs in Reno within the next 5 years, unparalleled growth, even as compared to the high growth years. By creating a formal place at the table for Nevada cities, there would be better representation and engagement from our municipalities on this important issue requiring collaboration, and we look forward to hearing from you at this request, on this request. And bottom line, we're asking to participate in your next meeting, which I believe is the Drought Summit. And we think we have a unique perspective to share. It takes a village. It's a partnership on drought and water conservation at the federal, state, regional. So we have a couple regional groups here. and the local level. And so we submit that request. So I'm now going to put on my private hat. As a former state water planner in Nevada, we produced a very comprehensive state water plan, which addressed a wide variety of water issues, including water conservation was #1 issue that we addressed, followed by recommendations to deal with water quality, drought management, flood management, integrated water management, and then public education as far as water management goes. I thought that all I would do is read to you just a couple of the words in the water plan and then leave you with a copy of the summary. Available. This is the only comprehensive copy I could find that's in existence, but it is on the internet in the virtual world. The 1999 Nevada State Water Plan represents a 4.5-year effort by the Nevada Division of Water Planning and Department of Conservation and Natural Resources to develop both a water plan and a water planning process. The goals were to educate Nevada citizens about their water, to examine the current issues affecting these water resources, and to provide recommendations to enhance future water management. The last state water plan before this one was done in 1974. And it provided an important foundation for the development of the 1990 state water plan. And the reason that we did that was that we're always reminded that if we ignore our history, we're bound to repeat it. So we built this plan on the foundation of 74. This is the 1999, and I hope to see an update or a revision. Water plan benefited a great deal from the fact that the Conservation and Natural Resources Department included a variety of divisions, and I just wanted to give a shout out to the people that participated because they are known as the water buffaloes, or people that were so important to this process. And they included Pete Moros, Lou Dodgen, and Ellen Biaggi with DEP, Willie Malini and Terry Crawford with the Division of, at the time, Division of Wildlife, Mike Turnerseed, State Engineer, Pam Wilcox with State Lands, Glenn Plummer with the Nevada Natural Heritage Program. We were also informed in our process by a water planning advisory board, which represented people and users, water users from all over the state, and we owe a great deal to those. And then lastly, I just want to read a few more words from the water plan and make a recommendation for your consideration. It's been said and said, Nevada is the driest state in the nation, one of the fastest growing. At that time, it had been the fastest growing for 30 years. Water is Nevada's most precious resource, and more than any other will determine Nevada's future, which is where we are here today. The success of our economic endeavors, the sustainability of our rural communities, and the protection of our environment are all dependent on wise management of the state's water resources. Thus, comprehensive, coordinated, and continuing water management planning is vital to our state's economic future and quality of life. And we point out what the purpose of the plan was to do and what it provides. And to that end, I just want to mention a couple recommendations out of the plan that I think you would find particularly useful. Bottom line, we had a recommendation for credit for conservation. The idea here is, since we're in a use it or lose it state, that we wanted to provide an incentive, particularly for agricultural and ranching type uses. Yeah. What's that? Okay. Those type of uses, that if they were to able to save some water, especially in basins that were over appropriated, that the water saved would be split between the water user for potential resale or redevelopment, and the other half go back to the basin of origin. Number 2 was focused on data management. And number 3, I think it's extremely important to bring, this was focused on having a planning group. I would recommend that you reconstitute one, whether it's a bureau, branch, division, special task force, as you have for sagebrush ecosystem, they had for Lake Tahoe. Finally, there's an old saying that goes, failing to plan is planning to fail. While it's tried and trite and true, it is true. So I recommend that you get going with, we've got lots of recommendations in the plan. It's a good start for whatever team you're putting together to work on this issue. And finally, I want to mention that this plan did win national recognition in the year 2000 as the best government document produced. The recognition came from the Legislative Council Bureau, and it was based on the fact that it was an amazing amount of public input, very similar to what you're doing here. So kudos to you. Kudos to the governor for having the wisdom to formulate this group and this forum, and for you devoting the kind of time that I know you need to devote to this. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I will leave the letter from the City of Reno, and I will probably summarize my other comments in a subsequent letter to you.
which is always great. So appreciate your time. Certainly on behalf of the forum, appreciate the leadership effort that City of Reno takes. Any questions for Mr. Orr? Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anybody else in Carson City? I'm sorry, Carson City. Is anybody else right here in the room? Okay. Whenever you're ready, Jake. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jake Tibbetts with Eureka County, Tibbitts. And I provided a handout around, I'm not going to read it in detail for a little time, but essentially what we'd like to bring to the drought forum attention is the difference in hydrologic drought and vegetative drought. And we have recently experienced some livestock grazing restrictions for our livestock industry based on use of the U.S. drought monitor and the overall hydrologic drought. However, we are arguing that in many of the areas that we're familiar with, many of our rangelands are not experiencing vegetative drought. That's not the case everywhere, but that's certainly the case in many circumstances. The BLM districts across the state have put in place drought management EAs. I think you've heard about those. Within those EAs, it defines the difference between vegetative and hydrologic drought. I provided that in the handout as well. And we're not drought deniers by any means, but a lot of the old timers and folks that we talk to out in these areas talk about abundant forage, record years of forage, yet they're receiving restrictions on the ability to use those rangelands. Essentially, there's abundant feed and nothing to drink for the cows, so there's a lot of water hauling and things taking place. In the various drought EAs the BLM has put in place, they talk about using these various indices or models such as the drought monitor. They also speak about the vegetation drought response index. What we've seen is, I have a stack of decisions from the BLM that continues to use the U.S. drought monitor and says 97% of the allotment is in severe or extreme drought or whatever. But when you compare that to the VEGDRI, the Vegetation Drought Response Index, you often see a very different picture. So I provided actual examples in here to illustrate that, the most recent drought response index as well as the drought monitor. What's interesting is the August 10th drought response index and the August 11th drought monitor, it's almost an inversion of each other. The areas currently showing the most vegetative drought are the areas showing the least drought according to the drought monitor. So you can see there's some discrepancies there. Also, I've included a change map from last year to this year to show the improvement in vegetation for this past year, as well as the one from the previous year, from 2013 to 2014, that showed an improvement there. So for the last 2 years, our vegetative conditions have actually improved for 2 subsequent years. So with that, at the end of the handout I gave you, there's actually a list of requests for the drought forum's consideration as you're moving forward. We'd ask that you take a look at that. The main point is to help ensure that agencies are separating hydrologic and vegetative drought. They do not rely on the drought monitor for drought determinations regarding vegetation. Instead, properly use VEGDRI or incorporate under other indices. And I state the Adaptive Demand Drought Index that Dr. Huntington has been working on, plus others. There's some other things in there that we'd ask the drought forum is before there's any grazing restriction imposed, look for every other option available. Supplementation, water hauling, give these guys flexibility rather than jumping to restriction first. So appreciate your time.
Appreciate yours too. Any questions for Mr. Tibbetts? Nope. All right, so anybody else in this room? Okay, so here's how we're going to go now. Fair notice to everybody. So I'm going to go around the rural areas of the state. I think we said we had comments in Ely, Eureka, and Lovelock. If I've missed one, I'll make sure I catch that. But once we're done there, if there are folks outside of this room but in this building, we'll ask them to come in and provide public comment. So with that, if we could go to Ely. And again, if you could state your name, spell your name, and provide your comment.
Hello, my name is Rick Spilsbury. That's spelled S-P-I-L-S-B-U-R-Y. And my comment is in reference to a photovoltaic solar array operations on Lake Mead. Instead of spending billions to get more water, the Sinwah should be earning money to get more water. And instead of being the water grab supervillain, the Sinwah could be the water conservation superhero. Here is an opportunity to absorb the solar energy that would have gone into evaporating water off of Lake Mead and instead converting it into electricity. Here's an idea that's way better than California's shade balls. Presently, southern Nevada gets 300,000 acre-feet per year from the Colorado River, and an estimated 900,000 acre-feet of water evaporate off of Lake Mead. That's 3 times what southern Nevada uses, and it just drifts away in the winds. If the Sinwah could prevent just 1% of that evaporation, southern Nevada could get an extra 9,000 acre-feet more per year from the Colorado River. That's about 3% more water for southern Nevada. Not a huge amount of water, but definitely significant. What would be huge, however, is that the Sinwah could do it at no cost in the long term to ratepayers. In fact, with solar power arrays, there is money to be earned. Imagine that, more water and lower water bills. Moreover, solar power generation on Lake Mead means that Nevada's pristine desert valleys don't have to be bulldozed to install solar power. Lake Mead covers an area of about 250 square miles. A solar array big enough to cover 1% of Lake Mead would be about 2.5 square miles. That's big enough to generate up to 700 megawatts. And it wouldn't be that expensive to do. The floating platforms to mount the solar arrays can be cheaply and sustainably made with a buoyant bottom and a solid top for the floor of the platform. Each modular platform array can be tied to its neighbor platform to form a scalable and reconfigurable platform network. And since lake water will be directly in contact with platform bottom surfaces, there will be no air-water interface, which means essentially no evaporation under the platforms. For protection from storms, it would be wise to build a wave break platform surrounding the solar power network. These wave breaks should be capable of eventually generating wave power to help pay for themselves too. Moreover, the wave break facilities would shade some more of Lake Mead, thus further reducing evaporative losses. The wave break platforms could also be made inexpensive, portable, and modular, about the size of a semi-trailer, which means the overall shape and size of the wave break facility would be determined by spacers between the wave break platforms. Again, scalable and reconfigurable, which means the Sinwah could start off small and improve their designs as they go. The technical challenges are achievable. But of course, Lake Mead is a national recreation area, and agents of the federal government might initially be hesitant to build solar facilities on the water. However, Lake Mead is a man-made reservoir, and floating platforms do not have the environmental impact of land-based solar arrays on natural desert ecosystems. Since every acre of water with solar arrays on it would meet an acre of usually federal land that won't have to be bulldozed.
That'd be great.
Okay, I'll just finish the paragraph then.
Thank you.
It won't have to be bulldozed for solar arrays. It seems very likely they will come, that the federal government will come around. And since this facility's water conservation by evaporation reduction could result in reduced water transfers from federal lands, such as the Sinwah Water Grab of Central Nevada, solar arrays on reservoirs should lead to a much better environmental results overall. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, if there's anything else you want to submit for the record, we happily accept that. Okay, I have a question for you, Mr. Spilsbury.
Mr. Spilsbury, this is Jason King. Good morning. Are you aware of any place that this is being used, these floating platforms, any place in the world where they're using these types of solar arrays that we could learn from? Mr. Spilsbury?
Sorry about that. Forgot to turn on the microphone. No, I don't know of any place yet.
Thank you.
But
Okay.
I will check.
Okay, great. Okay, so let's go to Eureka.
No comment from Eureka at this time.
Oh, okay. Let's go to Lovelock. Benny, if you want, however you want to do it there.
This is Lovelock. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee. We thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Benny Hodges. I'm the manager of the Pershing County Water Conservation District. With me this morning I have Gail Monk and Carl Klinger. First, I'd like to say on the Humboldt River drainage basin, we're probably going through one of the worst droughts on record. This drought is equal to the drought we had in the 1960s. In combination with this drought, we have other issues that are taking place. We've got groundwater basin over-appropriation, where almost all of the groundwater basins in the Humboldt River Basin are over-appropriated. All of the groundwater basins below the Palisade gauge, which makes up the lower Humboldt River Basin distribution area, are over-appropriated. And by causing that, the underground pumping is reducing the flows of the Humboldt River. We have a situation where senior surface water users are not getting water that they're entitled to because junior underground pumpers are receiving their water by creating a cone of depression in the Humboldt River Basin, which consequently causes river flows, a higher percentage of river flows, an increasingly high percentage of river flows to go in the ground and diminish the surface flows down to the lower region. And this is not only affecting the water users in the Lovelock Valley, but it's affecting all surface water users in the Humboldt River Basin. Also, we have an issue of mine dewatering that is affecting the Humboldt River Basin. We have pit lakes that once these mines have shut down, they've dug their ore pits out. They're creating these vast bodies of water in the pit lakes. And also, a lot of these mines have a temporary permit, water permit for mining, for mine operation. Those temporary permits do not have a time frame on them, and they can exceed forever. As long as 4 or 5 family generations, in fact. Most states, like the state of Oregon, they have a 5-year limit on a mine permit time frame. We think there should be a time frame put on the temporary permits. And then also, the water bodies that are created from these pit lakes, we think the mines that have them, the mines own a lot of underground water rights, and they bought a lot of these ranches in the Humboldt River Basin. And we think they should dedicate both surface and or underground water rights to offset storage in the pit lakes, and most certainly pit lake evaporation. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Benny. Appreciate your time. Any questions for Mr. Hodges? Okay. Benny, was there somebody else there who wanted to provide public comment?
Yes.
Yes,
Whenever you're
Carl
ready.
Klinger, thank you for this opportunity to speak. In one of the previous meetings, a speaker said that this drought hits all of us the same. That's entirely untrue. Pershing County has had a 0 water irrigation allotment for the last 2 years and only 10% the year before. This is probably the worst area in the whole state for the drought effects. Thank you.
Can I add to that a little bit? Can you hear me?
Who's this?
This is Ben Hodges again. In addition to Mr. Klinger's comments, I'd like to point out that we do not have any underground rights in underground water for irrigation. We don't have any supplemental wells in the valley because of water quality. 100% of our irrigation and crop production depends on surface water. And the economy of the Lovelock Valley and the town of Lovelock has been affected by 60% or greater just due to lack of irrigation water. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any questions for Mr. Hodges or Mr. Klinger? All right. So seeing none, again, I will ask, before I come back to this building, that's it that I heard from according to my notes in terms of the remote locations wanting to provide public comment. If there's anybody else, if they could let me know right now.
Yes, this is Lyon County, and Mr. Chairman, just for any reference on this is Jim Shaw, the federal water master for the Walker River, If there's any questions within that forum, we would be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Appreciate you there, Mr. Shaw, thank you. Anything else in the remote locations? Okay, so now, Jim, would you mind, let's try to open the door here and see if there's anybody
They
else.
should be able to hear you out there, so
Yeah.
you're calling for them.
Yeah, so if there's anybody else that wants to, Floyd, did you want to provide public comment?
Yes, I do, please.
Have a seat. Just give us a second until the door closes, okay? Come on up. Yeah. Yeah, we'll let, my name is Sam Hanson. Hold on one second. We're gonna let Floyd go first, then you, sir.
If you don't mind.
Go right ahead.
Sorry, I was told to go on up and speak.
No problem.
I'm Floyd Rath. I'm a ranch consultant in Fallon. I work around different parts of the state. Part of what we just heard from the other counties is part of what I brought down to you about the effects of the drought on forage production and effects of the drought on yield from springs and streams around the state. The reason I'm here today is yesterday we had a meeting with mostly sheepmen, wool growers from around the state and here in Reno. And at that meeting, that's when I was asked by Mary Ann Lanasar if I come and make a quick statement for the FIM Corporation. Now, FIM Corporation is a family-owned sheep ranch in Lyon County. The ranch itself has irrigated croplands in Smith Valley in Lyon County and has irrigated lands in Bridgeport Valley, actually in Multnomah County, California. Mostly the Multnomah County part is irrigated pasture, and the Smith Valley part is cropland in the form of producing alfalfa. They also have an extensive number of rangeland grazing allotments in portions of Nevada and adjoining portions of California. So their sheep ranch operations basically year-round grazing on federal rangelands with some use of irrigated cropland after that. The nature of the Lyon County drought problem, Mary Ann asked me to talk about ways to improve efficiencies. One of the things we talked about is that efficiencies on the farm portion of the operation are improving efficiency of the water use on the rangeland portion, which is mostly for livestock water, are really long-term capital investments. There was no way we could come up with a description of doing something immediately to improve efficiencies of irrigation, for example. The ranch itself has made changes to the irrigation techniques and scheduling over the years, not in preparation of drought, but just in normal operation of business. So anything to improve efficiency of use of water for irrigation is probably a good idea, and I'll probably pursue it, but it has to be a long-term capital improvement. It can't be a short-term fix. One of the things that we were concerned about is that the nature of the discussions that we've heard are proposals for changing the nature of Nevada water law. I'm a real fan of Nevada water law as it's written. I believe it's a well-written law, and it's served its purpose for years. It should serve its purpose into the future. So our concern is that short-term fixes, because of a reaction to drought, will become a retroactive form of change to the water rights that this particular ranch owns as a property right. So, in preparing for this morning, I wrote a few notes. One, since I live in Churchill County, my irrigated land is.
If you could try to wrap up.
Pardon?
If you could try to wrap it up.
Oh, okay. I live in Churchill County. We have one irrigation this year, and that's nothing that can be sold in the short-term fix. We just heard from Virgin County, the Lyon County farms that irrigate from the Walker River had some portion of decree water and just renewable water, so not very much. There's been, over the years, quite a few requests about the Forest Service to improve
I'm gonna shift to the need for water rights for livestock for beneficial use.
Could I ask you to maybe, you're well over the 3 minutes, can I ask you to either really try to wrap it up or submit public?
I've submitted these in writing.
Okay.
And so, that's just my comments.
All right, appreciate it, Floyd. Any questions for Mr. Redmond? All right, go ahead, sir. Please.
My name is Sam
stand.
Hanson. I'm a member of the Ely City Council.
Can you spell your last name?
Hanson. From the Ely City Council, I'm sure this body is well aware, and we certainly buy into everything that's been said here and all the predictions of doom and gloom. We also know that water is abundant on planet Earth because the polar ice caps are melting, and therefore the ocean levels, as you all know, are melting. We feel, at least I feel personally, and we've suggested this frequently, that we need to go where the water is, not where the water isn't. And water is in the oceans. And the pipeline proposed by Sinwaa going from Clark County to White Pine County, if that were turned around and headed the other direction, headed south to Baja California, where the ocean levels are rising, it's only about 61 miles. From Haifa, Israel, to Sydney, Australia, communities have increasingly relied upon desalinization to provide their increasing water needs. In Nevada, we've also spoken a great deal about economic diversity. We have abundant sunshine also in Clark County. If we were to construct enough pipelines, whether it's in Mexico and generating jobs for those across the border, which of course is going to require international agreement, which involves Congress, I think the body could probably get some congressional approval and things going on board, or whether you send it across to California. But definitely would be a lot cheaper to go south through Baja California. You could increase the amount of water that you're getting and making available in Clark County. You could use the water allotment that comes from the Colorado River Compact to Clark County and the rest of Nevada to generate a new industry in this state, which so desperately wants to diversify its industry and create an agricultural industry. Where I live in Ely, the soil is not very conducive, but I've been able to treat it, and I'm sure anybody else can too, with enough material that you can, reasonably generate a variety of different types of crops. Solve the problem of agriculture, or of economic diversity by generating more agriculture, as well as solve the water issue. So to me, it seems like it's a very worthwhile course to pursue to look at desalinization, both in terms of solving the drought and also economic diversity. And that's basically what I have to say.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hanson?
Sorry. I'm an elected official. I like to get out of these things as much as I can.
Well, we appreciate you making a long trip. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, so I think that, I guess one last time, any other public comment? Okay. So let's go to agenda item 3, which is review and consideration or approval of the agenda.
I would move to approve.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Review and consideration approval of the minutes. These are the minutes that were for the meeting held on July 17th. Move to approve. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so now we'll go to agenda item 5, which is overview of the Nevada Drought Summit, the need for interim sector meetings. Really, this is a bit of a repeat for those who were present on July 17th. The summit meeting has been set for September 21st and 23rd at the Nevada Legislature in Carson City. It will be remotely accessed, be able to be remotely accessed as well. It is the logic behind the summit is that these meetings, as well as the information that's received in the interim, will be used to formulate the discussion, feed into the discussion, ultimately lead to sort of drill down on topics that there seems to be a fair amount of consensus on and work that we can get done, and that will ultimately lead to a subsequent meeting and then a report that will be done by November of this year. So that is what's planned for the summit and how these sector meetings, the one that took place in July and this one, all work together. For the forum, are there any questions or additions on that? All right. So now we'll go to the update on the state government water audit. We're lucky to have folks from Public Works here today. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, my name is, good morning, my name is Tom Federici, that's spelled Federici. I'm the Deputy Administrator for Buildings and Grounds for the state of Nevada, which is part of the State Public Works Division. The water audit that you wanted the update for state facilities was required to be completed by June 15th in accordance with Section 3 of the Executive Order. That water audit was completed and delivered to the Department of Administration on May 15th. I have attached here a copy of that water audit, and I can provide that if you'd like. The upgrade to Nevada Public Works Division standards of all facilities is based on two criteria that we're following. Whenever a restroom remodel is taken on by Buildings and Grounds, we update those fixtures to those state conservation standards. And whenever a repair of any facility is done, we update. Currently, we have updated several buildings to those standards at the in Carson City at the Stewart Complex. And there's a proposal for a restroom remodel on the first floor of the Glassell building in Carson City using state-of-the-art energy conservation fixtures. So it's a very expensive operation to undertake to upgrade all those fixtures, but we're undertaking those as we can. Another part of our what we're overseeing is landscape water. Many of our facilities are landscape, and what we've done is we've revised the schedules for sprinklers to be shorter cycles and less cycles during the day. 2 cycles we're down to. And we're but we've adjusted those cycles so that they operate only during the nighttime hours. Early morning is best for watering and late at night. Whenever we receive reports of leakages or broken sprinkler heads, we respond to those right away. So those kind of things we're undertaking continuously. The other water issue that we have is overseeing the Marlette Lake water system. That system we're managing. It provides water for Carson City and Story County. And on June 30th of this year, a meeting was held in our office with Public Works, Department of Wildlife, Carson City, and Story County representatives to discuss immediate issues that this drought presents that system. One of the agreements we came to was we had a previous agreement with Department of Wildlife to allow Marlette Lake to get no lower than 3 feet below spill. And in discussions with them, we find that we can actually go a little bit further to 4 feet. And when I say that we can allow it to go that low, it's with the proper management of that lake facility. Currently, we have been pumping water from Marlette Lake since June 8th. And it is pumped from Marlette Lake down into Hobart, which then is distributed to the various utilities. That pumping is scheduled to be stopped by the end of this month, so that we won't exceed those limits. And At the same time, the water provided on the east slope through spring catchments is also decreasing. It's down to about 100 GPM, but that's everyone's expecting that due to the drought conditions. So that concludes my presentation. If anyone has any questions.
Mr. Federici, does B&G measure in gallons per year how much water they serve to their?
Not currently. We don't have facilities. We can only make estimates, gross estimates.
Do you have meters on some of these?
Some of them, yes.
Do you have oversight?
Yes, absolutely.
I guess a little bit on my soapbox. Our office is always out there preaching that you can't really manage what you can't measure. So it's nice to know that, okay, if last year your facilities you had oversight on had used 10 million gallons, at least that gives you some kind of a baseline data to know whether or not you're doing well in terms of conservation. So
yeah, that's what we're moving toward, is to provide an actual number for you for comparison, and I'll be able to report on that in future meetings.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a quick question. I think you talked about renovating or remodeling a public restroom with energy efficient and water efficient fixtures.
Not energy efficient, just water conservation.
Yeah. I'm just curious about whether there's the state, I assume, has a bigger budget than, say, the average homeowner. So I'm curious about whether there's an assessment of practical benefits of that in terms of, say, water savings. It goes along, I think, with what Jason's talking about. I know it's a very, very small part of your water budget per year. It sounds like it could be a good, useful thing for people to see if it's within the means of people to actually adopt that kind of technology.
Absolutely. And right now we're using the guidelines from the LEAD program that actually has gone out and measured actual or estimates what water conservation standards are due to water conserving fixtures installed. So that's, until we actually get the meters, we won't know specifically, but we can make those adjustments.
Any further questions? Great, appreciate it. Okay, so we'll move to agenda item 7, and then we'll take a break, and well, we'll explain how we're going to do it. So 7 is Doug Boyle.
Thanks, Leo. First, I wanted to just quickly talk about the current drought status, and I usually do that based on the U.S. Drought Monitor. And so about 16% of the state is currently classified in D4 exceptional drought conditions, with 22% of the state in D3 extreme drought. And I very much appreciated Mr. Tibbetts' comments about the vegetative drought versus the hydrologic drought. This is something that we are constantly dealing with in the state, providing feedback to the drought monitor authors. We don't create the map, but I do participate in a reasonably large group that's trying to gather information every 2 weeks and push that information back to the people that do put the colors on the drought monitor map. The issue, as far as I can tell, is what do the colors mean? And my understanding is historically they have represented the most severe impacts in a given area. So, so if you have a hydrologic drought that is severe, say like is being reported in Lovelock, and if the range is greening up, then theoretically that green up doesn't take precedence over the hydrologic drought impact. That's my understanding. There seems to be a need for almost 2 maps, and there's a lot of talk, a lot of discussion currently about that, and I'd appreciate more comments through my office or whatever about that. Let me move on really quickly. We have reports of a lot of greening up of the rangeland throughout the state, quite a bit in the northwestern and certainly the northeastern part of the state. Kind of my perception that the fires seem to be really starting to kick into full force now. Starting to see a lot more reports of fires, see a lot more smoke. In general, we've had a wetter summer than we would normally expect. This is particularly true in the northeastern part of the state, but we've seen more precipitation pretty much everywhere than we would normally expect. However, over the water year, October 1st through present, most of the state is either at or just below normal. As you move into the mountains, however, the numbers aren't that impressive, particularly in the western part of the state, something more like 70% of normal. We just can't make up for that snowpack that we didn't get this winter. In terms of temperature, low temperatures have been much higher than we would normally expect, pretty much through the entire state. Over the summer, the late spring and summer, my impression is that the high temperatures have been normal or just slightly above average. This week it's certainly heating up in the western part of the state. Last year was the warmest year, calendar year, that we've had on record, according to a number of different sources, both here in California, Arizona. As far as the outlook, the way these meetings go, they seem to be 1 or 2 days before the new outlooks come out. The next 3-month outlook comes out tomorrow from the Climate Prediction Center. But the one that came out a month ago indicated a probability of wetter than normal conditions for the month of August, September, and October. So we'll get a new prediction tomorrow for September, October, November. I suspect it'll probably be a similar prediction. In terms of temperature for the same time period, slightly warmer than we would normally expect. Keeping in mind, this isn't our big precipitation season. It's really the next 3 months after that. As far as El Nino goes, everybody wants to know about El Nino and what's going to happen. The official forecast for El Nino is 90% chance that El Nino will continue through the winter of this year, and at least an 85% chance that it will last through the spring. It's certainly shaping up to be a very strong El Nino. What that actually means, though, is there's quite a bit of uncertainty around it. There always is with El Nino, particularly around this latitude where we currently are. There's more meaning, more statistical relationship as you move south. It generally, you can expect wetter conditions. With a strong El Nino like this, we've only seen 2 other ones of this strength in the last 50 years. And this year is complicated by something that people are officially calling the blob, which is a warm pool of water that developed over the Pacific Northwest this winter under the high pressure ridge that seemed to be fairly persistent. That pool of water that warm pool has moved. It's actually 3 pools, but it's essentially north to south, down near Baja as well. And the question is, how is El Nino going to interact with this blob? Is it going to make El Nino much more intense, much less intense, or will it have no impact at all? We just simply don't know. That's all I have.
Any questions for Dr. Boyle? Yeah, Jason.
So Doug, you said that there have been 2 other years that have had El Ninos this strong. Which 2 years were those? Do you know them?
Yeah, we have the 97-98 and the 82-83.
Good. We know what happens in those years.
Yes. It can be wet.
Doug, I just had a question. You did touch on Mr. Tibbetts' remarks. How do you see, is there an opportunity within the work we're doing or parallel to it for those discussions to continue, or do you think that would you benefit by having those kinds of discussions with them to maybe be I don't know what the word is, but provide a greater sense of what is there any sense of sort of trying to do a little bit of work like that with that community?
I'm very hopeful that this process will result in a couple of things. One, more information from people like Mr. Tibbetts and others about how I can access somewhat real-time information about the condition of the rangeland and of the agricultural, specifically farming conditions like Mr. Hodges had presented. And if we have that information, and if that, whether or not that, well, first we could report that information to the drought monitor office, but more importantly, if that information isn't providing us with what we need in terms of a product from the drought monitor, we certainly have those discussions possible then to improve the product. And the National Drought Mitigation Center seems to be open to that, but we need more information. So yeah, I'm very hopeful that through this process we'll have a stronger case.
Great. So, obviously, I think this is certainly a good prime example of how these sector meetings feed to the summit. And so I obviously had a chance to take a look at Mr. Tibbetts' suggestions, but I do think that this is definitely something that we want to try to work on between now and the summit to see if we can firm something up in terms of making the discussion useful in September. Any other questions for Mr. Boyle, Dr. Boyle? Okay, so before we take a break, and I apologize for doing this, but I do want to just reiterate the game plan for today, just because there are so many different locales. So, as I said, today we plan, under this agenda item 8, we plan to hear from the agricultural community, we plan to hear from NGOs, we plan to hear from tribes, we plan to hear from public and private water, and we plan to hear from water authorities. Immediately after the break, we will hear from agriculture, and as I'm expecting, but I would ask for people to pipe in here if it's different. What I'm expecting to do is to hear from Dave Stix Jr., hear from Dr. Payne, then hear out in Elko from Ron Terrell, and is there somebody from the wool growers in Elko as well?
Pete Paris is here from the wool growers, but their comments are going to be mixed with Nevada Cattlemen Association. I'm going to make comments for the wool growers along with Nevada Cattlemen Association.
Okay, thanks, Ron. That helps. Then hear from the Dairy Council, Woody Lovely. Hear from Winnemucca Farms. Hear from Latin Farms. Hear from Matt McKinney of Bentley Ranch. Is there anybody from the Indoor Agricultural Association? And then finally, we'll probably wrap up with Joe Sicking from the State Conservation Commission, bat cleanup. So that's what I have planned for the agriculture discussion. Is there anybody that I missed? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we have Daryl Purcell here from the Nevada Farm Bureau.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, right. It's on my list. Anybody else? Okay. So it is about 10:12. Let's take let's try to take a 15-minute break, but a true 15-minute break, and we'll get going with the agriculture discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, we're going to start in Sparks here. We're going to have K-Sticks and Dr. Payne's speak, and then we'll move out to Elko, and then we'll come back here.
So, David, I see you're ready. So, I guess a reminder to our speakers, we've asked you all to keep your remarks between 5 to 7 minutes. If you have prepared comments, we obviously take those in total. If you want to read portions of that prepared comment that you feel are sort of most helpful for today, that'd be great. It's your time, but want to just make sure that we get everybody to have time. So with that, Dave,
starting?
yes. Give me 1 second. All right, it looks like the doors are closed. People have gotten quiet, so Dave, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Vice Chairman. First thing I'd like to do for the record, my name is David Sticks Jr. And first thing I would like to do is thank you all very much for the opportunity to allow us to speak here today. It's very, very important issues, and they do need to be addressed and be talked about. First thing I'd like to do is give you a brief background of myself. A lot of people in this room I've worked with over the last 27 years in the water industry, but I'd like to give you a brief background. Though my family hasn't been here a long time, I can't claim 4th, 5th generation rights, but I'm a 2nd generation rancher. My father moved here back in the 60s, and we settled out in the Fernley area. We've been in the cattle ranching business, and since then I have managed to acquire positions over the years, and started off being the mayor of the city of Fernley. And after that, and by the way, I lost my first re-election bid as the mayor due to water issues. Funny, huh? So, but the first thing I did after that is I was asked to sit on the Truckee-Carson Irrigation District Board of Directors. 2 months later, the canal breached and we had a flood. So we've managed to, in the last 4 or 5 years, keep the water inside the canal, so we're doing good there. Also became active in the Board of Agriculture, which now I currently sit as the chairman of the State Board of Agriculture. And also, I'm a member of the Board of Directors and the Executive Committee of the Nevada Cattlemen's Association, and in November I will take over from Ron Terrell as the president of the Nevada Cattlemen's Association. So I just wanted everybody to know here, I come here with a background, and when it comes to water, nobody in the city of Fernley, especially the current sitting individuals, know the relationship between groundwater and surface water, which is one of the things I'm going to talk about later today. But the first thing I'd like to talk about is the relationship between the cattlemen and certain federal agencies that manage our ranges. The drought, with Mother Nature at the helm, has showed its diversity this year. I just want to start by saying right off the bat, as a user, and real briefly, we have 5 different BLM permits, our family, that we operate off of. And I wanted everybody to know that in this day of drought, with the Truckee River low as it's been, the Carson River completely run out, we had one of the best years on our summer grazing permits that we've had since we've owned the summer grazing permits, believe it or not. We had rains that were continual week after week, every 2 weeks we had rains, and we have some of the most abundant vegetation out there. We thought that the springs were going to be our biggest issue of watering the cattle, and the springs have held up nicely. The problem is, what we have shown is the BLM is totally inept and cannot manage the lands based on these ever-changing issues with Mother Nature. And I'll give you an example. We cut back on our numbers this year to make sure that we could handle enough cattle based on the grazing and the amount of feed. But what's happened is we have so much feed out there now, the BLM will not entertain the idea of increasing the numbers. Now, we're not increasing the numbers above and beyond what the permit asked for. We're trying to get back to our numbers that we were originally. We've lowered our numbers and decreased our numbers to the point, because of the drought, that they won't even let us go back and increase our numbers to the permit levels now to try to take care of the vegetation. And what's happening now is we've lucked out in our state, and I hope our luck holds out. But as you can see with our neighbors to the north, the fires are probably going to consume quite a bit of that. And when you get into a fire situation with the BLM, it's drastic of what happens in the curtailments of being cut back. So I wanted to bring that out to you, that they at all cannot manage our public lands right now. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit when we get to the water portion too, but we are relying so much on technology, thank you, technology and specialized training of individuals that we're not even opening the door and looking outside our window to see what's happening. And that's what's happening right now in our grazing permits. On the water side of things, I just wanted to cut right to the chase and say that we have some serious issues out there in the relationship between groundwater and surface water. In several instances, the Board of Agriculture and in the past, agencies have sent requests to address the issue and have the state legislature address the issues of our relationship between surface and ground, and it's fallen on deaf ears. And now that situation has put us in a terrible position. And I said earlier about the city of Fernley, 75% of the water supply in the city of Fernley is relied on the Truckee Canal and its percolation of water into the groundwater. We have seen to the point that I'm reminded of a statement made by Ben Franklin after the Constitution was ratified. What have you done in there? Well, we've created a republic if you can keep it. Can we keep the Nevada water law? Will it survive? And I really think that all the issues with our groundwater supply comes to blame with all of us. The user, the state agencies, all of us are to blame with what's happening with our groundwater supply. We need to be good stewards of how we use the water. We need to address the issue and decide, are we going to use this water and deplete it to the point where we have a catastrophe? At a recent get-together in the city of Yerington, I never realized how bad we have our heads in the sand about that groundwater-surface relationship. When I brought up the idea of the surface water replenishing the groundwater, the statement I got back was that we don't believe it is the issue of the Walker River. It's the lack of snowfall in the mountains that's causing a problem with our groundwater supply. Is the legislature the answer? Well, I certainly hope so, and if that's the need that we have to do and look at to go back to our legislature and readdress our laws, let's do that, and let's do that at the next session. But I also warn that there is a dangerous issue about going to the legislature every time and changing the law. And that is, every time we try to change the law, someone will find a way through legal finagling to figure out how to put a roadblock in front of it. I think we need to look and trust that the people that found Nevada water law put it there for a reason, and that we hope that the state engineer has the ability to look into the future of our water supply and take care of it. At this point, that concludes my presentation. And if anybody has any questions.
Thanks very much, Dave. Questions? Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question for you. Is it true that the BLM has to make a decision about grazing numbers by February, and that they really don't have a lot of flexibility to put additional pet cattle out when we have these kind of situations?
Well, and I think, Justin, that was my point, is it's become so heavy and weighted in bureaucracy that they don't have the ability to make those decisions during the grazing season. Does that make sense? And that we're trying to make decisions based on something that is ever changing. And that's why my first point that I brought up is our climate. It's amazing what happened this year. And nobody ever would have predicted that we'd have the kind of rainfall that we did. But they need to readdress and relook that at some point they can go back and look and see if the numbers need to be increased or decreased. I mean, they don't have a problem with kicking you off if something happens during that permit season. But to go back and try to increase the numbers, and again, remember I said, we're not increasing them above the permit. We're asking. Did that answer it?
Yeah, thanks.
Anything else?
Do you think, I mean, I think you talked about the
city council and its awareness of the connection between groundwater and surface watering. Is that a common, do you believe that's a common problem with people who are in local government? This kind of understanding of the hydrologic cycle and how water moves and how it might be connected with, say, an unlined canal or something like that?
Well, and I think you raise a good point, and that is that at that time, and I just, again, my background, I was sitting on then the town board of Fernley when we initialized the groundwater study with DRI, and Dr. Greg Pohl did that study that showed the relationship. And I think cities, right off the bat, have to get control and find out where there's water that's coming from. How do you do a master plan unless you know how much water you're going to have? And we're right there on the cutting edge. So yes, city governments have to do that, and it begs to say that our agriculture community and all of us need to be aware of that.
Thanks, Dave. I do appreciate you teeing up some important discussions that I'm sure we will have follow-up discussions on as this process continues.
Okay, Leo, thank you.
Can I ask Dr. Payne to come up?
Good morning. My name is Bill Payne, P-A-Y-N-E. I'm the Dean of the College of Agriculture, Biotechnology and Natural Resources, and the Director of the Nevada Agricultural Experiment Station. The college and the experiment station are engaged in teaching, research, and outreach. And what I thought I would say briefly today is how we relate to, how we deal with drought, how we have been dealing with topics related to drought, what we're doing now, and what we'll be doing. And what I'll be talking about today is aside from what we do in terms of policy or monetary mechanisms. For thousands of years, man has dealt with limited water supplies to capture surface water, storage in some way, fashion, or form, and then efficient use for any number of purposes. So I thought I would break down what we do in those basic categories. For capture and storage, we have a number of hydrologists and soil scientists that are conducting teaching and research and outreach. I just thought I would mention that 3 of those 5 positions are new. In terms of efficient use, we have had biochemists and molecular biologists working on drought and temperature stress tolerance for plants grown in arid lands. And we continue to add new positions related to that. Where we have been relatively weak the last several years, in my view, has been in the applied agricultural sciences, that is, those scientific fields which allow us to move new technologies to stakeholders' hands. And so within the last year and a half since my arrival, we've hired 1 scientist in professorial faculty in horticulture, which is the first person we've had in that capacity in many, many years, and another one in forage agronomy. Both those positions are on board now. We have a range program that involves at least 3 faculty. Both have been around on board for a while, but they work on anything that's such as invasive species management, including cheatgrass, Finnian juniper encroachment, and then repairing and zone functioning. We continue to staff up. I've added, since my arrival, about 13 positions in the college, and we just received word that we will have 9 more in the coming 4 years that will be addressed to what we call sustainable dryland agricultural cluster. So that's 9 positions. I'm recruiting 3 now. 1 is in beef production. This is a high priority by the Nevada Cattlemen's Association. We will have another one in plant stress signal transduction, and then another endowed position in remote sensing that will allow us to address some of the issues that Jake brought up. Some of the positions that we'll begin recruiting in the following year will include 1 in irrigation and water management. We don't have great depth in that area right now. 2 plant breeders. 1 will be more of one that deals in quantitative genetics, and another molecular breeder, and then another one in veterinary physiology. And then 2 more in the following year will be a cropping systems agronomist, and then another position in environmental remediation. Now, some of the major themes of drought and I dare say climate change have been addressed, but other things are affected by drought and temperature changes as well. And these include insects, insect populations, disease, wildlife, and weeds such as invasive species. And really, even animal nutrition and fertility are also affected by temperature change and other forms of stress. So we are filling positions in those as well. We have an entomologist that will be coming on board in the next coming months, and we intend to address these other positions in time. And finally, we're also looking for ways in which to enhance delivery of these technologies to stakeholders, and that will have to do in cooperation with cooperative extension and other people in the agriculture community. And I'll close it there.
Thanks very much, Dr. Payne. Any questions?
Doctor, have you ever done any work around the use of higher saline water in agriculture?
Yes.
And just briefly, could you share with us a little bit about that background?
So I've done everything. My background is largely, well, a good part is international. So I've worked in many countries in the world where they use desalinization at different scales. So part of my career, a good part of my career was at Texas A&M. We had a campus in Qatar where in Qatar they talked about investing $50 billion with a B, $1 billion into massive desalinization program to drain out the country, if you will. And then I've seen it on very small scales in India and other dry areas of the developing world, where it's just enough to use with a small solar panel power to desalinize enough water for a household. So there's everything in between.
But I guess what I'm generally aware of, Israel, especially in the Negev, has used higher concentrations of saline water to grow the same crop yields at better quality water. Have you seen that in other parts of the world, or is your college doing any work on that for application?
We have one hydrologist who's looking at that in terms of the Colorado River and salinity with that. It's more of a modeling approach. That's why one of the high priority positions will be in irrigation and water management, which we'll hire in the days to come. Yes, I have, in the years to come, I have seen that in Tunisia, where they manage that by using different dams or different reservoirs, where they pipe water from one reservoir to the other, and they mix it so that it's just enough the salinity to afford crop production. Israel is a model that's heavily subsidized agriculture. I don't know how cost effective that would be, but it's certainly something we're aware of at different scales, field scales, watershed scales, etc. And we intend to put the pieces in place so that we start addressing it on the ground.
Thank you very much.
Mark. Thanks. Here's the, I think we have, even around the table, we have groups of people that have very research-intensive missions. You're making investments in great positions, especially because I think they help fill gaps that people have identified in the past. The question I have is really this one: is that drought has been this kind of slow-rolling and growing crisis for 4 years. Suddenly it's here. We can see that there's no water in the Truckee River and the Walker Rivers. And the question I have is that if we suddenly dip into the next crisis, or we manage to get rain out of this crisis, how do the resources that you're putting together, are they versatile enough? Are they utility infielder type people who can, I think, address the major agricultural natural resources and other issues in the state when, say, a crisis like drought disappears? Is there enough flexibility in those positions to make them
Yes.
resource generally available to
Absolutely.
to the agencies, for example, like BLM? We've heard BLM; they're not here today, right? We've heard them mentioned several times, and I just wondered about whether what that relationship looks like.
Well, yes, those positions are flexible. They could have, if that's a very large if, the drought goes away, I suspect it'll be here in this state for the foreseeable future. But there are any number of things that any of those positions can work on. Even where you have abundant supplies of water, such as in Florida, irrigation management is still a very big deal. Horticulture and forage agronomists can work on issues of quality, for example. and so on and so forth. I'm not sure about about the BLM.
Well, in part, I think one of the conversations that I've heard for as long as I've been at the University of Nevada is what the relationship between federal agencies or land management agencies and their mandates is like with the research institutions of the state. You know, whether, for example, I know that there are protocols, there are staffing issues at BLM, but whether the research that's being conducted at the state institutions is actually making it into the decision-making process in the BLM.
Well, now that is a very important point. My view is that to a certain extent it is not. And in fact, when I see federal documents that constitute a review of literature, I find that to an alarming extent, universal research is ignored. And I think that's true nationally, and I think it's very much the case for this state. And it's something that I'm trying to address with our agencies and federal agencies.
Great. Again, plenty of information to work with, and certainly appreciate your time. Okay, so what I'd like to do is go out to Elko now and have Ron Terrell speak, and then we'll come back and I'd ask
Mr. Chairman.
And Libby Levitt to come up. Yeah, go ahead, Ron.
Mr. Chairman, this is Ben Hodges, Pershing County. Can you ask your tech people to check into the video portion? Because we are not seeing anything up here, just a bunch of mixed colors and everything, and we're being told it's on your end. Can you have some of your staff look into it?
Yeah, we will absolutely look at that. I apologize for that, Benny.
It's been that way for about an hour and a half.
All right. Well, we will definitely. We have people looking at it right now. I do apologize for that.
Okay. Thank you.
I apologize that I probably think we need to push going. It sounds like you're at least getting audio, but we're on it right now.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Sure. Ron, did you want to speak?
You bet. And just for clarification, the visual is fine here in Elko, so the problem obviously is centered around Lovelock. With that said, appreciate Dave.
So let me then, given that, I appreciate the feedback. Is there any other remote location having difficulty?
Here in Eureka, it's pretty poor quality video. In Douglas, it's poor. On your site in Sparks.
Okay, so we got pretty poor quality in Lovelock, Douglas, and Eureka. All right, well, we'll get folks to look into it. All right, Ron, sorry for cutting it off.
Thank you, and again, Dave Sticks made some comments on behalf of the Nevada Cattlemen's Association, and we appreciate that. I'd like to follow up with some additional comments. Dave took just a few seconds at the beginning of his presentation to tell you a little about himself. I'd like to do the same. I'm a native to Elko County, and I'm afraid of water. I grew up in Contact, Nevada, and there wasn't a pool big enough to learn how to swim, and to this day I do not know how to swim, and I have the absolute fear of water. But I also recognize that in the desert how important water is to make things flourish, and all you really have to do is add water. With that, Nevada Cattlemen's Association, and I'm speaking on behalf of Nevada Wool Growers Association as well. Pete Paris from the Nevada Wool Growers Association is sitting next to me, so these comments will be on behalf of both of us. We echo the comments made in Lovelock about the severity of the drought and the problems along the Humboldt corridor, and certainly at the end of the Humboldt corridor. We would like to endorse the comments made by Jake Tibbetts about the drought monitor. Dave alluded to this, but the vegetative drought versus the hydrological drought and how that drought monitor measures those. Certainly the last couple of years have been some of the best grass years that we've experienced in a long time, yet we're considered to be in a severe drought. We do recognize that our hay crops, and particularly those down along the Humboldt corridor, are deficient because of the lack of the snowpack, and that certainly is a result of the drought. So again, we certainly echo Jake Tibbetts' comments as well as those in Lovelock. With that said, there are a few comments that we just feel strongly about, and that is that there's going to be a lot of legal uncertainties as this drought situation continues. The conflicts between users is going to intensify. And of course, a lot of the agriculture people have those early water rights, vested water rights, and there's going to be more and more people taking a poke at them and wanting some of that water. Surface water sources with senior water rights may be impacted by those junior groundwater pumping. As surface water flows declines, it's just common sense. Surface water users are going to switch to groundwater. Basically, there's going to be more and more straws stuck in the ground and more people competing for that groundwater. This increased pumping levels could impact other groundwater users. While conflicts between water users will first be addressed by the state engineer's office, we all know they're going to eventually wind up in the court systems. And once issues wind up in the court systems, everyone is a loser. Many of these issues related to water use conflicts will concern areas of law that have never been interpreted and enforced before. The effects of this drought will test the completeness and complexity of Nevada's water law. So with that, we feel very strongly that agriculture community particular is that steps should be taken now to improve the clarity of certain key aspects of Nevada water law so that all water users can be treated fairly when they are faced with responding to water supply limitations caused by drought. A lot of the comments that we echo have been presented today, so there's no sense going into great detail, but we feel that the Drought Forum should be used to identify specific statutes that can be amended and clarified, and the governor should consider these recommendations in the bill draft request process for the 2017 legislative session. And if you'd like, I could email our comments to whoever so that they could be entered in as comments from the Nevada Cattlemen's Association and the Nevada Wool Growers, recognizing the comments that Dave Sticks made or a portion of those comments, as well as those made in Lovelock by those farmers there, as well as those made by Jake Tibbetts. We wholeheartedly support all of those comments. With that, concludes the comments of the Nevada Wool Growers and the Nevada Cattlemen's Association. And if there's any questions, I would be happy to try to answer those or defer them to Dave Sticks.
Always a good idea. Ron, this is Leo. Thanks very much. And yes, very, very much. We would like to get your comments, and I'm assuming in those comments you may drill down a bit more about specific areas that you do think need to be addressed. Maybe just as a bit of a primer, is there one or two things in particular that you know, in your list of things that should be addressed? Is there one or two things or issues or items that spell out that you know you feel are perhaps the highest priority?
Well, I could give you the areas. Are you asking about the areas of law that should be clarified?
Yeah.
Okay, so for example, here's a bullet point. Monitoring, management, and mitigation plans, 3M plans. They rely on adaptive management principles, are appropriate tools for the state engineer to use and consider both in deciding whether to grant a water rights application and in managing competing water uses and protecting the environment. The state engineer has the inherent authority to require 3M plans, but the legislature can confirm this and add detailed requirements like the appropriate contents of 3M plan and the time frame of setting mitigation triggers, including whether performance bonds should be required. These are some of the bullet points I'll be happy to email you. When mitigation is necessary, water right users should expect to receive the same amount of water in the same place and at the same time as provided for in their water right, but do not have an entitlement to water from a specific source. In a drought, conservation should be rewarded and not punished by the use it or lose it system. Conserved water can be used by junior water users and the junior water rights retired in order to benefit the system. So those are all some of the bullet points that I'll forward in our complete comments.
That's great, Ron. Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to drill down a bit on. So I guess what I'm hearing you say, and I very much look forward to getting your comments, is that you think there's a lot of these things that are being done at the state engineer's office, but the legislature should sort of confirm that that's appropriate and add detail as necessary.
You know, in the big picture, certainly you have to recognize that we're in a drought, and you have to recognize that we're a growing population state, but you also have to recognize that the agriculture is very important to the state economy as well as rural Nevada, and I think that we, as a large part, agriculture holds those early vested water rights, and so those are certainly going to be tested as we move forward and this drought persists. I hope this El Nino just come and kicks our butts. I hope to the point that I'm going to have to learn how to swim. So with that, that's my comments.
Me too, Ron. Fair enough. Any excellent comments? Appreciate it. Any other questions for Ron?
Take the damn camera off of me.
All right. All right. That, like I said, Ron, that's good. I look forward to getting your bullet points. Okay, so we're gonna come back to Sparks, and if I could ask, there's two seats here, so if I could ask Daryl and Libby to join at the table, that'd be great. Jim, have you seen Libby?
I haven't seen her, but probably need to check out.
Yeah, Jim. We're not gonna work. Daryl, why don't you get started?
All right, Mr. Chairman and members of the Nevada Drought Forum. My name is Daryl Purcell, D-A-R-R-E-L-L-P-U-R-S-E-L. I'm here this morning representing the Nevada Farm Bureau Federation. It's the largest agriculture organization in Nevada, representing 18,000 members, and I'm the president of the Lyon County Farm Bureau. I'm a fifth-generation farmer. I farm 320 acres and have a small cow-calf operation in Yerington. The total economic impact on Nevada's agriculture cluster is $5.3 billion. Our industry is one of the largest and most valuable in Nevada, and it's one that is greatly affected by the drought. Lack of water for farmers and ranchers has resulted in cutbacks across our industry. To some Nevada farmers, the current drought is devastating. To others, it's just another challenge. Each farmer has different problems due to their individual circumstances and location, even though they may be right next door to each other. Farmers have fouled valuable farm ground because there is not enough sufficient water to grow their crops as they normally would. The counties like mine, farmers have been allocated 3% of their normal surface water rights and rely on supplementing pumping and to grow their crops. Without a wet winter, this winter, farmers will not receive any or very little, kind of like Pershing County, and be forced to rely on their supplemental and primary pumping rights. It's our understanding that we may be cut back 75% or maybe more on our supplemental and primary wells, which in the Mason and Smith valleys will mean that only 25% of the ground will be farmed. It'll be devastating to most of us that farm there. The total impact on the food and agriculture in Lyon County is $338 million just in our county alone. Drastic cutbacks to our water use due to the drought will be detrimental not only to the farmers but also local communities on which agriculture has a positive effect. Some producers have had to sell off some of their herds, buy or lease more pasture land and grazing allotments, and buy more feed. Many have been forced, like myself, to take their livestock out of state. They have to put in wells, haul water for their livestock to drink. Ranchers in Lander County have been forced off their permitted land early
because drought environmental assessment triggers have been met, and they've been forced to sell their animals because they're not permitted to graze all their livestock they own. The drought affects Nevada agriculture's livelihoods, and in many cases, it forces farmers and ranchers out of business, displacing generations of old farming and ranching operations. This is not our first drought affecting our industry. Agriculture in Nevada has always tried to become more efficient using our water and resources because we face drought. There are many examples of what the agriculture industry has done to conserve water for irrigation. Starting in 1920, in the Walker River, we started building Topaz Reservoir. In 1923, Bridgeport Reservoir was built. It's all to limit the effects of the drought. You can store water when you have good water, good wet years, and then in the drought years you rely on that to try to help sustain a drought. In the 60s and 70s, many of the farmers put in irrigation wells to help survive droughts when the water was short. In the late 70s to today, they put in concrete ditches, underground pipelines, sprinkler irrigation, laser leveling fields, and in recent years, drip tape, variable frequency drives, GPS control and leveling systems, and they've all been employed to help water be used more efficiently. Each and every one of these has helped. It isn't enough necessarily in a drought situation. There's only so much you can do. When you have no water, it doesn't matter what you have, but there's a difference between producing a crop many times and not producing anything. Our farmers and ranchers continue to use efficient methods to preserve the rangeland in drought years. They practice holistic management of the land and graze large number of cattle while preserving and improving vegetation for the animals and wildlife in the future. They rely on sound grazing practices, ensuring that public lands are grazed to prevent wildfires, which are more common in drought years, except for this year. Boy, if you haven't been out in the range a month ago and seen the wildflowers, these guys and the cattlemen, you had to see it. It's amazing. Anyway, several big obstacles exist to overcoming additional levels of water efficiency. Oftentimes, uninformed government officials and individuals make decisions regarding the agricultural industry and drought. While agriculturists in Nevada are dedicated to conserving water, they often face misplaced restrictions that will not conserve water or protect the rangeland that needs to be conserved and protected. In the last year, the BLM closed grazing allotments because of inadequate drought environmental assessments, even though the area had a lot of vegetation due to spring rains. The Nevada Division of Water Resources attempted to implement a water well pumping curtailment without doing sufficient research to identify which parts of the valley needed to be curtailed. The other obstacle that our industry faces is one that cannot be eliminated. Agriculture needs water to operate. Forcing our agriculturalists to cut the water use back more than they currently do will result in a reduction in the availability of local fruits, vegetables, meats, and animal byproducts. It has been said that by the year 2050, the Earth's population will have doubled. Where do you think our food will come from? Agriculture will have to produce twice as much food and fiber than we do now, and more than likely with less water and less land than we currently use today. Each farmer produces enough food and fiber for 155 people. So in 2050, each farm will have to produce for 310 or more. In closing, I'd like to end with a short personal story. Due to the drought this year and the loss of production in my alfalfa, I began raising pheasants and mallard ducks. I fed wheat that I had in the grain bin for 5 years or so, and my plan to start a new hunting preserve for the pheasants. And I don't know, you're probably wondering what kind of fool would raise mallard ducks in a drought. Well, an agriculturalist. we've had to adapt for thousands of years to fit in, to make the food for this country, and to preserve our industry and persevere. And that's about it, I guess, if you have any questions.
So are there any questions? I guess I have one, just in a general sense. I mean, I hear what you're saying about the, you know, I mean, this people's livelihood. There's no question about that. You know, I think that's part of the angst that groups like this have, which is, yeah, you're dealing with people's livelihoods, but you're also dealing with, you know, Mother Nature and things beyond our controls, and they're showing very real effects on the ground. Now, are there things available that haven't been discussed? Are there fixes available that haven't been discussed? I mean, I certainly get that there are impacts to both the range and to the agricultural community that's doing the work. But there's a problem. So, I mean, is there things that you're aware of that should be done that aren't being done?
As far as to conserve water, or?
Yeah.
I mean, well, one thing, for example, and I brought it up to Mr. King's attention when they ordered the curtailment. They monitor the wells once a year, twice a year on a lot of times, but there's been times they only did it once. But in a normal water year, when, let's say in '98 we had 100% water or something, you've got flood water running in the river till the end of July. You have unlimited resources for that water. I mean, you don't have to pump your well, a supplemental well, at all. And yet, there are farmers in our valley, and I don't know about Smith Valley because I'm not there as much, but that are pumping wells to irrigate certain crops, and they shouldn't be, in my opinion. It's supplemental to your groundwater, and nobody has addressed that. And they're also, you know, and that's a good water year when you should be getting your recharge, and it's being pulled out still, and it shouldn't be, or not. You know, the primary wells, they don't have your river water. They don't have any option. They have to pump to farm. But the supplementals shouldn't be running like that.
So that's really
they're a supplemental well. That's what.
No, so I mean, that's an interesting point. So what you're basically saying is that, you know, you may manage differently in drought, but you also may manage differently in periods of excess water. I don't know that, you know, that would require building some consensus to try to get people to go with an approach like that, because that isn't what it is.
It's already in Nevada law.
But people, as you just said, people
abuse it.
So, all right. Well, I appreciate.
That's just one thing that I've noticed over the years, and it just doesn't seem totally right. It's being abused, and that's where I think the state, in a good water year, is going to have to do more to monitor what's going on with the wells. I think because of the drought, I believe Jason and them have stepped up. They're out there every month now. I think they realize it's kind of one of those things. You get a lot of water and everybody forgets. So they are developing more plants that are more water, drought tolerant too. So it's something that I look forward to, because as an alfalfa producer, 15 years ago, when they put on a seed guys put on a presentation, they said, we redesigned the alfalfa plant so you could produce more hay. They made the plant a foot. They said all your water and nutrients come in the top foot of the soil. Therefore, you don't need a deep taproot. Well, alfalfa was designed for drought, had a deep taproot. They ruined the plant for me, and dry ground, you can't produce it with twice as much water. There's a lot of things, and now they're coming around because of the droughts. They're working on drought tolerant varieties, so it should help.
All right, Jason.
I have to be a little bit careful here. I'm here today as a member of the Drought Forum, and there's a lot of litigation going around statewide, and so I'm going to wait for council to throw something happened. I really appreciate your comments. And just for the record, we usually have 3 teams of 2 people per week out in Smith and Mason are monitoring water usage. We have a pretty accurate count of how much is being pumped this far. I don't know if you're the right person to ask this question, Mr. Purcell, but since you're up, I'm going to ask you anyway. So we've heard from a number of farmers, and of course it makes sense that if it looks like there's going to be curtailment as a result of drought, they want as much notice as possible, obviously, so that they can plan accordingly. And I've heard a lot about crop insurance. Can you tell me what a drop-dead date is for a farmer to actually get in the game in terms of the crop insurance?
I believe it's like before the 1st October. I'm not 100% sure on that. The problem with the crop insurance is I've looked into it in the past. The federal government doesn't have any clue, just like the range, what they're doing. And they make these programs. It cost, it was one of the droughts 10, 12 years ago. We got $1,000 in drought assistance relief, or would have, but it would have cost us $3,000 the next 3 years to cover what the $1,000 they gave us. Well, it's like it isn't worth it. It costs more money because they're all geared up in this, like me. I farm 320 acres. I really only have 20 acres that's still real productive because 160 acres of it, plus over 160 acres, is strictly river flow water, no supplemental well. In order to get your insurance, except for the new program they have now that's out, there's a new one that I learned a little bit about but don't know much. You have to have so many plants per square foot in order for them to pay you anything on the insurance. Well, my stands are so depleted, you cannot fit their mold. It doesn't work. It's just, and you get so far into it, there's nothing you can do. They have so many little loopholes that they beat you out of everything. And the newest one is more on like the drought monitor, satellite imagery. That's the newest insurance. I was told it was $90 an acre or something to buy. Well, if I had $90 an acre, I could care less if it was a drought. Just, I mean, what little I'm doing right now, I could sign up for any welfare program there is, but I don't do it. I mean, I raise my own meat, my own food for the most part. I do it because I love farming, not for the money. There's other people that are the opposite.
I appreciate that. And I have another question, but truly, it really is a repeat of Chairman Drozdoff's question to you. We're here, we have the agriculture sector in front of us today. They are the #1 consumers of water in the state of Nevada. So, again, kind of repeat, are you aware of things? And I would ask this of subsequent farmers that come up here. Are there glaring things out there that are not being done, either whether it's by the farmers themselves or whether it's by any of us up here, that just sticks out like, you need to change this? Because this is an obstacle to us. Whether it's regulatory issue, whether it's our farmers doing all they can be doing in terms of soil treatments, and I know just enough about these silica chips, I think is what they are, to be dangerous, but you kill them in the ground, they hold the water until the plant needs them and releases it, and it helps the system. Are there glaring things that we need to know about that we can pursue in an initiative over the next couple of years?
Oh, the interesting thing, you brought up the silicon deal. I have played with that a little bit years ago because I have real sandy soil. So there's times we used, and I don't remember the name of it, but it was a polymer. They only actually last in the soil for, I don't know, it's a month or two, at least at that time. Maybe they have something better now. But the cost was so prohibitive. That's the problem with most of the stuff. Even your pesticides, a lot of your manufacturers base their pricing on what they feel they can charge and get away with it. I mean, if they feel that you're gonna gain $50 a ton on your alfalfa, they'll charge you 45. It's just not, so many things are prohibitive, and the government puts out a lot of this stuff, like their drought stuff. It doesn't help anybody, at least in Nevada. It's geared towards the Midwest. There's stuff you can do, whether you can afford to do it. There's, a lot of it's dollars, but it takes, I don't know, there's things you could do, but and rewarding somebody for doing some of the conservation may help. It may help the guy that has plenty of money. The guy that's small, it's a lot tougher. You can't afford the equipment practically to farm small acreage nowadays, when there's tractors that are $500,000. So, I mean, it's crazy. You used to be able to buy a big tractor for a little over $100,000. So, I'm sure there's stuff I can't tell you what they are. It's really tough. Every individual has a different situation. It's just real hard to go and say, oh, this will work for everybody. It doesn't do it.
That's probably a fair, like I said, obviously, you see things similarly. It's probably a fair point for future speakers as well to try to perhaps identify early out if there's something dramatically missing. We'd like to hear about it.
We know for the most part that we use the water to farm. I mean, that's nothing we don't know. But I don't know. At the present time, the United States, we do a better job than probably any other country at producing our food. I guess if you want to get it all from South America and take the chance of the pesticides or whatever issues there are, hey, that's,
I don't think that's our goal.
Yeah, no, but I mean, we try to use it as efficiently as we can. It just doesn't, I mean, there's guys that waste water. I've seen it. It happens. It's not a perfect, nothing's perfect. So.
All right, well, we really appreciate your time. Thank you very much. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask both Sam Ratson and Mr. McGlatney to come up if they're here, and since there's 2 seats at the table.
Just an update on the connection. For those of you that are on the outlying areas, you may have briefly lost connection. We've talked to Nishi, and they're rebooting some of those connections where there's I think it's a data load in the line or whatever that voodoo IT stuff is. So you may have dropped off for 30 seconds, or you may soon drop off for 30 seconds. Don't panic, you'll be bumped back on, but it's trying to refresh your connection.
And I would ask if there's still a glaring technical problem, just chime in. All right. So seeing none, I don't care. Mr. Lattin, do you want to go first?
Sure. My name is Rick Lattin, spelled Lattin. I'm a family farmer from Fallon, Nevada. Our farm has been in existence since 1909, over 100 years in the valley. Our motto on our farm is we grow food and family fun. We're a direct marketing farm. We have a commercial kitchen on our farm where we make our own jams and jellies and pickles. We also are a public water system out there because we have a restaurant, so we've dealt with all the water people in the state. We grow 45, I think we're right at 45 different crops on the farm, from asparagus to zucchini. We are a direct marketer. We sell through community-supported agriculture, farmers markets, wholesale, Whole Foods, natural grocers, places like that. We're a small farm, 350 acres of alfalfa and small grains, and the other 50 acres supports our direct marketing. I'm also on the board of directors of the Nevada Grown Farmers Association. The question was asked, what can be done to help the farmers? As speaking for the small farmers in Nevada Grown, the number one thing people can do to help the farmers is to buy from them. Shop at farmers markets, go to the stores and restaurants to support us. go on our Nevada Grown Facebook page and click and see where you can find local stuff and buy it. So, done with the commercials, I'll talk to the questions we had. The first one was how drought has affected the agricultural industry. And fortunately, Dave and Daryl have covered that, so I only have 4 short things to say. Number one, loss of income. I didn't want to look at my taxes this year. I finally did to see how much money I lost last year. And it's in the 6 figures. Inability to plan for the future. One of the things a consistent long-term drought does to us is we don't know what it's going to be like next year. And so sometimes that happens. Increased costs. I've got 3 people on the farm today chasing water, changing pipes around, trying to get what little water we have to our most valuable crops, letting the others die. And I think the other thing, I've worked part-time with the Cooperative Extension and their Beginning Farmer and Rancher program. And I work as a farm mentor, trying to help new people getting in. It's a wonderful program. And in Nevada, the average age of the farmers is too old. And with the drought situation and we just don't know what's happening, and it's hard to get young people coming in when they don't know what's going to happen. And anything we can do to make that a little easier. What has the industry done to respond to the drought was the next question I was asked. And I've been talking about this for 25 years. It just seems like one of the things the general public doesn't understand is most, if not all of us Nevada farmers, guess what? We know we live in a low water state. We know we live in a state that's subject to drought. What have we done over the years? We've been responding, planning, implementing. I was looking the other day, we've got on our farm, we've got concrete structures built in 1935. I've got my grandmother's initials in boxes we built to hold water, dated in 1937. In 1959, my dad and my uncle developed a system of laying concrete ditches that they could do within the NRCS, or the predecessor to NRCS's limitations, so they didn't have to pay for them, which they didn't like, but they did them anyway. We built concrete ditches. We put in underground systems. We've gone on our farm. I'll talk about our farm. We are probably the first farm in northern Nevada converted to drip irrigation. We grow all of our row crops essentially under a drip irrigation, and we put a plastic mulch cover over the drips. We have a machine that lays the tape and the mulch together. The mulch holds the water under the soil. The drip provides plant water just for what that plant needs. We're able to grow high-value crops with half the water that we would use with higher value or lower value crops. By converting this to more intensive farming practices, one of the things I preach to anybody that will listen is if you want to use less water, one of the options is to convert to crops that have more value per acre foot of water used. Don't get lost in the thing of, does it use less water? Look more at the economics of it. If you want to keep farmers on the land, they've got to be able to bring in money. And if you can convert crops that will give you $20,000 of return per acre foot of water, that's much better than a crop that will give you $1,000 per acre foot of water. So that's what we've been looking at. Look to new technology and research and adapt and trial new methods, activities, and products. It was so wonderful hearing Dr. Payne talk about how they're increasing the number of people at the university that can do that. We, as a certified organic grower, we get every snake oil salesman west of the Mississippi coming by our farm and telling us this will cause you to use less water, this will cause you to use less water. We don't know. We need to have that set up within the state of the folks at the universities and the cooperative extensions and the departments of agriculture that can tell us farmers, this will work This is trial and true, it will work. Because farmers will adapt and they will adopt if they know that's going to work. The other thing we've done, and I think we were probably the first people to do it in the Fallon area, we've converted to high tunnels and hoop houses. We've got 19 covered structures on our farm where we grow all our tomatoes and those crops through intensive cover cropping, turning the cover crops into the soil, growing under the drip systems with the plastic mulch. We're able to produce 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times the amount of crop per unit of water used within those systems. Across the United States, you see high-value crops being converted to this technology all over. It's the #1 growing technology around is covering crops. So, and the last question is what obstacles? You got two. You've got the drought itself and the cost of conversion, and then you've got the political drought. I think over the years, the political drought's more important than the other drought. And that is, do we want to keep a farming industry? Can we talk to the bureaus of reclamation and folks like that? Is farming valuable? Should we be growing our own food? And we think, yes, we should be doing that. And we have to convince the public that that's what we need. That the use of that water for agriculture is a valid use. There are some people in the federal system that feel it's unethical and immoral to grow crops in the desert. Well, maybe it's unethical and immoral to live here, but we choose to live here, so we have every right to grow our own food here. So, thank you.
Thank you, really appreciate your comments. I think we'll ask questions individually. So are there questions for Mr. Latin?
Mr. Latin, I really appreciate your comments. And so as I'm listening to you, and I am not a farmer, I asked myself, so why aren't there more farmers converting to these high-value crops that use less water and making more money? And I heard you talk about the cost of conversion, so there's obviously a cost associated with it. But if you're making more profit, then that makes sense. Kind of a real ignorant question of mine is, so why don't we see more of that?
Well, I think it goes back to farmers traditionally have done what's called commodity crops. They're farmers. They put something in the ground, they grow it, it gets sold as a commodity. They aren't involved with the marketing and the other aspects of it. If you convert into higher value crops, one of the first things we found at the Specialty Crop Institute, which is teaching this stuff at Western Nevada College, is most farmers, small farmers in the state, do not have payrolls now. They're run by the farmers and their families. If you get into high value crops, you've got to get business permits, you've got to hire people, you've got to put together workers' comp systems and insurance and liabilities, and a lot of them are just really afraid of taking that step into a business. And the higher value crops, you got to become a salesman and a marketer to do.
But whose requirements are those? What make you to get all those?
Well, that's just part and parcel of starting a direct marketing business.
I see.
Typically, farmers don't do that. They sell, alfalfa farmers sell to other farmers, essentially. Corn and grain farmers sell to other farmers. But you get into specialty crops, then you have to develop a market that puts you more in a business mode than a farming mode.
So you said, I think you said 50 acres of your 300 or 350?
Yeah.
Is the high value crop?
Yeah.
Is the remainder, I think you said you were growing alfalfa.
Yeah.
Is that kind of your climate buffer? Is that the remainder? Or why haven't you converted more to high value?
I'd have to hire more people and develop more markets and work harder. And I think that's one of the reasons why, in fact, this is the discussion we have with our family every year about this time of year. Say, let's take all these damn vegetables out and put it all in alfalfa and run it ourselves and get rid of all this stuff we have to do. if you're doing high-value crops, a 10-acre farm, a 20-acre farm is a good-sized farm. So in fact, I get 75% of my income off 10% of my property. That's just the way. Of course, I've got a lot more expenses on that, but you wouldn't need as many acres farmed, and that's another thing we talked about in our community, in the small farm community. You could, as a farmer, grow on less acreage, because we know one thing that I think, at least in my opinion, is there's going to be less acreage in alfalfa and agriculture in general. You're not going to add 50,000 people to the workforce of Reno without getting water from somewhere. And where's it going to come from?
I have a question. So when did you and your family convert to drip irrigation for these row crops?
We started the drip irrigation started in 1992. In 1989, our farm was waterlogged, and we put in tile drains to pick up the water from beneath the alfalfa fields, and we're dumping them into the drains. In 1992, we had no water to irrigate with, and we were dumping 300 gallons a minute of excess water into the drains. And being rocket scientists, we said, hey, you know, we got water that we're wasting, and we heard about drip irrigation, so we converted that year during that drought, and it was a fantastic success, and we've been improving that ever since. So drought did force us into that process. If we were going to pay our lease payments that year, we were going to have to grow a crop that we could do with 300 gallons a minute rather than, you know, what you have to do with alfalfa.
So by converting that, did you ultimately use less water going forward than you were using before?
We used, well, you know what, I don't know how much to say here. You know, there's water and there's water. And the water we use for our drip is essentially water that we've already purchased and run across an alfalfa field and picked up and reused in a drip system. And so we don't have to go out and find water for that. And so historically, we haven't done a lot of comparisons of how much water we use and things like that, because we're saying we're kind of recycling that. We did have to have the Truckee Carson Irrigation District have a board meeting on our farm and look at what we were doing to make sure it was all legal and okay. But that's what we did. Since then, we've purchased some additional groundwater so that we can do that. That's one of the disadvantages of direct farming is you know, most of the water, whether Yerington or Fallon or except for the Yerington and groundwater, it's not available 10 months out of the year. And we sell crops 10 months out of the year, so we have to have water for a 10-month season.
Thank you.
We plant spinach next week. So.
Rick, I have a question about how this drought is different than the early 90s drought. And
how this drought is different, it's more persistent and consistent. For example, I filed for crop insurance on my silage corn, and they based my insurance on the second year of the drought's yield. And so my insurance went down because we'd done a 4-year drought, and so my yield figures came out of that drought figure. I think what's bad for us, we're used to 1 year, but 4 years, how it's hurt us is crop rotations. We've got 225 acres of alfalfa in that should have been rotated out. We can't rotate it out and plant again. When we get water, we're going to have to redo our fields. We're going to have to tear them up. There's going to be a significant cost to us of re-gearing up to get the yields we need to get, because we've just hunkered down and fallowed and kept the ground in alfalfa that long past when we should. So,
do you feel like there's increased water demands due to increased growing season lengths? Have you guys
experience that on the ground or feel that?
Well, I'm in Fallon, and we have the most litigated water in the country. And actually, we use so much less water than we did 50 years ago. It's incomparable. It's just incomparable how much less water we use. In fact, I had that down here to talk about. Inefficiency in ag systems supports wetlands, homeowner wealth, wildlife, pollinator habit. As a kid on the farm, we had sloughs, we had drain ditches, we had sand hills, we had a whole. But we changed all that with using less water. It only goes to the specific crop in the specific place, and so we use a ton less water. What I was saying about converting to the high-value crops, I don't think you need more water, but you need a different season water. For example, in Fallon, they turn the water on April 15th in a normal year and turn it off November 15th. That doesn't work for us. That's why we purchased a little groundwater so that we could grow the spinach and the kale and the lettuce and the things that we plant and harvest in December. But you don't need hardly any water. It's a tiny, tiny amount of water you need, but you need some water in that period of time. For us that are on those systems where the canals are dry.
All right, well, like I said, I really appreciate your time. I know it's a tough time of year to come, so thanks. I am going to move to Mr. Ratson, and just for everybody's benefit, I need to make a quick call, so John Isming, the Vice Chair, will run the meeting until I return. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, before I begin and introduce myself, a housekeeping question. I believe, and correct me if I'm incorrect, that each of the committee members should have before them a presentation, and I apologize, there may be some errors and some pages out of sync. I don't think there are, but there may be. This presentation was originally put in a PowerPoint format so that it could be sent out to the satellite meeting areas and available here as well. But in transferring it from a PowerPoint to a printed, we did have some problems. I asked my secretary what the issue was. She said she was having problems with her server. I said, well, what's the problem? She says, I don't know. Our server is located in a bathroom stall somewhere in Denver, Colorado. So hopefully we'll go with that. I don't believe I need to address the first question that was asked of presenters for today's presentations. To do so would be to merely restate the obvious and the impact of the drought in all sectors of Nevada. So if I may go to the, and just a brief introduction then, I'm sure you're all familiar with some of the products that are produced or have their source or origin at Winnemucca Farms. We, of course, are the source for these types of products, and we'll talk about diversity during this presentation, and the fact that one of the impacts of the drought has caused us to need to diversify in a number of ways. And so these products, such as the Paradise Valley all-natural instant mashed potatoes, have gone away, and they're no longer being produced in Nevada. We've had to move that production up to sister processing plants in Idaho. And so those of you who are planning your summer outings and family reunions and so on, and you need high quality foods, certainly rather than, you may not find the Paradise Valley Creamy Mash, but you'll find the Idahoan all-natural instant mashed potato products there for you. But that, and as well as the Pringles, we've had to move the sourcing for that product from Nevada to sister plants in production facilities in Idaho. So that is certainly a definite impact on some of the economic activity that had been taking place in Nevada. Now, all is not complete, but because of that diversity that we've introduced on our farm, you can now go into your stores and purchase the Calbee Snappy products, which are sourced on Winnemucca farms. I particularly like the wasabi ranch. I find that some of the best of the flavors. If I could call the committee's attention to this slide in your packet, the drought certainly causes a change or would require a change in the business model in agriculture. And some of those changes would have to take place, and I might add that the changes, the conservation practices and technology activities that we've introduced, we've actually introduced those many years prior to the onslaught of this current drought, because they make good business sense. And as Latin Farms mentioned, farmers are in the business, although many times they don't think so, that they are in the business to try and make a profit. So one of those is conservation practices. But again, if you get too far into a drought, asking any user to conserve more water is like asking a starving man to fast more. You reach a point where it just doesn't work. You can cease or minimize operations. You can change your business model, and diversify, and that's what we decided to do, again, prior to even this drought, because we saw stress upon the entire water system in the state of Nevada. And so we've changed our cropping pattern. For instance, we've gone from an emphasis of potatoes to an emphasis of peas. Why so? Because potatoes in general would take perhaps 35 inches of water, where a crop of peas would take perhaps 18 to 19 inches of water, and yet we are able to market and develop contracts that allow, in general, the same return for that. So those are the kinds of things that we've done there. Now, Winnemucca Farms searching out the best technologies possible, and again, as Latin Farms mentioned, in response to some of the questions posed to him, farmers will do these kinds of things if they can, but damn, they are expensive. So one of the things, or a number of the things that we've done, you'll find on this particular slide. Now, these are not necessarily unique to us, but I think the combination that you see, for instance, well metering. The state engineer has required meters on all pumps or wells this year in a wide irrigation area. We've had meters on our wells for a number of years, and we used ultrasonic flow meter monitoring to double check those, as well as variable frequency drives, low pressure nozzle replacements every 3 years. This is something that you generally don't find in pivot irrigation, is a 3-year replacement of very expensive nozzle packages. We use aerial and other overhead monitoring. We have on-site weather tracking, and we use pivot mapping, variable rate irrigation, biofumigants, and hands-on sampling as well as that. Again, the following slides that are just included for examples, changing out and having different types of cultivation practices on the farm that trap and conserve water. Then this particular slide, from our headquarters on our farm location, we can monitor and control all 135 of our pivots. And this is a snapshot of a computer screen. The next slide you will see is that monitor can call up on these two, and we have multi-sites on our farms in 2 different valleys. But a controller can call up and determine the status and irrigation overall of everything that is taking place on our farm. And not only in a general sense, but in a specific sense. For instance, he can call up, as this slide shows, a specific pivot. And he has general information on the status of that pivot. But if he wants even more detailed information, he will go to a screen, and that will show him the detailed status of that pivot, the direction, if that pivot is on, the direction that it is traveling. Where in the pivot is that pivot at? The gallons that is flowing, and so on.
That's right, when you're at 8 minutes.
Thank you. Then quickly, you can go through the rest of the slides. Again, they show the technology. We detail each pivot specifically. We know the specific soil type and makeup of each specific pivot, so that it can be, the computer can control the irrigation that takes place on that pivot for the crop. In addition, as you go through the slides, you'll see the status of the wells, so how much the well is producing, the temperature of the water, the ambient air temperature, the evapotranspiration that's taking place. Then to close out and sum, what do we recommend? Well, you'll see the last two slides have our recommendations. Basically, we can only go so far. And Mr. Vice Chairman, I do not denigrate or wish to insult anybody on the committee, but we have repeatedly, Winnemucca Farms has repeatedly and frequently made requests to the state engineer's office for more snowpack and rain, and he has not delivered. We find that very disheartening and very unprofessional on his part. So only from the grace of heaven and the Lord above are we going to have relief from this drought. So what we have on the last slide is are some of the thoughts. I would call the committee's attention to the water forfeiture issue, the pumping of supplemental rights when there is not a need to. Also note the legislation that has been introduced in California, as well as the need for additional storage capacity within the state. And we would suggest a aquifer storage and recovery system. And the last point then is shortly this afternoon, we believe that you will find of interest the presentation by Professor Mike Young. We think that this drought has brought up or highlighted a management issue within the state that the present water law, as well as it has served us in the past, is not able to address. And Professor Young will be briefing you on a open market-based management system that we think would be very beneficial to the state, and it is being, we hope we will have a test project in Diamond Valley on that shortly. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Questions from the forum? Thank you very much, gentlemen.
I just have one quick question.
Martin?
Can I the things that you're talking about in terms of water management and crop management on Winnemucca Farms are pretty technologically, I think, complex. And I wondered how long a period of time it took you to identify those options, try them out, figure out which ones not only work, but which ones are have an expense that's manageable in terms of your bottom line.
Well, thank you for the question. Mr. King, the state engineer, asked about technology, for instance, silicon chips in the soil and things of this nature. We are constantly evaluating, because we have a fairly wide network of sister companies that are involved in the Midwest and in the West, and as well as overseas, that are exposed to these different types of technologies. And so we investigate them, we determine their applicability, if they have any viability and applicability to our situation here in the West. And some technologies that work very well in the Midwest really would not be appropriate here. But as I've mentioned, we have adopted these technologies long before, and these practices long before the onslaught of this most recent drought. And we do so because we believe that they are the best management practices that are economically possible for us and can make a return. For instance, in water efficiencies, we believe that some of these water practices can make a return of perhaps 15% of our water in certain instances. And in this case, water, as a business, water means money to us. And so that's how we approach it.
No. I guess he's back about all the time. So Matt McKinney with the Bethany branch on the First Lake with the Indoor Agricultural Association. If Mr. First Lake is not here, then maybe Joe Sidney with the State Conservation Commission. McKinney, want to go ahead?
Yes, my name is Matt McKinney. I'm general manager of Bentley Ranches, based in Minden, Nevada. I'd like to echo what most everybody else has said before. Water is important. It's what we live on. Like Winnemucca Farms, we're very similar to them, not quite their size. We put a lot of money into technology to conserve and utilize as much water as we have. One of the things that we're doing somewhat different than a lot of people is we have propagated and developed a lot of different sources of water. Surface water is our main source. We use fresh water storage. We have our own private reservoir. We've developed partnerships with local municipalities for effluent use and built reservoirs for that, to use effluent water in irrigation, and we do have a few wells. One of the things we try to do is conserve every resource we have and utilize it to the best of our ability. And through that, much like Winnemucca Farms, we have a SCADA system with pivots, and we can tell the depth of the reservoir, how much acre feet there is in each reservoir through that pivot. On my computer, my phone, pull it up here and play with it right now. But that's very important to us because that's our lifeblood. Water is what makes things grow. We're diversifying. We have diversified in the past, and we're diversifying more. We're doing more farm to glass projects. We're developing our own distillery. Instead of farm to fork, we're going to go farm to glass. Developing more grains to make whiskeys, bourbons, gins, and things like that. There's some others, Frey ranches out in Helen are also doing the same thing. So that's kind of the background of what we do. The most important thing I think I do in my job, we farm 6,000 acres and run about 1,500 head of cattle. But my most important part of my job is water rights and dealing with Mr. King's office. That's probably more important to our operation than the real estate we own, because that's what makes that real estate work. We work really well with them, I hope. I think we have a good relationship with them. And we trade back and forth information. They come to us for information that they didn't have, and I'm more than willing to give it to them, as long as it goes back and forth. So, one of the things that we're seeing is, as an agricultural operation in a very urban setting, Douglas County is very urban now, is that we're under a microscope, much like Lyon County with Yerington and Smith Valley and their water curtailments. We're under a microscope. Everybody has an opinion as to what we're doing. And as a drought forum, as state agencies, if you guys could help us when the homeowner calls and says, hey, this guy's over pumping, this guy's doing this, he's doing that, and you're going to say, no, he's not. He's doing what he's allowed to do. That we get a lot of those phone calls. I got blamed that the roads in Douglas County are all falling apart because I pumped all the groundwater out and the ground is falling apart. Not that Douglas County hasn't fixed the road in 10 years. You know, that's a lot of the interaction that we deal with, that a lot of people in more rural parts of Nevada do not have to deal with. And state agencies, especially Carson City, you guys are all based out of there, you get a lot of pressure from that. And if you guys could help out more and say, no, these guys are doing okay, they're doing what they're supposed to do, you know, that would make a big difference for us. And we understand we're under a microscope, and we welcome that. We have no problems with that. And we do tours of the ranches, and I talk to lots of people about water and water use. You know, on the flip side of that, I'd like to see them under the microscope more. You know, residential houses on 5 acres, 10 acres, how much are they pumping? Are they monitored? You know, we in agriculture are. Well, we know that very well, but are they? You know, it's one of those both ways goes pretty well. One of the things we have kind of run into this year because of the microscope is getting some decisions out of Division of Water Resources. They've been a little slow coming through. I totally understand it. We got to make sure everything is right before they come out with that decision, but they have affected us. You know, we asked to move a well, and we haven't got the decision yet, and it's too late. You know, I'd love to have that well in May. You know, it was the best of right well, could have put it to use, but we didn't have that decision. It's now August, season's pretty well over. You know, one of the other unique things that we deal with is our watershed is a federal watershed. And we get to deal with the federal water master on our surface water rights and the state. You know, so we have to jump through both hoops. And that's something unique to our area, the Walker River Basin and everything like that. And the correlation between the surface water and groundwater. And one of the things that was asked before is, can we bring any ideas to the table to help us out in the future? Is my idea is if and when El Nino shows up, and we have lots of flood water, have we looked into direct injection back into the groundwater system? Can we turn these wells around and fill this aquifer back up? Especially in the Walker River Basin. You know, they're in a lot worse shape groundwater than we are. Can we turn it around and utilize it? You know, that's a bigger decision than this table, than this conference. That goes federal. But is it something we've looked at? You know, as far as a agriculture operation, you know, we work really hard to match our use of our resources. You know, in the past 3 years, we've sold cattle because we haven't had enough resources to keep the cow herd going. We followed fields. We've changed ideas. Like Mr. Lattin said, I have some 15-year-old alfalfa that should have come out 2 years ago, but we didn't do it, knowing we didn't have the water to replant next year or the year after. And in farming and agriculture, we make decisions today that will affect us a year, 2 years, 3 years down the line. And it's really hard wondering if we're going to get cut on groundwater. Is the Lyon County Walker River going to flow over into Douglas County? You know, I talked to the state engineers. They said, no, you guys are okay right now. I said, well, right now. What about next year, the year after? You know, the sooner we can get inklings to what may happen to us, you know, we can make decisions to go from there.
Thank you very much. Questions from this committee?
I have a question about the recharge comment, and it's something that we've talked about before, and it's a real interesting and obvious thing to do. When you have flood water, put that water in the ground. When you have the water, put it in the ground. And one of the challenges, I think, is the infrastructure to do that, especially in the conversion from flood to pivot. I mean, flood irrigation is obviously the most economically feasible way to recharge the aquifer. You got the water spread it around. But with pivots, how do you do that easily without big investments to, pipes, things like that. What's the practicality of doing something like that on the Bentley Group specifically?
Yeah. My thought in throwing that, direct injection back in is, turn the 2 or 3 wells that we have, our supplemental wells, turn them around. Turn that pipeline around and shut the water back down into the ground. Flood irrigation does work. There's no argument that infiltrates and that will get down in there. Where pivot irrigation does not put as much water on there, we don't have the runoff or the infiltration as deep as flood irrigation does. But there's other ways. There's a lot of reservoirs in the area that have been dried up that we can put back into use. We know there's one out on East Valley that leaks like a sieve. That's the reason it's not in use today, because it wouldn't hold the water. Well, if we have flood water and we have a federal decision to use it, let's put it back in there. Let it leak back into the groundwater, especially if it's fresh water. There's a lot of options, and it's more specific to the ground, to each area, but it's just something I didn't know if we thought about if we'd worked with the federal water masters on, can we force ourselves to replenish the groundwater quicker than Mother Nature does? Because we know we use it a lot quicker than Mother Nature does.
Thanks. Okay, thanks, Mr. McKinney. Joe, I think we're going to let you wrap up this session, okay?
Good afternoon, Chairman Rosas and the rest of the committee. We appreciate you taking time today to hear all our stories, and there's been a lot of good ones here. My name is Joe Sicking, that's S-I-C-K-I-N-G, and I'm Chairman of the State Conservation Commission. As many of you know, the Commission works and assists with 28 conservation districts throughout the state. All of them provide locally led elected leadership on renewable natural resources in Nevada. They all serve as volunteer supervisors, but they do their best to help their communities address some of the most important issues of the day. Of course, water and the related use of it is always one of the most important natural resources areas, particularly in Nevada. The current level of drought, stretching now well over 4 years, has led many of its traditional users to conserve, use less water, or some not even have water to use. In order to remain productive in a drought-stricken state such as Nevada is currently, most agricultural producers have done everything that they can do to continue their operations and yet remain economically viable. With the help of NRCS, some producers have been able to convert from flood irrigation, center pivot, laser level their fields, or renozzle their pivots, as I talked about earlier. This option, even a large investment for the producer, does provide significant water savings as well. Some operators leaving some of their fields fallow, others have done so not by their choice but due to the fact they simply don't have enough water to use. It is not uncommon these days to have producers leave their grain crops in a year or two longer during the normal rotation between alfalfa and grain, since this allows for a lower use of irrigation water. Others are trying different crops that are water efficient or use less water as well. Grains such as teff, as well as others, use significantly less water, provide a cash grain crop as well as useful forage, as the producer chooses to use such. Some simply till it back into the soil, which provides less water usage in the coming years because it creates more organic matter in the soil. So that's kind of like your soil ownership. The Conservation District themselves have been actively working on developing projects that would help Nevada's waterways to be more efficient and effective to store water on the land longer and help in putting those waterways into proper functioning condition. The district I serve on, Paradise Sonoma in Humboldt County, has partnered with the Hawaii Conservation District in Elko County and applied for a Conservation Innovative Grant through NRCS. If we are successful in obtaining this grant, and we won't know until the middle of next month, it will allow us to put many miles of the Little Humboldt River, portions of both the North Fork and South Fork, into proper functioning condition. This project will help keep what little water we receive in these drainages in a time of drought on the land longer and allow it to be used more efficiently. It also has a side benefit in improving the habitat for the greater sage-grouse, which we all know is a big issue these days. The State Conservation Commission, in partnership directly with the Nevada Association of Conservation Districts, as well as many others, including the Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Forest Service, and Nevada Division of Forestry, just to name a few, has also applied for another grant known as the Regional Conservation Partnership Grant through NRCS. This 5-year grant, again, if we're successful, will provide about $19 million worth of planning and work done throughout the state. The first couple of years will be spent on developing conservation and resource management plans known throughout the country as an extremely collaborative process for each of the 28 districts. The following few years will be spent putting these projects developed through the planning process on the ground. We anticipate that with the water issues being front and center, many of these top-ranking projects will be water conservation related. All of these management tools are effective in reducing water consumption for irrigation. However, there is a legal issue that arises with the Nevada water law. Producers have come to refer to this as a use it or lose it regarding water rights. The current statutes provide that if a producer doesn't use their agricultural water rights for a period of time, the state can regain and reappropriate those rights. Therefore, if the producer uses good, efficient management techniques such as some of those mentioned above and reduces the water use, by example, 20%, he could legally lose that amount of water rights. For a field that's been permitted for 20 acre-feet of water, this could be a loss of 4 acre-feet of water on an annual basis. This reduces the value of the overall operation. And if he does that on a number of fields, the negative effect of that value adds up quickly. This needs to be changed as soon as possible, and I suggest that there be a moratorium or some way to stop it. I mean, we can't wait for this next legislative session, and I think that, anyway, in closing, I'd like to thank the members of the committee for their service and attention to this critical issue that is on everyone's mind. I would also like to thank Governor Sandoval for his work in bringing this forward as an important issue for his administration. I would offer the assistance of the Conservation Commission as well as the individual districts in addressing this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Joe? Thanks, Joe, and certainly your call to take a look at the use it, as you put it, the use it or lose it section is definitely one we'll take seriously.
And I would suggest if you do this to get the word out to because there's people that are considering just leaving their water running to use up their water and make it advertised.
Other questions for Joe?
I have a question. You saw the previous presentation from Nevada Farms, which I think is really interesting because of a pretty intensive application of technology for water, soil, and crop management. And I wondered if that's the kind of thing that's within reach of a lot of the people you're talking about.
A lot of it is not, no. The smaller operations which can't justify it. A lot of ranchers don't even have pivot irrigation. I mean, their water is strictly surface water, or they have a well to supplement their existing rights. And you get in a situation like that where you don't have control over the water like one of my farms. I mean, they're strictly wells and pivots, and with all the technology we can do that where smaller operations can't. Thank you.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is that represented the last speaker for this sector. Before we kind of figure out what to do, I'm obviously very aware of the noon hour. Our next two sectors were non-government organizations and tribes. And I know that those folks are not, they're not in this room. So I'd like to ask them to come in and talk with them a little bit about what's going to work best for them about, proceeding or not proceeding. Obviously, I want to make sure we get through the day, but I don't want anybody to feel like they were not given the time they need. And really, the questions boil down to, do we just proceed through? Do we try to take a short break for a brief lunch? Yeah. So Abby, if you guys can just kind of come up here and kind of let me know. It's 12:15. We want to hear from NGOs and tribes. Wes, tell me how you guys want to proceed. And I'm happy to do anything. If you don't care, that's fine.
I have a short presentation. I was planning on being here all day. I wasn't aware of what exactly.
Yeah, no, I
didn't get any information on it, so I figured it was this morning.
Yeah,
so.
Well, it was hopefully going to be. We've just been it's been very busy, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
I've been planning to be here all day too, so if you guys want to break for lunch, that's fine with me.
All right, Abby.
All day.
All right, Mike.
That's fine.
All right, so why don't we break for a let's call it 30 minutes, and we'll come back, and Abby, we'll start with the NGO group, and then we'll go to the tribe. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so I think we want to try to get the meeting going again. I know we have two speakers here in Sparks.
Is Jennifer Pitt with EDF in Las Vegas?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can. So Jennifer, if it's all right with you, I think what I'll do is let the two folks in Sparks go, and maybe let you go last, unless you want to do it differently.
No, it's fine. Thanks.
Okay. So, Michael, why don't we start with you?
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the panel. My name is Michael Cameron. I'm here representing the Nature Conservancy. We are a science-based international conservation organization. We've been working in Nevada for roughly the past 50 years to conserve lands and waters on which both people and wildlife depend. And appreciate the opportunity to be asked to come and speak today. I'll take the three questions that we were put in order. And regarding the first question on Nevada's environment and the drought, I'm just going to present a few kind of informational pieces that Nevada ranks 11th in the nation in terms of overall biodiversity. We have a lot at stake. We also rank 5th in the nation in terms of the number of species extinctions to date. More than 70% roughly of Nevada's plant and animal species depend on wet areas, rivers, lakes, springs, seeps, wetlands, and meadows at some point of the year or some part of their life cycle. These areas once represented an estimated 3% of the Nevada land area, but are now down to 1%. Wildlife and ecosystems that depend on water are important not only for their own sake, but also for the state's cultural, economic, and recreational vitality. They make our state beautiful, support hunting, fishing, bird watching, and other valuable activities. Our wildlife heritage is at great risk of further loss. Of access of water, whether caused by drought or by unsustainable human uses and alterations to the landscape. I'm going to give a few specifics about this natural heritage. Much of what I'm going to present actually comes from the Nevada Wildlife Action Plan. In the face of drought, plants and animals dependent on snowpack runoff are affected by shorter spring runoff events and lower base flows in later parts of the year. Changes to timing and quantity of surface runoff can adversely affect vegetation and invertebrates needed by waterfowl, shorebirds, and fishes through hotter, drier summers. If desert riparian floodplains cannot be sustained long enough to maintain the regeneration of cottonwood and willow, then associated bird species will be put at risk. Without natural surface flow or groundwater sources that feed springs, wetlands become degraded. Smaller, isolated marsh habitats and springs not associated with larger regional groundwater flow systems are at the greatest risk. Drought also induces higher tree mortality during longer growing seasons, which will increase the size and frequency of wildfire. Regarding the second question of how has TNC addressed drought, Through land protection and habitat restoration efforts, TNC works to make important natural areas more drought tolerant. We are protecting and conserving floodplains, wetlands, springs, and seeps in critical watersheds throughout the state, including the Truckee, Carson, and Walker Basins, Franklin Lake, the Amargosa River, the Muddy River, Las Vegas Wash, and Ash Meadows. We are implementing ecosystem restoration projects that increase the resilience of natural systems to withstand the pressures of drought. For example, we are undertaking floodplain restoration on the Truckee and Carson Rivers, the Amargosa River, and forest restoration in the Truckee headwaters at Independence Lake, which is the drought reserve for the Truckee Meadows Water Authority. The question about what to do, I was pleased to hear earlier the mention of 3M. One thing is we do need to invest in more science in terms of monitoring, managing, and mitigating. We heard the firsthand accounts from agriculture who have such immediate feedback to give you on how drought is affecting them. We don't have quite the immediate feedback with our natural systems. And even then, we don't always understand what are the thresholds when we cross them, and what's the point of no return. So investments in understanding what are the standards for determining the adverse impacts to aquatic-dependent ecosystems is one thing that needs to be done. We also need to model, especially with respect to future impacts of groundwater pumping on water-dependent ecosystems, to understand the groundwater-surface water relationship. When we start seeing the impacts on groundwater-dependent ecosystems due to excessive groundwater pumping, it's probably too late. We need to be able to forecast those effects before they happen. And then monitoring to detect when the ecosystems are approaching those points of no return due to inadequate freshwater supplies. So we need to have better information about how our water-dependent ecosystems are responding to the water that's available. Away from science, we also need to develop new financing methods to maintain and restore the drought resilience of forests, floodplains, meadows, wetlands, and springs. We don't always get bang from the buck with throwing money at problems, but to improve the resilience of our natural systems in Nevada is clearly going to require greater investment. And my final point on what to do is, when we're faced with the need to make investments, to explore green or natural infrastructure solutions before we convince ourselves that concrete and harder infrastructure solutions are needed. And I'll give one example the Nature Conservancy has been involved in just downstream of where we're sitting, with the help of actually the state of Nevada and the federal government. Investments in the lower Truckee River restoration are improving the drought resilience of that system and preventing the need to make expensive investments in wastewater treatment capacity here in the Truckee Meadows. So in many cases, as we're struggling to manage a limited water supply, there are ways that we can use natural solutions before we turn to concrete and hardened infrastructure. So those are my remarks.
Great. So any questions for Michael?
I have one question, Mr. Cameron. It's a little bit departure from your testimony, but does TNC have a position on desalination in terms of whether or not they're an opponent or proponent?
No, I mean, I think as a more large organization, so I can't say I can speak for everything, but we tend to be technology neutral overall, and I think we try to be holistic in terms of understanding trade-offs in terms of the environmental impacts of alternative technological approaches. So we're certainly not closed to looking at it, but the devil's in the details probably in any particular application.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? So before I move to Abby, I did want to make the point that we do, I think you all know this, forum members, we did receive a letter from Bob Fulkerson, the Executive Director of the Progressive Leadership Alliance in Nevada. He was not available to be here today, but that has been provided to all of you, is part of the record, and will be part of our public process. So with that, Abby, I'll go to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Drought Board. My name is Abby Johnson, that's ABBY-JOHNSON, President of Great Basin Water Network. We are a regional, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization dedicated to preserving rural water at its source. Counties, tribes, ranchers, farmers, irrigation districts, small businesses, conservationists, and community members are part of our network. Thank you for inviting us to participate in this meeting. For this process to succeed, we believe it is important for the public and stakeholders to understand what the final work products from the forum will be, how they will be developed and by whom, and how they will be implemented after the summit in an inclusive and effective way. Regarding the first question, drought has put all of Nevada on notice. As the driest state in the nation, we cannot afford to be complacent. The natural environment is struggling to stay in balance in the face of declining precipitation and rising water use. And our message is simple. Drought should not be used as an excuse to sacrifice one part of the state for the other. We are one Nevada and must find solutions so that all parts of the state, including rural areas, can survive and thrive. It should be clear that there is no new water to develop in the West. Major water exportations like the Las Vegas water grab are not viable solutions. They depend on exploitation of the target area by depleting its water supply. This has never been acceptable, and the drought makes this even clearer. Pump and pipe groundwater projects will exacerbate impacts of water shortages from where the water is taken, while subjecting urban ratepayers to exorbitant rate increases. One question we should be asking is this a drought or a more long-term climate change where drier is the new normal? The smart thing to do either way is to adapt with short-term, mid-term, and long-term changes in our water use and planning and management. Will a wet winter deter policymakers from carrying out the systemic planning changes needed to sustain Nevada through future adversity? We hope not. Sustaining the agricultural base, economy, and way of life in Nevada is a necessary part of Nevada's 21st century economy, culture, and survival. Regarding the second question, what have we done? Well, we did a coaster. Our coaster says, no water, no life, no grain, no beer, part of our annual Great Basin water beer tasting in Baker, Nevada. So if you think we just complain, it's not true. We're part of the solution. We oppose and we have a great website. We oppose the Great Basin, the groundwater development project, better known as the water grab, which would bring unacceptable harm to the environment and post senior water rights. Water is not available long-term for massive exploitation, rendering it destructive, unaffordable, and acceptable as an option to address drought or expand supply. We have urged Sunlaw to pursue alternatives to future water supply needs, including desalination and more aggressive conservation. We supported the Nevada State Engineers' legislative proposals to address overpumped basins in the last session. We continue to support changes in Nevada water law that recognize the need for conservation and the importance of water to sustain a healthy environment for wildlife, fish, plants, residents, and tourists. Killing plants to capture water has consequences: erosion, subsidence, and fugitive dust, among others. Regarding the third question, the obstacles for additional water efficiency. SNWA has made admirable progress in water conservation, but the largest city of the driest state, per person water use should be the lowest in the West, but it's about double that of many other Western cities. Sunlaw points out that its use is much lower. Because return flow is factored in. But imagine if they used 100 gallons per person per day instead of 205. With return flow, they'd be the clear leader in the region and able to support additional population on today's water use. Ratepayers in Southern Nevada typically face across-the-board flat rate water increases, removing the conservation incentives that come with tiered water rate increases. Conservation pricing works, and it funds investments in enforcement and incentives. Large water users shouldn't be given a bulk rate. The mixed missions of a water authority to both sell and conserve is not lost on us, and we believe it contributes to mixed messages and actions on conservation. Reuse of wastewater has challenges, but should be part of statewide conservation policies. Graywater and rainwater collection and utilization should be legal and invested in throughout the state. Graywater systems save consumers money and save communities energy and water. Aggressive indoor conservation retrofits mean less demand, resulting in more people being able to live sustainably on water supplies that exist today. Every locality should be setting bold yet reasonable conservation goals. The use it or lose it caveat embedded in Nevada water law, which several other speakers have alluded to, does not provide flexibility for agriculture producers who want to conserve by pumping less in a drought crisis. Change water law to incentivize water savers and exempt them from use it or lose it requirements. The evaporation rates of Lake Mead and Lake Powell are astounding. Pursuing technology to store more water underground is essential. And how about phasing out the ornamental lakes that serve no purpose for the vast majority of residents or tourists, but lose many acre-feet of water to evaporation? Finally and foremost, it is past time for all parts of Nevada to have water-smart growth management ordinances. It is unacceptable, unsustainable, and yes, unhealthy to set no limits on growth in the desert. The public perception is that water conserved will simply be used by developers to support new growth, instead of to protect the environment and preserve quality of life. As in other areas, let's adapt successful approaches by other arid communities to make it work in Nevada. There's a simple question we should be able to answer, but can't. That question is, how many people can today's proven water supplies and conservation techniques support? Nobody has a spotless record on water use, but now we have enough information in front of us to make a clear choice between gambling the future of our environment and economy on growth and water theft, or showing the responsible restraint needed to guarantee future generations can enjoy a Nevada whose character is largely preserved. We hope this forum will help our state to make the right choice. Thank you for inviting us.
Thanks very much, Abby. Further questions for Ms. Johnson? You know, just I think a couple of people asked that, and you know, I tried to explain a little bit about how these sector meetings will feed into the summit and ultimately a follow-up meeting and then a report. Obviously, I understand the point of as much inclusivity as possible, and I think, well, and I agree with it. Of course, there's always going to be some level of we have a finite time frame to get some things done. But just so we're clear, what we're attempting to do through this sector meeting and the previous sector meeting is find areas that sort of rise to the top, that there's a level of consistency with. I'll use your point and others about use it or lose it. I mean, I think that has now been made at nearly every meeting that I've gone to. And that is just an example. I mean, I think there were dozens of examples that came up this morning. There were probably dozens of examples that came up at the past meeting. So I think what we're going to, I know what we're going to attempt to do is to identify those areas that there's a level of commonality. 3 days in September is a long time to have a give and take. Now, I know we're always going to be like, well, are the right people going to be, part of that discussion? But and I'm sure we'll probably face some of those dilemmas. But it will be public. They will be very thorough discussions, and I think it'll continue to sort of feed into these sector meetings. Will feed into the summit, which will then feed into the report. And I think, for example, when it comes to if there's legislative action, well, clearly that'll be a year out, and I think there's plenty of time then to try to do some work up front. I know sitting here would greatly prefer and has always tried to do more work up front so that it, you know, when you get to the session, there's a level of agreement. And so that's the general game plan, but certainly more details to come. But I appreciate the comments. And
Mr. Chairman, our point and our concern is that we're not quite sure what, regular people are going to be allowed to do and how they're going to be involved in the summit. For people to drive 8 hours across the state and take 3 days out of their businesses and lives, we're happy to get the word out, but it better be the best 3 days of their lives. You know what I mean?
I do. We will work very hard so that people have a better sense of what those 3 days are and when might be the best day for them to be there. Certainly, if they want to be there for all 3 days, that would be great. I hear what you're saying. I think it's valid. So we work very diligently to make the specifics of the summit known and allow people to know what we're like them, what can be expected of them, and what we can expect from them.
Thank you. And we're eager to help in any way we can. We do have some experience in public involvement, and we're happy to lend that to the effort if that is welcome.
Yeah, and it will be. But I understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Johnson? Okay, so Ms. Pitt, would you care to speak?
Yes, thanks, and I'll check once again. Can you hear me okay?
So far, so good.
Terrific. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jennifer Pitt, and I'm the Colorado River Project Director for Environmental Defense Fund. We're a national conservation organization with long-term focus in the Colorado River, with an interest both in the communities that are urban and rural throughout the basin, as well as for nature. So I'm going to talk about what I know, which is the Colorado River Basin, and I realize that's only a portion of the state of Nevada, but I also know that well more than half of the population of the state of Nevada drinks Colorado River water, has it coming out of their faucets. So I just ask that you shift your focus to that geographical perspective for a moment. So in the Colorado River Basin, drought has actually been taking a significant toll for the past 15 years. And as others have already pointed out, while nature may have been the first water user, it's last in line for water rights because our legal systems don't commit adequate water to preserve river flows in most cases. And at stake, as others have pointed out, I'll say, is not only nature as we know it in the Colorado River Basin, where 70% of all wildlife depends on rivers for some part of their life cycle, but also in the Colorado River Basin, a $26 billion river-based recreation economy that's responsible for more than 250,000 jobs. The river reach most severely impacted by drought is the delta of the Colorado River, and that starts in Arizona and extends about 100 miles down into Mexico until it meets the upper Gulf of California. The delta's wetlands and riverside forests are a rare strip of green in the Sonoran Desert and a critical food source and shelter for more than 380 species of birds that migrate through there or live there permanently, including both endangered species and hundreds of thousands of waterfowl that stop there every year. While water that is stored in the Colorado's reservoirs began to disappear in the year 2000, as yet there haven't been any water shortages imposed on Nevada or other lower basin water users. But impacts to the environment in this case were immediate. Since 2000, with little exception, no water has flowed down the Colorado River into its delta. And as someone said before me, no water, no life. In these last 15 years, we have seen a perilous loss of wetlands, riverside forests and backwaters in the Delta, and a decline in the birds that rely on them. As a last note on the drought's impacts on rivers, I also want to mention that in the upper Colorado River Basin, to the north of you, there are numerous rivers that dry up below water diversions, and drought has increased their number and duration. And dry riverbeds where historically there were perennial flows are a problem for the fish and wildlife that really need water every day to survive. In the Colorado River Delta, to address drought and more broadly the issue of declining water supply as water use in the Colorado River Basin has increased really over the last century, Environmental Defense Fund has partnered with other conservation organizations to dedicate a water supply to support river health. We've gone about this in a variety of ways. We've worked with water managers, including the Southern Nevada Water Authority and the Colorado River Commission of Nevada, to establish a demonstration restoration program under something known as Minute 319, the Colorado River Treaty Agreement that exists between the United States and Mexico and is enforced through 2017. The provisions include a one-time commitment from the two nations to send water, a large volume of water, into the Delta, and this was known as the pulse flow, and it was implemented last year, the spring of 2014, to rejuvenate the Delta's wetlands and forests. Now, the pulse flow is not a panacea. Restoration is going to take water and stewardship efforts sustained over time, but it taught us a lot about how to do it better if we should get the opportunity again, and that flush of water did begin to restore life. It's also worth noting that during the 8 weeks of that pulse flow, there were innumerable children in Mexico who saw and splashed in the Colorado River for the very first time in their lives. Independently, conservation NGOs in 2008 established a private nonprofit water trust in Mexico that acquires from willing sellers shares of Mexico's Colorado River water for the purpose of irrigating restored habitat, and trust water is sustaining the benefits of the pulse flow. Finally, I want to spend some of my time talking about efficiency. On the Colorado River, as in much of the West, we have, in my view, 19th century law, we have 20th century infrastructure, and we have 21st century water needs. Clearly, infrastructure improvements are needed, and many were actually documented in a report called Moving Forward that was prepared by Reclamation in partnership with states, water users, and stakeholders in the Colorado River Basin. And among its findings are that there are significant opportunities to improve ag water use efficiency, productivity, and increased water transfers, that technologies and practices leading to water conservation have already saved substantial Colorado River water, and there are existing utility plans to conserve and reuse more than 1 million acre-feet annually by 2030. In fact, the report notes that in a number of metro areas using Colorado River water, growth has literally decoupled from water use. Over recent decades, utilities are serving larger populations while reducing the total volume of water use. And of course, Las Vegas is one of these metro areas, and the Southern Nevada Water Authority has pioneered new approaches to water conservation that are considered a model on the world stage. Water efficiency is not rocket science, and there are plenty of known and demonstrated technologies and practices that can curb water use. The challenges we face, though, are not the technologies. They're legal and they're economic. Saddled with legacy laws, policies, and multi-party agreements that govern water, in many cases dating back a century, we're challenged to use water in ways that make sense for how we live today. I'm not suggesting that we discard the legal and policy framework. That would be destabilizing and devastating. But I am suggesting that Nevada, along with the federal government and sister states and major water users in the Colorado River Basin, continue and accelerate its modernization. The other major challenge to water use efficiency at scale is figuring out who is going to pay. It stands to reason that the locations where the biggest opportunities remain to improve the efficiency of water use are the places where water is not yet scarce. In these locations, there isn't an incentive for water rights owners to invest in efficiency, notwithstanding the fact that other water rights holders in that same basin may be experiencing shortages. The Southern Nevada Water Authority has partnered to fund and demonstrate something called the System Conservation Pilot Program, where municipal water providers, most vulnerable to shortages because of their junior rights, are paying other water users to conserve. This kind of approach is badly needed to overcome the inflexibility of our legacy laws, and we've got to increase funding for this kind of program. As much as we might wish for federal appropriations, it's probably going to be necessary for ratepayers, every one of us who finds Colorado River water flowing out of our sinks, to pay a bit more for that privilege. Spread across the 36 million people who use Colorado River water, the cost to any one individual should be small. Finally, it's worth noting that in the upper Colorado River Basin, system conservation projects are likely to improve river health. As we modernize laws and agreements to increase water use efficiency, we should be looking for ways to align water management on the one hand with river management on the other. It's our best opportunity to support our communities, both urban and rural, and the healthy rivers that we want for ourselves and for our children. So thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Pitt? Thank you.
Ms. Pitt, this is Jason King, and I asked the same question of Mr. Cameron of the Nature Conservancy, but does your organization have a position on desalination?
We don't have a position, and my personal observation is that it is unlikely the solution to the Colorado River Basin's gap between supply and demand at scale, but in places it can be helpful. There are places where desalination implemented with sensitivity to the intakes and the entrainment issues on wildlife can be a decent solution.
Thank you.
Ms. Pitt, I have a question for you, and I don't want this, I ask it, I don't want this to be provocative. It's an issue that's been obviously on my mind for some time, and I think, your discussion about the water law and antiquated water laws in general. I guess my question is, obviously if you were here, you've heard the debate about, but water law has been around for, 100 plus years, and it's what people rely on. So there is that element. But my question to you is, and I guess I ask this question without, any pretense. I think what happens, because there is some ambiguity in the water law, things almost always end up in courtrooms, and then those legal precedences become yet other things that the state engineer and others have to abide by. And I think that people do, when people are pursuing a legal strategy, they're going to pursue a legal strategy to win, and I get that. And regardless of who wins, my concern always is, well, what did you win? Like whether it's an ag user, a water purveyor, or an NGO. What happens if you set a precedent, you set a legal precedent in order to win in something, but that legal precedent then itself becomes problematic? Is that something that in other areas, and reduces whatever, it causes other unexpected concerns in other areas, and in a dry state like Nevada, creates even less flexibility to deal with the many of the things you talked about? Do you have a position on that?
I don't. I can speak a little bit to it. I don't have experience personally with litigation in the Colorado River or elsewhere. And in large part, that comes from the fact that the problems that I've been working to solve these last 15 years span the U.S.-Mexico border, and there really isn't a legal framework in which to solve those problems. So we had to approach them looking for ways to bring people to the table to work on a collaborative solution. And I'll point out that Nevada, the good folks who represent the state of Nevada in Colorado River policy discussions have quite a bit of experience as well in working collaboratively to solve the challenges of water management in this basin. And there hasn't been a lot of major litigation in the basin, certainly in the 15 years that I've been working on these issues. I know that litigation can be destabilizing. I also know that at times progress can come slowly in water worlds. We joke about it. Things happen in water time, and unfortunately, I think the risk with taking too much time is that you lose things along the way. And of course, the concern to me is that some of the first losses will tend to be in the environmental arena where we don't have legal protections. So, you know, I don't want to dismiss litigation as a strategy. On the other hand, I will say that I do think in the Colorado River Basin, we are making good progress, and I wholeheartedly encourage the state to stand behind their representatives to the Colorado River interstate discussions in searching for more ways to move forward collaboratively, both with states, water users, and stakeholders.
Thanks very much, and I certainly completely concur about the collaborative approach. And I think, you know, obviously we've got lots to cover and critics to, but that I believe that in its infancy, that's what we're trying to do with this, is trying to see if there's a better way or more collaborative way to reach some solutions. But I appreciate your time, I appreciate you here, and thank you.
Well, again, thanks for having me.
All right, thanks. I think we'll move on. So I'd like to hear from tribes. Now I know that there are two folks that I recognize, Wes Williams and Vin Mahali, but I don't know if there are other tribes that would like to speak. If there are, please feel free to come in. And we'll start with Wes and Vin, but if there's other folks that want to come in and speak, please do.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is Delane Spilsbury in Ely.
Would you like?
I'd like to speak.
Which tribe would you? That's fine. Which tribe are
Ely Shoshone tribe.
All right. I'll tell you what, Ms. Spilsbury. Why don't you go first? Ms. Spilsbury?
Delane Spilsbury, Delaine Spilsbury, a member of the Ely Shoshone tribe. Now this based on thousands of years of living here sustainably in the high deserts, my people. Our winter last year just wasn't. Without the cold-killed pine beetles last winter, the tree kill has been substantial. Recently, the regional crop of pine nuts, which was our staple in our past, failed for 3 years in a row, which would have been devastating to our ancestors. Without a significant runoff, the SNWA groundwater development project seems less and less feasible. We've noticed the disappearance of some migrant bird species, indicating possible localized extinctions. Quite a few springs and seeps have dried up. Plus, the overpopulation of wild horses had led to even more impacts on the remaining water holes. So in other words, if you look close, The drought has substantially affected us. Had our tribe still been exclusively hunter-gatherers, there wouldn't be many of us left. Unlike Las Vegas, we don't have 70,000 swimming pools. In fact, no one from our tribe has a pool. Unlike Las Vegas, we don't have 40 golf courses. We don't have a golf course. Our tribe has no water parks, no water fountains, no artificial lakes, and I doubt anyone here has more than one shower head per shower. What evaporative losses we do have are from those who have small lawns and gardens, which they water in the summertime. Some of us only have native landscaping, which requires no added water. Many of us still hunt and gather, which is the most sustainable use of Nevada's water. That's how our tribe has been able to get away with it for 10,000 years. This leads to the most important issue our tribe can tell this drought forum. Population growth has its consequences, and in the desert, the consequences of unrestrained growth is that eventually there isn't enough to go around. The most important thing the Drought Forum already knows is that there isn't enough water to go around now. That's why the Drought Forum exists. So it only makes sense that the most important thing the Drought Forum should recommend is to limit population growth in Nevada. Unfortunately, I fear that, as a Native American, my words are doomed to be ignored again. You see, there is a long history of oppression of Nevada's original inhabitants, and there is a long history of disrespect for the opinions of a primitive people who just happen to have lived here sustainably for over 10,000 years. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thanks for attending today. Are there any questions for Ms. Salisbury? All right. Wes, would you like to start?
Sure. My name is Wes Williams Jr. I am a member of the Walker Paiute tribe. I was born and raised on a reservation in Shores. I'm also an attorney. I represent the tribe as well as other tribes here in Nevada. And obviously, my personal viewpoints on the Walker River situation as the way it's affected the tribe there at the Walker River. There are three primary issues that the tribe faces related to the drought, and a lot of them are similar to other users. We have ranchers that are grazing cows, we have farmers who are irrigating, and we have people who used to fish from Walker Lake. So those are the three issues I'm going to address. So first with the grazing, similar to a lot of the off-reservation ranchers, the tribe's grazing has diminished significantly over the last probably 30 years. So 30 years ago, our cattle herds have been reduced probably about 25% of what they used to be. Now it's a very drastic reduction. A lot of that is just from probably climate change, but the drought has had a very significant effect on that as well, and just being able to graze on the reservation. And we have 350,000 acres, so there's a lot of grazing land there, but it's been curtailed quite a bit. I don't think there's that much difference from off-reservation ranchers face the same issues. As far as the tribe's irrigation, we are at the bottom of the Walker River system. So the Walker River flows from California through Smith Valleys, Mason Valleys, hits the reservation, flows through the reservation, and ends at Walker Lake. The Walker River surface water is governed by the federal decree, and the tribe has the singular water right on the river in the decree. What the decree says, the tribe has 26.25 CFS to irrigate 2,100 acres for 180-day irrigation season. So we're only talking 2,100 acres. That's a big farm, or maybe medium-sized farm up in Mason Valley. So we're not huge producers, but we do have quite a few members who rely upon that to make their living. So the way that the drought has affected that, first, if there's no water, there's no water coming down the river. But the one thing that we see is that our 180-day irrigation season has been reduced because there's no water flowing down the river. It's my belief that part of that reason is because of upstream pumping from farmers upstream. I know the state has been working to try to curtail the upriver pumping. I don't know. I haven't been involved in that process too much, so I don't know how that is progressing at this point. But I think that's probably one issue that this board could probably definitely take some action on. Whether it's just through the administration, better administration of those groundwater rights, knowing what's going on up there. In our meetings with state officials in the past, the state engineer's office, their engineers weren't sure how to reconcile the federal decree rights with groundwater rights and all the other different water rights that exist up in the system. So there needs to be some type of system to be able to monitor all that, which is going to take funds and take staff and dedication to get up there and do something about it. So there needs to be better administration, better monitoring, but also enforcement. If there is a problem, something needs to be done about it. So there needs to be some type of enforcement that has some meat to it, so that if somebody isn't following the rules, action is taken against them, where it's not a slap across the wrist. It's not just a business decision from some farmer who thinks that, hey, if I can take this risk, I might get caught, I might have to pay a fine, but a business decision, if it's worth the risk. So there needs to be some type of significant enforcement mechanism to keep people honest and following the system. Going to the third area where the tribe has been affected is our fisheries. Walker River Paiute tribe, in our language, we are the Ndandika. We are the trouters. The reservation was placed where it's at the mouth of the Walker Lake because the tribe relied upon the trout in the lake and in the river to sustain themselves. That's who we are. We're the trout eaters. Big problem. There's no more trout. The trout died within the last 5 years of Walker Lake. There are no more trout. It's been decades of overuse of the water, so not allowing sufficient amounts of water to get to Walker Lake that have caused that problem, and there's going to be decades of solutions that'll have to occur before that situation is ever resolved. Currently, there's a congressional program to purchase water rights upstream from willing sellers. We were using the free market system to go buy water rights, and water rights owners can make their own decisions on if they want to sell their water rights. And then we can ship them down to Walker Lake, and hopefully we can restore Walker Lake. Past my lifetime, if that ever occurs, but I think that's one goal that we're definitely hoping that it will occur in the future. And we're working. Currently, we have a number of projects in the river system to plan for those events, make the river system work better for the fish and for people relying on it. That's my comments. Do you have any questions?
Thanks very much, Wes. Any questions for Mr. Williams? Mr. Holler?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vincent Ollie. I'm the chairman for the Crimson Lake Paiute Tribe. Like Wes, and I'd like to kind of, we also, rely on we're the bottom users from the Truckee River water system. Like Walker River, the water comes from California. Like Walker River, we also utilize storage systems put in place for in the summer drought seasons. Our main concerns are the ecosystem overall, because we do have a world-renowned fishery at the waters of Pyramid Lake. We have bird migratory refuge at Pyramid Lake. We have LCT, the Kuiui
endangered species, that we rely on the waters that come down to the lake. Some of the things that we are working on right now are the exact same opportunities that Walker River has, but one of our biggest concerns is the lake level and the continuous recession of the lake levels, because once we get to a certain level at Pyramid Lake or below a certain mark, then our lake will be considered a dead lake also. So in taking all of these into consideration, we think about conservation. We look at the pumping. We look at the impacts that, during summertime months we have pumps going full blast right next to the river, and it's been ruled on that it doesn't affect the water system, but in all actuality, it's common sense. We know that water is coming directly out of the river and affects the in-stream flows that affect us downriver. And we have a large ecosystem, not just at Pyramid Lake, but all the way from Lake Tahoe all the way down. So we try to take advantage of as many conservatory efforts that we can to look at sustainability for the future. And it's really difficult in times like these because of like was said, there are certain users in the water system who take a continuous advantage of the situations with a slap on the wrist, without repercussions. And ultimately, we as users as a whole, we all end up in dire straits when it comes to water. So those are some of the issues that we have and that we're thinking about. We meet on an annual basis with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to determine whether or not we can have successful spawning seasons at Pyramid Lake. And over the past 3 years, there are years we haven't had spawning runs. There are years that we have had successful runs. But with the conditions that we're in now, we may not have those opportunities unless man-made, and we already utilize that. We already practice it. So we are looking at efforts to conserve. We're looking at increased population. We are looking at growth. We do consider all the impacts that don't just affect us at the end of the river system. It affects everybody from Tahoe down. So we all have a responsibility to take a serious look at this matter and take into consideration everything that's brought to the table. Because we're all users. We all depend on water. It's our most precious resource. And it's very important how we address this. And, I would like to see what comes out at the summit from these meetings, and knowing that, we have a couple of tribes represented here. And, I just want to express my thanks for the invite and being able to be a part of this. We do feel that it's very important because there's just so many things affected, not just the people, but ecosystems. So, thank you.
Well, you're welcome, and thank you for being here. Any questions for?
Chairman Hall?
Yes.
Do you know the numbers? How much has the lake declined over the last 4 years? Do you know what that?
Over the last 4 years?
Yeah.
It's quite a bit.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't know that number.
In thinking about it, and it's probably close to 6 feet, maybe more. I know that the lowest record was in the 70s, or 60s actually, right? In the 60s, 67 to 69 was actually the lowest recorded level, and we're probably going to drop below that by the end of this year.
Don't you also have, in both lakes, don't you have also increases in salinity?
Yes.
That have some effect on the potential to have that be restored as a fishery?
Yes, and that's the problem with Walker Lake. That's what you hit a level that's killing the trout and the species of the trout. So that's an issue that would have to be addressed in your storing. More water to do that, or any other methods?
Any other questions? Donna, did you want to say something, or are you here to?
Yeah, I just wanted to, my name is Donna Marie Noel. I'm the Director of Natural Resources for the Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe. And I just wanted to mention another major problem with drought is, besides water quantity, is water quality. And as there is less water in the system and more population growing upstream, we're not only seeing the effects in the river with low flows, but also poor water quality. And that also leads to loading in the lake as the evaporation goes down. So I think in looking forward over the next 5 years, when you're saying that Reno Sparks is going to be growing by 50,000 people or 50,000 jobs, that is a real concern to the tribe on where that waste is going to go. And if the drought continues, more water in the river might not be that great if it isn't clean water.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Bill.
During this drought period, have you seen any issues with groundwater, potable water systems? And how resilient do you think it is in case this drought continues on for another 3 years?
Well, like I said, the lowest recorded levels were in 1960, and we haven't quite gotten there. But the resiliency and the potential for flood between now and in 5 years, I mean, we witness it quite often. You know, even though we are in a desert, we do know that being lifelong residents, that there's always that possibility for a flash flood. There's always a possibility for extreme runoff that's going to, you know, bring lake levels up, and it's going to fluctuate throughout time. But it is historical.
We've got a couple that can't do it.
Because
And we're going to lose them.
because they're confused and they don't want to be techie, and they get crazy when they get on it and can't, their brain goes blah, blah, blah.
Elko, your mic is live.
Yeah.
So that there is resilience, I believe.
I was thinking more towards your municipal water systems, your wells. Are they resilient?
Yeah, they are. You know, in thinking about that, my thing was the Tracy segment, because that water, it is being pumped on the side of on the river, and the river, it is taking from the river, and that's something that's good if we want to identify.
There's been an 8-foot drop in elevation in the Pyramid Lake since August of 2011.
Thank you. Any other questions for any of these folks? Again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I would like to press on to one more sector. This sector has been titled Public and Private Water, and according to the folks that I've heard back from, the people that I'm expecting to talk would be Kevin Brown with Virgin Valley, Darren Schultz with Carson City, Scott Fleckstein with Lyon County, Bruce Scott, and Steve Hartman, if he's available. Is there anybody else? Is there anybody from Utilities Inc., for example, that's here or on any of the remote locations?
Wendy Barnett with Utilities Inc. in Las Vegas, sir.
Okay, great. Great. So Wendy, were you planning to speak?
Yes, please.
Perfect. All right. I think what I'd like to do is see if I could ask Kevin Brown and Darren Schultz to come up first. Whenever you're ready.
Kevin Brown, for the record. I'm the general manager of the Virgin Valley Water District. And just a little bit about the city of Mesquite. That's where the Virgin Valley Water District is located. We have a population of roughly 18,000 people. In the wintertime, that balloons up to 23,000 people as the snowbirds from the north come down to recreate and get away from the cold. We're located 60 miles east of Las Vegas on the I-15 corridor. We're right at the Nevada-Arizona border, and we get 5.5 inches of precipitation per year. And so I don't know if we qualify as one of the driest cities in the state, in the driest state in the union, but we got to be pretty close. And what's interesting is the weather patterns. Mr. Insminger may recall a couple weeks ago they got a few snowstorms. I wish we did. Rainstorms that there were several floods in the Las Vegas area. And interestingly enough, just being 60 miles away, we got none of that precipitation. So it's our weather patterns in the southern part of the state are quite interesting, and we usually don't get the long, slow, drenching rainfalls or snowfalls that a lot of other areas get. When our storms come, they come in big bunches and they run off quickly. About the Virgin Valley Water District, we have water rights, groundwater rights in the Muddy Creek Aquifer. We also have water rights on the Virgin River and also water rights in the springs on the Virgin Mountains. Our aquifer we share with southeast Utah and northwest Arizona. We have 8,200 meter counts, 8,000 residential and 200 commercial. And we do have on our water rights for the Virgin River, we lease those to the golf courses for irrigation at this time until sometime in the future we may need to call on them for culinary water needs. Our infrastructure, quite small compared to Mr. Insminger's water system, but we have 153 miles of pipe in our system. We have 8 groundwater wells, and we have 5 arsenic treatment plants to serve our customers. All of our culinary water is from groundwater. Our historical water use peaked in 2007, just before the economic crash, which we pumped almost 7,500 acre-feet of water. Since then, every year we've been reducing the amount of water that we've been pumping. And this last calendar year in 2014, we pumped 6,216 acre-feet of water. Our projected growth rate and what we're seeing right now is roughly about 1.5%, and it's primarily just residential growth that we're seeing. We don't have a lot of industry or commercial enterprises that are locating to the Mesquite area yet, although we have several potential businesses that are interested in moving once we get we're building a new I-15 off-ramp in the area into our industrial park, and we anticipate some more growth in the commercial arena. Recent drought mitigation measures that we've undertaken, and I'll tell you what, it's probably one of the most painful things I've done in my career, was implement a rate increase over the last 6 months. And that rate increase went from a fairly popular person in town to a very, very, very unpopular person as a result of that. Our base rate doubled. Our tier structure, which was extremely, way too generous, has been sharply curtailed and cut back. And as a result of that, many people have already started reducing the amount of water that they are using. We've been in the rate increase right now. We've been through 3 cycles of billings now, and we're already seeing significant reductions in water usage. We also did away, last year we did away with an unmetered secondary irrigation system that was wasting water left and right, because again, it was unmetered and it was just a flat rate for as much water as anybody could utilize, and getting rid of that helped reduce the amount of water that is being used also. Things that we're doing that are more longer term, we have a rain gauge monitoring system in the mountains around Mesquite, where we monitor the rainfall precipitation that we receive. over the last 6 years, we've not seen any reductions in the amount of precipitation that we've seen on those rain gauges. And mind you, I mentioned a little while ago that we received 5.5 inches of precipitation per year in the city of Mesquite. In the mountains, we received roughly about 18 inches of precipitation each year, and that's been fairly consistent since we started monitoring the last 6 years. We monitor the Virgin River flow. The Virgin River, the headwaters of the Virgin River started in southeast Utah and flowed down through Arizona, through the gorge there, and then into through Mesquite. And we've not seen a tremendous amount of reductions in the amount of flows on the Virgin River, mostly because the precipitation for the Virgin River comes from the upper basin Utah precipitation. And then we've also have a groundwater monitoring program. We monitor all of our wells for aquifer recovery. We've not seen any reductions in the levels of our aquifers, which is really good. So we're not mining our aquifer. When we shut our wells off during the wintertime, or most of our wells off during the wintertime in our low pumping season, the aquifer recovers fairly quickly. Excuse me, fairly quickly, and so we don't see any impacts right now to the aquifer at this point. The current production through the first half of this year is 2,838 acre-feet, which if we continue on through the second half of the year at that rate, we will produce less than 6,000 acre-feet of water, which is another indicator that people are very concerned about their water bills and taking to heart the conservation that they need to do. And then the last thing that we're doing is we're embarking on a 10-year study of our springs up in the Virgin Mountains to determine the flow rates. Right now we have 2,500 acre-feet of permitted water rights on paper. We really don't know what the actual flows of those springs are, and we want to get a handle on that. And hopefully, when we get to the point we need to develop those springs, we'll have a good idea of how much water we can actually flow down the mountain. And then the other thing that our water system has a very good handle on is what we call the unaccounted for water loss monitoring program. For those of you that don't know what that long term is, basically we have a great leak monitoring and detection program. And as soon as we are aware of a leak and find leaks, we're on top of those and repairing them, so we don't lose much water through leaks. So I would like to say that we don't have a real issue right now with the drought. We feel we have a good handle on what our water resources are and where we're, what the Mesquite and the town of Bunkerville are going in the future with businesses and the growth rate. We feel we have a sustainable aquifer for the next several decades anyways at this point. So if that'll, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, before I think that's a valid point. I mean, I think that's something that a number of us have been raising. And from where I sit, there's plenty to do statewide. But I do think it's important to know that part of what we're trying to do is not get in the way or duplicate things that are happening, at local levels, for example. And I think you're to be commended for being proactive in a number of different areas. And if that level of proactivity results in you being able to say what you just did, that hey, it's still important and we got a lot to do, but we're feeling okay about it. That's a perfectly, from where I sit, that's a perfectly good answer. So it's important not to lose sight of the fact that as we endeavor to make necessary changes based on real issues, that we don't overload people with things that don't add value. So I appreciate that. Any other questions?
Can I just echo what you said? Earlier today, Naomi Dewar talked about the recommendations in the 1999 State Water Plan, and I would tell you that looking at those recommendations, many of those are being carried out at the local level. Whereas at that time with the State Water Plan, there was a lot of emphasis on what the state could do. Well, some of the things that we've been talking about today, match up very well with those recommendations of the state water plan. It's just being done by Kevin Brown and his group and the other local governments. So they're being done. Many of them are being done.
Josh? Kevin, what percent of your water is unaccounted for?
I'm sorry?
What percent of your water is unaccounted for?
On an annual average, we have about a 9% unaccounted.
And when you did the rate increase, was that primarily to send a conservation signal? Or
No,
was
the
that
primary reason was financial. The water district has financial, we tremendous debt load. We had infrastructure needs for the next 5 years that we needed to fund, and so it was primarily to deal with financial issues. But the indirect impact of that was
right. So did you use an elasticity factor in setting the rates?
Yes, yes. We threw a 10%.
So even with the decrease in use, you feel like the increased rates are going to hit your revenue targets for your operating expenses?
Yes.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, one more thing. I failed to mention, although it's not part of the Virgin Valley Water District, the city of Mesquite, on the wastewater side, they have no, on the wastewater treatment, they have 100% reused water for the golf courses and parks and everything, so none of their wastewater, treated wastewater is sent to the Persian River. It's completely reused within the city.
Thanks for the clarification. Mr. Schultz?
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Darren Schultz, Public Works Director for Carson City. Carson City, we represent a population of about 55,000. It's one municipality, both city and county is represented there. Just a general overview, we get our water, groundwater and surface water. Until about 5 years ago, the majority of our water was surface, and groundwater was in the arrears. Over the last 5 years, that trend has changed until now. About 75% of our water is groundwater and 25% is surface water. That's been a pretty steady shift. Our demand during the summer is about 21 MGD. During the winter, 7 MGD. So at the beginning of this year, in an effort for conservation, we asked for a 10% voluntary reduction in water use across the board. It's still a little early in the season to tell exactly where we're at, but we definitely feel like that we've got everyone's attention and that has started. We estimate right now that we're probably, just that effort, we're probably going to be somewhere in the range of 7 to 9% that actually was reduced that we can attribute to conservation. Like I say, we won't know more for another month or so. Things fall behind a little bit as far as gathering data. We're very proud of our city parks. If you drive by them, you'll see brown spots. That's to send a message that we're all in this together. Our golf courses are watered with effluent, so they're on a little bit of a different path. Although, as probably other municipalities, our effluent numbers are way down as well as a result of the conservation of water. So our effluent master plan is currently being updated just to get a handle on having enough effluent water to handle irrigation. We're in the middle of a 5-year rate increase. Started 2.5 years ago. The rate increase was not put into effect for conservation. It was to handle our aging infrastructure and depreciation that hadn't been addressed recently. So those rates, it's spread out over 5 years. We have noticed what we think is some reduction in water as a result of the bill going up every year. We haven't been able to quite yet to determine just what that is, but they're just doing questionnaires, and we can sense that there's more lawn being ripped out and price keeps being put in. Our issue as far as water quality is arsenic and uranium. Those, as far as in our groundwater, we monitor that closely, as do others, and we haven't seen anything over the last few years that concerns us. We have some wells that it's high, some that it's low, and for the most part, those aren't changing significantly to make us change our plan of operations. So we're kind of getting through the storm, we feel like, as far as our levels in the aquifer there in Carson City. Over the summer, we haven't seen, it's affected a lot of private wells. They have the more shallow ones, but the municipal wells, we really haven't seen much drawdown that we haven't seen before. So we're monitoring closely, but currently haven't looked at the red flag in terms of some real drought management necessary. That concludes. I'm open to questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Schultz?
No, this is just a general question. You mentioned that the rate increases were not driven, were not designed to encourage conservation. And I think you said the same thing. I just wondered if there are examples that everybody knows about in which rate increases were specifically designed to try to accompany some kind of an education campaign or whatever it is to achieve the levels of, or the targets of reduction that you're talking about, and whether those have been successful. And then what happens when there's not a need to conserve anymore in terms of the income stream for the utilities?
I'm not familiar with any specific for conservation, so.
Our rate consultant said that we asked that question, and they said that yes, it is true. There are cases out there where that the rate increase was designed to impact conservation. But I don't know any of the other remaining questions that you have as to how it worked out. So we can dig further into that.
Sure. I think it's pretty common practice, at least at the major municipal level, not necessarily to do a rate increase solely for the purpose of conservation, but that you, in setting rates, to include that conservation signal within the overall rate design. I'll use ours, for example, at the retail level, like I believe at least with our water district, we have tiers. Kevin talked about the need to compress those tiers because people were obviously paying at the lower level for far longer. So by compressing those tiers, you're sending a conservation signal. So when we set our retail rates, we have 4 different tiers. You move through those very quickly and wind up paying people who use more water pay more. The flip side of that is the water utility business is very fixed costs. As Kevin mentioned, debt service, by and large, your labor, a lot of your electrical power. We estimate 75 to 80% of our costs are fixed. So tying your fixed cost operations to a variable volumetric-based charge, can add a lot of instability to your rate structure. So it's common, in addition to those tiered rates on the retail side, to have fixed charges, most commonly based upon meter charge. So it's a much more stable form of revenue. So those are just two, and there's other things, sales tax, real property taxes, the different utilities in different places have to augment their revenue streams, but those, volumetric variable charges and fixed-based meter charges are two kind of cornerstones of setting municipal water rates.
Do you have to have approval by the Public Utilities Commission to change? You do, don't you, to change your rates?
We have to have approval by our board because we're a political subdivision of the state of Nevada, as are these two gentlemen. We're governed by an elected board, not the PUC.
Yeah, I think it might be probably while Mr. Schultz is up here, just one thing I'd like to point out, since we are talking about the drought, is that in working with Carson City, our office was issued an order issued many years ago that allows Carson City municipality to actually pump more of their groundwater rights in times of drought, with the caveat that the 10-year running average does not exceed the amount of water they have in permitted rights, and we've also done that in the trucking meadows. So I just wanted to point out that it's another tool that, okay, Carson City has 6,000 acre-feet of groundwater rights. We recognize in times of drought you might need to pump a little bit more. We've allowed for that as long as we don't, over a 10-year term, exceed the amount that they have in permits. And we've actually received some requests from other entities to do something similar.
I was going to ask if that's the reason for the conversion to more groundwater pumping rather than surface water.
The reason is just that the surface water isn't available. Is That's the only basis behind it, so we're going to groundwater.
Thank you both. I'd like to stay up here a little longer. Is Mr. Fleckenstein from Lyon County here?
I am.
Hope I got the name.
It's actually Fleckenstein.
Mr. Fleckenstein, sorry about that.
No problem. Thanks for inviting us. I'm Scott Fleckenstein, Fleckenstein, and I'm actually standing in for Mike Workman, our Public Works Director. So you're going to get more of like an operator's viewpoint on this, so I hope that helps the board. I'm the water superintendent with Lyon County Utilities. We provide water and sewer services to the Dayton and Mountain House areas. We have approximately 6,000 connections, and we have 8 groundwater wells and 1 intertile with Carson City, so we can send water over to Carson City or we can receive water from Carson City. So we some organizational changes that we made in our operation. We do have 1 large producing well. It is an infiltration well. It's run off of surface water rights. We can usually run that well from the first part of April until August or September. The last 2 years we've decided not to utilize that well. That was an operational decision that we made as an organization. We just didn't think it would be cost effective to go ahead and get that well started up and then have the only be able to run it for a short window of time. So we have since left that well off. So like I said, we've left that off last year and this year. We did not start that well up. So I'll go through some ways that our organization is responding to the drought. We have 26 monitoring wells throughout our valley. We monitor the level in those wells, the static water level, on a bi-weekly basis. So we go out and we E-tape it. A few of those wells actually have transducers in them, so we can pull data more often on those. And we do our production wells on a monthly basis. We actually do static drawdown levels on those. We do share that data with USGS and Division of Water Resources. And we've actually been pulling that data since about 2007 on those. So, like you were talking about earlier with the other gentleman here, we do track our pumped versus sold water each month. We're currently at less than 5% loss for the year. That's from January to July of this year. One other thing that we've done this year, and this is the first year we've done it, we've hired 2 seasonal employees, and we call them water watchers. They go out and they try to help our customers with conservation. They make sure that they're watering on the right day. We're currently on an odd and even watering schedule. No watering between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. So we have them out there. Like I said, this is the first year we've done that. We try to provide public education. We do that through our advisory board meetings, at schools, community events. We have a Dayton Valley Days event coming up in September, and we actually will have a booth there to answer any questions and hand out conservation material and try to help with that. This year we've also asked our customers to cut back by 10%. So this year, actually from January to July of this year, as compared to January through July of last year, we've actually cut back 15%. Just for the month of July from last year to this year, we're at 14%. So we're trying to put those in place and try to watch how we can help with the drought situation by monitoring the groundwater levels and trying to get our customers to cut back on their water use. So That's all I have, unless you guys have any questions for me.
Are there any questions for Mr. Fleckenstein? We appreciate you coming.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the
How
opportunity.
big is your system in terms of gallons per day?
What are we in terms of gallons per day? We're at about 4 million gallons per day right now, this time of year. So,
Okay, thank you.
I didn't notice, is Chief Harkin there? Did you pick up? All right, well then I think what we'll do is we'll go down to Las Vegas and then wrap up here. So we'll go to Wendy Barnett in Las Vegas with Utilities Inc., and then we'll finish with Bruce Scott.
Hello.
Whenever you're ready, Ms.
Can
Barnett.
you hear me okay?
Maybe pick it up a little bit.
I can be loud, be careful.
Okay.
Better?
Yeah, thanks.
I'm Wendy Barnett, and I'm president of Utilities Inc.'s water and wastewater companies in the state of Nevada and Arizona. We have large and small water companies as defined by the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada. Our largest company has 4,500 connections, but our regulations from the PUCN are almost exactly the same as they are for NV Energy and Southwest Gas, who have millions of customers. We have companies in urban part of the state and in rural part of the state. So we represent all kinds of different communities and coming to you today as a private utility. I think the key is the community and how we work collaboratively with the community for water conservation efforts, particularly in a period of drought. Obviously, the drought has impacted almost everyone in the state of Nevada. I've heard water quality mentioned. I've heard water quantity mentioned. We're having to re-drill wells, rehab wells, redistribute our pumping in some of our systems. Other parts, and sometimes in the same basin, we see no significant change in water levels. As a private utility, I am required to go spend my capital and put the investment to beneficial use to the community before I can ask to recover those monies. So a little different than what you've just heard this afternoon. The biggest probably impact that I feel from the drought is not really water levels, it's loss of revenue. As I go out and ask my people to please conserve water in various ways, which I'll discuss about in a little bit, they stop using water and I lose revenues. And that is a hard thing, and to stay a viable company, being able to maintain the level of service to these communities which we serve. We also find that, and you've heard quite a bit about this, I won't go on in detail, but the fact that when you promote water conservation, you also run the risk of not being able to put your water rights to beneficial use. I think, we have tried to do a lot about drought and water conservation. We take our responsibilities to the communities we serve and to the environment very seriously. Utilities Inc. is actually a national leader in recycling water. Although we don't have purple pipe in Nevada, we do have purple pipe in other states that actually bring irrigation water to residents. In Nevada, our largest wastewater treatment plants that can financially recycle water beneficially do so, and that's to the tune of about 700,000 gallons a day that we recycle water. Our water goes to irrigation, primarily to golf courses. We're involved with well monitoring programs from USGS down to just our internal programs to make sure that we're protecting the water basins that we're pumping from. I think that we have a really, really robust water conservation plan. And for those of you in the room that also have good water conservation plans, I stole from you and thank you. We do a lot of different things in our water conservation plan, but we're very involved in the communities which we serve and reaching out to them. Sometimes we partner with the Southern Nevada Water District, Nye County Water District, Nevada Rural Water. Right now we've put together water education packets for all the first and second graders in Nye County, and those will go out when school starts, and so we're excited about that. We're involved with a cooperative program for field trips for fifth graders in Nye County. So depending what's in their area, they might go see how water is conserved at a mine or at Ash Meadows or other industries nearby, trying to make sure that we're educating from the beginning. And what we're trying to do is create a water conservation ethic that these children will grow up with and hopefully take home and share with their parents. We participate in every venue we can find. If there's venues you know of, I would love to hear about them. The fairs, the schools, the HOAs, wherever we can go out and share about water conservation. Judy is our water conservation coordinator. We actually have hired someone to do that for us. And she's put together home water audits. People love the dye tablets that go in the back of the toilet. We can't keep enough of those. We teach people how to read their meters so that they can be aware and track their own consumption. We don't have any fancy automated meter reading, AMI, those kind of things. And so if people want to know daily how much they're using, they're going to have to go out and look at their own meter. We promote Xeriscape. We have a plant list for the different companies that we've worked with UNR Extension Cooperative to be able to put together. We have a home leak detection kit. Just a lot of those kind of things that we try to do to educate. We've created a drought plan in all 4 of our companies in Nevada, which we have tried to align and support the state drought response plan. I think a couple of unusual things for a private utility that we have there is that we actually got approved by the Public Utilities Commission to have financial penalties for waste of water during periods of drought, which is very unusual. Usually only municipalities are able to do the fines and those kind of things. So if we can't educate and promote and set goals and get community pride going, we can punish them if they waste water. System management is a very big part of any conservation plan. We just talked about non-revenue water or unaccounted for water. As a private regulated utility, if my unaccounted for water is too excessive, the Public Utilities Commission can say that they're actually not going to allow me to recover some of those costs for pumping and chemical for those rates. So we look at it very seriously. I have systems that have unaccounted for water that you can't even detect. It's so low. And I have systems that have as high as 30 and 40% unaccounted for water. So varied problems within different systems. How you go and fix those problems is capital intensive. And if you would let me, I would just like to read from the Nevada Infrastructure Report Card that was done by the American Society of Civil Engineers. We got a C- on water infrastructure in the state. Nevada will need nearly $5.6 billion over the next 20 years to maintain its drinking water systems and conserve valuable water resources. Treatment and distribution facilities in the most populous counties, Washoe and Clark, are in fair to good condition. Funding in the larger metropolitan areas is adequate for the next 5 years. Conversely, Nevada's rural areas face aging water infrastructure coupled with lack of funding. Operation and maintenance plans may exist, but some are not able to be implemented due to monetary shortfalls and the difficulty with adjusting water rates. So in my system that has the worst unaccounted for water, they also have the worst infrastructure and the highest rates of all of my companies. And so going in and fixing the problems in that is not as simple. The highest engineering report, master plan that I've had to go fix the problems is $200 million for a community with 4,000 connections. They also have arsenic, and that was very expensive and unfunded mandate to go fix. And so it's not simply to say, let's go fix unaccounted for water. It's working with the communities that we serve to find the balance between rates and level of service that we can provide to those communities. In our system management plan, we put together solid standards and specifications that at least meet the minimum requirements of code. We use technology, GIS, SCADA, metering, those kind of things to help us control our water loss and have information about how water is used. Of course, we have leak management and pressure management, some things that I heard others talk about, so I won't go into that. Our water conservation plan also has some other very specific measures. We provide rebates for high-efficiency toilets and high-efficiency washing machines. Toilets use the most water inside of the walls. An unusual rebate that we have is we have a rebate for the removal of salt cedars. Salt cedars are actually a noxious weed by the state of Nevada. They are not native to Nevada. They are not native to America. and a mature salt cedar can use up to 200 gallons a day. They are invasive and they can wreck ecosystems. And so we put a rebate in there for the removal of salt cedar. A lot has been said. I'm trying not to repeat what other people have said. One thing that you gentlemen were just asking about were conservation rates, often known as tiered rates or inclining block rates. Absolutely, that is the most effective water conservation tool I've ever seen. The first time that we put in inclining block rates, we saw a repression factor of 25%. So people looked at their bill. They may not look at the consumption, but they looked at the bottom line and how much it costs. That actually saves hundreds of millions of gallons a year just by using those inclining block rates. I'm also on the Basin 162, which is the Pahrump Basin Groundwater Management Committee. A lot of ideas and good things are coming out of that for the community. It's difficult to get the community to act together to the benefit of the groundwater basin, and I just want to thank Jason King for giving us an opportunity to fix our own problems. One thing that we're doing that I'm really super excited about is the utility in Pahrump became owners of a defunct golf course because it received our effluent from our largest wastewater treatment plant. And we need that to be able to ensure the reliable operations of our wastewater treatment plant. But then what do you do with 160 acres of dead golf course? We are creating an education park that will have a focus on water conservation, native plants, native animals, wildlife, birding, those kind of things. It will be a sustainable site initiative. And if you're not familiar with a sites initiative, it's like having a Leeds building, only it's for landscaping. There are over 40 sites initiatives throughout the United States. This will be the first one in Nevada. So I'm really excited about this opportunity. I think that it's a great way to do interactive education. Working a lot with the different educators in the valley, from elementary school principal to Great Basin Community College to different factions of UNR, about how we can do interactive education at that 160-acre facility. So you ask, what major obstacles exist to overcome additional water efficiencies in the private utility industry? I think the most important thing that we can do is have aggressive inclining block rates. But with that, we also have to have a mechanism to ensure that the private utilities stay viable and have the money available to be able to continue to maintain the level of service and improve things like unaccounted for water. And that mechanism is called decoupling. It passed through the legislation in December, well, last legislative session, but then in December it went through the PUCN process and had the regulations and the codes necessary. My company in Pahrump is actually trying
to try to wrap up, that'd be great.
Yep. Anyway, being able to decouple your consumption from your revenue so that you stay viable is extremely important. I think I will just close then with a quote from the Nevada Infrastructure Report Card. Their recommendation for Nevada: conservation efforts, including public education and sustainable infrastructure modernizations and appropriate rates that reflect the true cost of water, should continue to be pursued to allow the needs of current and future generations to be met. In rural communities, the availability of funding and resources will need to be addressed to stabilize systems and supplies across the states. Thank you, and I hope to be a part of the solution.
We appreciate your time. Thanks very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Barnett? Okay, so we'll come back to Carson City, and in this group, public and private water, Mr. Bruce Scott will be our last speaker, and then we'll take a break. But before we take the break, I'll key up the last group.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Bruce Scott. I've been interested in water for a long time. I'm here today with really two missions. One is to talk to you a little bit about the Board for Financing Water Projects, of which I'm a member, and the other is to give you some sort of overall thoughts that I think would be worthy of consideration by this group and potentially the Drought Summit. Most of the Board for Financing Water Projects relate to smaller systems. Dollar-wise, the bigger systems are participants as well, and from a dollar standpoint, they have much bigger projects. State revolving fund is right now the primary source of money for that system. We have in the past had money under what used to be called the AB 198 program, which is essentially through the state's bonding capacity, which has been pretty much limited over the last several years. So the state revolving fund has been the primary source of revenues recently for loans, and in some cases principal forgiveness loans for water systems. Water utilities in many respects in Nevada are almost always planning for drought. We're either short of water resources, the systems are limited, growth has put quite a burden on a lot of systems, and so in many ways utilities, drought is another element that exacerbates the difficulties of being in the small water system or even the large water system business. You've heard a lot about that today. The Board for Financing Water Projects has seen some projects where we're deepening wells, where we're trying to improve sources. State revolving fund money is not emergency money. It takes a while to get through the system, and so from that perspective, we're dealing with longer-term, hopefully, solutions to water-related problems and water-related shortages. One of the things that the drought has done is it's given water systems an opportunity to take a look at consolidations or interconnections. And there are a number of those. Truckee Meadows Water Authority, North Valley's interconnection is one of the state revolving fund recipients. And that's a good example of interconnection that brings pieces together, makes a stronger system overall. And the resources to do that are available through the state revolving fund. So there is an impact on water rates, but it's somewhat limited. At least it's spread out over time. Water losses are another thing, as well as metering and other tools that have been discussed today in many different presentations that are important. The state revolving fund, Board for Financing Water Projects requirements include metering. They include water conservation and other elements to help make the limited resource go further. One of the problems that we see in small water systems is resources, not just financial, but technical resources. Nevada Rural Water has been a great tool for many, many small companies. A lot of the larger systems are very good about providing technical assistance on request to some of the smaller systems, and that's very much appreciated and helps systems with virtually no resources to be able to benefit from larger systems that have been through similar problems. Another element that I think is important for water conservation is not to forget, as we've been reminded a couple times today, that non-potable water is also a resource, and in many ways that can help offset some of the needs for water, needs for wildlife, needs for other kinds of uses where potable quality water is not necessarily an essential. 86% of the projects on the 2015 Drinking Water State Revolving Fund priority list are for communities with a population less than 20,000. 51% of the projects are for communities that serve less than 1,000 people. This program from the Board for Financing Water Projects has been around for a while, but we have a lot of rural systems that have really benefited from what has been able to be provided through the wisdom of the legislature a number of years ago. There may be some who feel the legislature has lost that wisdom, but I think there's still an important need and an important recognition. I think one thing I'd suggest for this committee, as a resource concerned person, professional, I really feel like the leadership from the highest levels of the state needs to be focused on a water and resource initiative that's a little closer to what we've seen recently on the education initiative. Frankly, we need some tools, we need some clarifications, we need some coordination, and I really think that the ideal place for that to start would be with this committee, the results of the Drought Commission, and hopefully the governor's office taking a strong lead in providing a plan that's not just an approval of what an agency might want to do, but is much more focused on a resource-based effort to really recognize water resources are not just water. The drought is not just a shortage of water. The drought affects soils, it affects fire, it affects grazing, as we've heard today. We seem to be in a situation of more intense localized rainfall sometimes. Lots of problems out there, and I think an effort that's focused on resources would be very helpful. One other last item, Mr. Chairman, that I think is, in my personal opinion, is very critical, is frankly, I think we need a process to educate the judiciary. I feel like many of our judges don't understand resources. They don't understand water. They don't understand water administration and history, water distribution. And I really think that is something that I would like to see considered as a part of the recommendations from this committee. Possibly the use of special masters or people who are knowledgeable that can assist in a particular issue or a particular case. We have lots of things going to the courthouse, and I would really like to see a better basis for some of those decisions that really takes resources, impacts of those resources into account, as well as the interpretation of the law that might happen to be involved in that particular proceeding. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thanks, Mr. Scott. And before I'm sure you probably heard my question earlier to Ms. Pitt with EDF about. I guess I share your concern, and again, I don't want this to come out like like as you are. I'm not sort of anti-court or picking one side over another. I do feel though that we're marching a lot, as you said, into courts. And look, people have a right to try to put on an offense or defense, whatever the case may be. I worry, for all the reasons you said, not only are we perhaps dealing with folks that don't really understand this milieu, if you would, but also that, you may get a decision or ruling that may be helpful to the issue du jour, but may create, problems longer term. I'm curious if you perhaps see it that way, and if so, is there any thoughts about, in addition to what we're doing here, which is increasing the dialogue and hopefully building up some level of communication and trust? Any thoughts on that?
Yes. I feel like a large portion of many of the cases that seem to go to court are in part related to a lack of policy guidelines, legislative direction, legislative intent, and the statutes themselves. And tinkering with the water law, as some people refer to it, is dangerous, as we heard earlier. But frankly, I think it's essential to really get clarification of the state's policies and the state's guidelines and the legislative intent with regard to particularly water, but resources in general. It was really disappointing that the end of the legislative session did not result in any clarifications on many of the water questions that had been raised and frankly were, I think, almost universally supported in terms of some administrative changes to the water law that didn't happen. Politics gets in the way. That's one reason I suggest that I think a very strong initiative, starting with the governor's office, would really be helpful to try to get focused on some legislative changes, because I think if you clarified the law in a number of ways and gave more clear direction and potentially limitations on the state engineer's authorities, you're going to avoid a lot of the basic questions and get back down to some of the other things that are obviously going to be litigated no matter what. But I think, frankly, cleaning up the water law in a way that was provided some legislative intent, without a background on the administration of water and without very clear legislative intent, the judge doesn't have much to work with. And I really think that there's a way to help make that a little bit easier, a little bit less litigious, and possibly a little bit more rapid in the ability to administer things. We're running into all kinds of delays because of everything from qualified personnel to, legislative interference to all kinds of things that just make it more difficult.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Scott? Please.
Mr. Scott, one of your two recommendations was to come up with a process to educate the judiciary branch. And have you given some thought to what that would actually look like?
I really have. I don't know how you reach those folks and who should do it. But frankly, if it came out of something like this committee, to me it might be, maybe part of it is putting together a group of people that might be able to be resourced. It might be trying to find out from the judiciary themselves, where do they think they could use some background. The problem is they only get educated, by this side or that side at the time of the trial. And there may be some things through the judicial college or some other ways that, they get training in a lot of other areas. I don't know what the resource training is, but frankly, I would think a cross-section of people who are in water and administratively able to provide background and reasoning and history could be really helpful. You obviously don't want people that are in there with an axe to grind, but at the same time you want to provide a technical resource that not only they can learn from, but potentially they could reach to without getting involved with the parties who might be involved in a particular case. You're in the middle of lawsuits, and your office is the resource that a lot of that, that situation needs, and there's an immediate conflict issue.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, well, I appreciate it, and I like the idea. So it's at 12 minutes to 3. Our last sector, if you would, before we move on to the end agenda item 9, will be to hear from water authorities. We have four people. We have Mike Hoffman, the Executive Director of the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority, of Steve Bradhurst, Executive Director of Central Nevada Regional Water Authority, and we have John Irwin from Tumwa and Dave Johnson from SNWA. So we'll take a 10 to 15 minute break. Let's try to really be back in 15 minutes. We'll start with Mike and Steve, and then we'll go to John and Dave. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the August 19th meeting of the Drought Forum. And as I mentioned previously, this is sort of the home stretch. We're going to finish up our discussion under agenda item 8 with water authorities. Then we'll move to the water markets discussion and go to public comment and bring the meeting to a close. I think it's been, I don't know about you all, I know it's tough sitting in a meeting like this, and but there's been a lot of good discussion, a lot of good ideas. I think there's
And the trick here is going to be to try to harness some of it and present it in a kind of coherent way that makes sense to people. But there's no doubt that there's a lot of good work. My perspective, just in listening today as well as last time, is there's a tremendous amount of good work that's been going on. I think it's because we live in a desert and because we have a lot of proactive organizations, but there's also no doubt that there's room for us here. There's room to make improvements that aren't going to that are actually going to do good, that aren't going to sort of negatively impact others. And I'm a little bit worried about the amount of work that's going to have to take place to do it, but I'm mostly very excited. And so with that, as a way to sort of refresh the discussion, I'm going to turn it over to you two gentlemen. Whoever would like to proceed is fine with me, but proceed when ready.
Thanks, Leo. My name is Mike Hoffman, B-A-U-G-H-M-A-N. I'm the Executive Director of the Humboldt River Basin Water Authority. And I provided a set of talking points that are on the table in front of you. I'm not going to hit every one of these points in the interest of time, but I will hit some high points. And let me just note that the authority was created in the early 1990s by Elko, Eureka, Lander, Humboldt, and Pershing counties in response to a proposal by a group called Ecovision to export about 300,000 acre feet of water, groundwater, out of the Humboldt River Basin into the lower Carson system to basically free up water in the Truckee system, the upper Truckee system for the metropolitan area. And the 5 counties were obviously quite concerned about that. They came together, they filed for this statement. To make a long story short, that proposal was actually denied. The application was denied by the state of Michigan on the grounds the applications were speculative in nature primarily. The 5 counties elected then to continue on. They realized there was a lot of other issues that they needed to be vigilant about and to continue to meet and discuss and be proactive with regard to water resources in their area. And so for the past 20 years, they've met essentially once every 3 months with a 15-member board to discuss issues concerning both water quantity and water quality. And just a little bit then about the Humboldt River Basin itself. And our board is focused very strictly on the Humboldt River Basin. And we actually have geographic area in our counties outside of that. But typically, for example, if they elect to protest a water right application, it is within the confines of that Humboldt River Basin, which is comprised itself of 34 separate groundwater basins. So within the Humboldt River Basin, the river itself generates approximately 296,000 acre feet of surface water a year. That average seems to be kind of moving downward a little bit over time, but in general, that's what we produce. There are decreed water rights, and we do have 2 decrees that operate on that system, the Bartlett and the Edwards decree. Those decrees provide for 690,000 acre feet of decreed water rights. And so we have far more decreed uses of the water than there is actual physical water being produced in an average year. And the way we're able to accomplish that is primarily through tailwater. This is primarily agricultural water use. Guy puts it on the top of the field, runs off the bottom, goes in the ditch, next guy takes it out, he uses it again. Eventually there's a bit of return flow perhaps into the river, perhaps not, but ultimately that's how we get to 690,000 acre feet of decreed water rights. With regard to groundwater, we do have 34 groundwater basins in the area. They produce about 469,000 acre feet of perennial yield across those basins. There are approximately 757,000, almost 758,000 acre feet of committed groundwater rights tied to those basins. So presently we have 23 of the 34 groundwater basins are over appropriated. And I will tell you, as of July of this year, every single basin in the Humboldt River Basin has now been designated by the State Engineer's Office is requiring some attention. And we are now, we have an order that kind of went along with that requires totalizing meters on all major production wells in the basin. And I would just note as well, there is very little unappropriated groundwater remaining within that region. There are a few basins with some unappropriated groundwater, but by and large, everything is spoken for. So if you look at the state engineer's monthly reports on filings, it's a lot of change applications. All right, I would just note an important characteristic of the area is we have very little storage on Humboldt's system, and we have very little upstream storage. We have Rye Patch down the lower system, it's the primary storage system capability for irrigation use in the Lovelock area. We have South Fork up in the upper part, we have Chimney, but those are more for recreational purposes. Certainly South Fork is almost entirely for recreational purposes. And so that is a real constraint to us, is a lack of upstream storage in our system. And I would just note parenthetically that perhaps when you hear from the guys from Truckee Meadows, but I know when I talk to the guys up here, they will tell you that the reason they've been able to weather this drought so far is because they have a 9-year drought reserve, which is almost entirely, largely I should say, focused on their upstream storage, Tahoe, Independence, Donner, these different places. We don't have that, and that is a serious problem. All right, in terms of ongoing drought impacts in our area, the drought is in its 4th year. I would just note that about 3 years ago, the governor's office declared, when he first declared the drought, and the Division of Emergency Management actually was kind of tasked with helping to pull together, I think working with a couple other agencies, a drought management plan. After some work by the task forces, the drought task forces that were in place and working with Bill and others, recommendations made to the governor to produce a drought management plan. And I know the office started that work. Nothing really came of it. We're glad to see that the governor stepped up and took this initiative to get this thing going. I would just suggest to you, sure would have been nice to have it done before we went into the last legislative session, because we're now in the 4th year, and by this time, if we have to implement things, we may be 6 years into a drought if things don't turn around for us. So we are very, very appreciative of the work that's going on now. We commend you for doing this, but now's our chance. Now's our opportunity to really try and set a course for the future, and hopefully before the next legislative session, you'll have some firm ideas about how to proceed. Okay, in terms of the impacts that I did want to touch on, though, that are important. Obviously, we have reduced flows and higher air and water temperatures. And this is something that's not been brought up. All the other impacts, I think, a lot of these have been talked about. But this one has to do with water quality. As we have reduced flows in the Humboldt system, and many reaches of that river are dry right now. They go dry in many years, but this year it's been dry an awful lot in the last few dry years. But we're seeing water temperatures go up and we don't have flow. There are many reaches of the Humboldt main stem, as well as a lot of tributaries, which are not now meeting the temperature standards, for example, for cold water fishery. They still have viable populations of trout in them, because those trout don't hang out in the sun. They get under a rock when it's in the heat of the day and whatnot. But yet the monitoring data is showing it's not meeting the temperature standard. We're having an ever-increasing number of streams end up on the impaired waters list. And we're very concerned that this is not a good trend for us in Nevada. It's not a good trend for us up in the basin. And there are consequences to having all those streams listed, particularly if we don't start to do something about that. Somebody's going to compel us to do something about that. So it's kind of an impact that's occurring, I think, in part due to the drought and low flows and things of that nature. And we ought to at least take that into consideration while we're in this drought. What are the implications of these listings, and do we continue to just list things when maybe they can't meet the standard given drought conditions? The other thing I would just point out is economic and fiscal impacts that are affecting agriculture, principally in the Lovelock area, Pershing County. It's being hit very, very hard. We've got lost employment and income, and we've got lost tax revenues. And it's a serious problem, and I think it's going to affect other areas as well where production is starting to fall off. And I really haven't heard that mentioned yet today. We also have economic and fiscal impacts resulting from reduced recreation. Rye Patch Reservoir, there's virtually no recreation occurring on that body of water at this point. And I believe South Fork is being impacted as well because of the difficulties in launching craft there and other types of things. So the drought is hitting us from an economic and fiscal standpoint in areas that we might not consider. All right. So when we look at drought recovery, drought management, that's where we want to focus is on some recommendations. Let me just note the final impact, and I just made a marginal note here on this one. We are starting to see in our basin conflicts start to arise between the ag users. between the senior water rights holders and the junior water rights holders, and between the surface water rights holders and the groundwater irrigators. And I've been the executive director of this organization for 20 years. And I will tell you that in the last 2-3 years, this is the first time this has really started to crop up. And heretofore, it's been the ag industry against the mining industry. The ag industry absolutely convinced the mining industry is causing some real serious problems. And all the data pretty much showing that that's probably not the case. The major problem is coming from groundwater pumping, and it's primarily ag pumping. And I think the guys get it now, and they started to get it about a year ago. And so now they're looking across the fence at each other about, what are you doing to harm me, and who would be Jason, what do you do to fix that? And so we had our first lawsuit filed in the Humboldt River Basin on this very issue, I think last week. So that is an impact of the drought. The drought, I will tell you, has exacerbated what is a probably 30-year trend, where in the 70s there were decisions made by previous state engineers to appropriate water and groundwater basins, and effectively over-appropriated many of these basins. And it has led us now to a point where we've had this long downward trend in base flows and just in water levels in some basins. And now that the drought has hit us hard, it's just brought all of this to a head. And so I commend Jason and his staff. They are working very hard to make tough choices to try and deal with some of these issues. But it's starting to hit the fan when these guys that are ag producers start to go against each other. So what do we recommend be done about this? First of all, I would just note this isn't our first drought. It's not going to be our last. If we go into an El Nino this season, please don't let anybody lose sight of the fact that we will be in this situation again, and we may be in this situation again more frequently and over longer periods of duration in the future. This is our chance, given the circumstances we're in now, to put something in place to deal with this for the long haul. And I worry that El Nino might take that away. We think it's going to take 2 to 3 years of above average flows to get us back where we need to be in the Humboldt River Basin. We've got a lot of recharge to recover. We've got a lot of bank storage to cover. We've got a lot of storage to make up. The second recommendation, or really, I guess second recommendation, is we would like to see the state actually take a leadership role in designing, implementing, and institutionalizing a comprehensive and cost-effective cloud seeding program. We've pitched this to a lot of folks. We were before the legislature the last session. I will tell you that that legislative proposal was supported by the Walker River Irrigation District, Truckee-Carson Irrigation District, Truckee Mills Water Authority, Pershing County Water Conservation District, Carson Water Conservation Subconservancy, our authority, SNWA supported it, Washoe County Regional Water Commission, and Steve's group was participating in support. We were looking for an appropriation to jumpstart a matching fund to get a cloud seeding program institutionalized in Nevada, in many areas of Nevada. And that is a tool that we think we need to put in our toolbox, so that when the storms come through, we can milk them for all they're worth. Second of all, we believe in the Humboldt River Basin that we do need to begin curtailment of groundwater pumping in select areas to facilitate the recovery of these overpumped basins. And I know that Jason and the crew are going to work on a depletion analysis to kind of provide some scientific basis to do that. It's going to take maybe 4 years to get that information, but when push comes to shove, we're going to have to make some hard choices out there in terms of these kinds of actions. And the longer we wait and the more profound the drought effects get, it just makes it more difficult. But curtailment is going to be necessary. We also believe that the state can take a leadership role in helping to design and to construct additional storage capacity, new reservoirs, and or aquifer storage and recovery. And we have a feasibility study underway right now in the Middle Humboldt for an ASR project. Surface reservoirs are pretty tough to build these days, tough to get permitted. We're actually starting an initiative to work with our mines up in our country to identify sites on private land where we might be able to build new reservoirs on private land and kind of sidestep the whole NEPA process. I would just note that in Wyoming, the governor there has a program called 10 and 10, 10 new reservoirs in 10 years. That's his response to the drought. And I think that's pretty impressive. Let's do something structural like that. Another recommendation would be to provide a mechanism for compensation of the lower basin senior surface water right holders by upper basin junior surface water right holders which are using water not otherwise deliverable to the lower basin. And I had a conversation with Jason about that one time, and he said, I just don't think we have a mechanism to do that. And I think Mike Young is going to give a presentation that's going to kind of touch on how we might be able to work some of these issues. But we've basically got junior water rights holders getting served, senior water rights holders not getting served, and they're dying on the vine. And this could be a way to in part compensate them and provide for some of it. I would also suggest that we need to consider the design and implementation of economic and fiscal incentives to assist agricultural producers to maintain agricultural productive capacity. It's kind of like an aggressive agricultural industry retention program, and perhaps spearheaded by the Governor's Office of Economic Development. We award tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars of incentives every year or every few years to industries locating in Nevada, and in some cases, industries expanding in Nevada. We have aggressive industry retention programs in Nevada. We need right now to start to position ourselves to help these ag producers who you heard guys say, I can't even afford to replant my field. The stand's ruined. I'm going to have to replant it. That's a significant economic impact to them. We ought to be figuring out how to help those folks get back on it and retain that ag sector. Two others quickly. We need to consider, well, let me just note, we should not consider as a drought strategy the condemnation of water rights by public utilities or public entities. And we have a growing concern that there's a movement out there in our state and in others to start to look at condemnation of water rights where a public utility is needing water and there's not willing buyer, willing seller kind of a situation, and in the interest of the public good, those water rights condemnation proceedings are initiated. We just think that would be a terrible situation to have to undertake, and there's no reason why we can't, under a water market scenario, allow for willing buyers and willing sellers. And I just throw that out because we see it coming in our area. We've got 50,000 new jobs. You've heard that several times today in this region and down here. At some point, those folks can perhaps start to look to the northeast, into that river system. And we would hate to see a situation where we start condemning water rights to move down here. Finally, two last ones. We would encourage that during this time of drought, and perhaps given our over-appropriated situation up there in the basin, that there be no new supplemental groundwater applications. That basically would be a moratorium, or maybe permanent, on the filing of new supplemental groundwater applications that are proximate to decreed surface water sources. And that there also be a moratorium or even permanent on any new change applications to change a supplemental right from one location to a location closer to a decreed water body. And the only reason to bring that up is we're seeing these, and we've had to protest them because people are chasing water. We're in a drought, and the water levels are falling, and they're really relying upon that supplemental well, and the water level's falling, and so they start moving closer to the river. And so we're having to protest those. On its face, it just looks like that should be a non-starter. But everybody's having to go through the process. And I think the state can perhaps take a step and say, look, within a certain zone, we're just not going to entertain this. Why put us through all the agony? Mr. Chairman, that was my final recommendation. Good luck with those.
No, I think we appreciate the candor. So does your authority support, so it sounds like one of your recommendations, support more storage? Because as you said, that can be sometimes a divisive issue, storage, not storage, and then also storage where. So is your authority?
The answer is yes, they do support it. We've actually done studies to identify sites.
Okay.
We've looked at ASR. We think ASR has a lot of merit. So absolutely.
And you may have heard the discussion earlier with the gentleman from the Farm Bureau who made a similar poignant question about, well, maybe there's things that could be done in the wet years. So do you think your authority, the folks that you work with, would go for that? Because you know, in a wet year, yeah, we theoretically, more could be banked, but those folks tend to want to use that water too. So do you think there would be a sentiment to do something like that?
I mean, there are years on the Humboldt system, it's feast or famine out there. There are years on the Humboldt system where there is so much water coming through the system, they are releasing everything they can to keep from washing out irrigation structures and whatnot. And it goes onto the Humboldt sink and it evaporates.
Sure, but I guess maybe I'll nuance that a bit. But say it's not feast or famine. Say it's, you know, above average year. And I'm not saying coming right out of a drought because there'll be so much pent up demand. But you know, do you think like in the margin that there would be interest in saying, okay, yeah, we had 3 or 4 very wet years. Maybe that is the trigger or the signal to say, you know, we could be doing things. We can be doing things more now. We can be putting water away for tomorrow, so to speak.
But I think, Chairman, the answer would be the devil will be in the details. But they have certainly discussed that, and I think they're very open to it. You know, parenthetically, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention one other point. With regard to the plan that you guys put out, 3 things we would encourage to be included in it. What specific actions are needed, so it's not broad, but it's fairly specific. Who's going to be responsible for taking the lead with implementing those or helping to make sure they get done? And then also some estimates of cost and funding sources. You know, so it's actually a plan that maybe we can implement. That's all. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mike?
Jason. Mr. Boffin, when you talked about no issuance of any more supplemental groundwater, I assume that at the lower end of the Humboldt, and I understand it's poor quality water, you would be in favor of issuing supplemental down there if they could somehow use it through blending or whatever. On the lower end, you would be in favor of that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the guys that are, you know, I mean, it's obviously the intent would be to not impair any further the decreed rights on the system. You know, by pumping your decreed right out of your well upstream.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Right. And that's why I say specific areas. You know, you have to do it in certain areas.
And you had told me about the 10 and 10 in Wyoming, and so I inquired to the Wyoming state engineer, and it was pretty interesting. Many of the 10 and 10 that they're talking about are actually raises of existing structures. So it's not necessarily building a brand new reservoir that will hold 50,000 acre-feet, but they'll take an existing one and it's structurally, it can handle it. You can increase the capacity of that, which I think, again, is a good idea. We have a lot of old structures on the Humboldt, whether or not they're suitable for something like that. But
take 100 feet out of the bottom right.
There you go.
Any other questions for Mike? Steve.
Mr. Chairman and members of the forum, for the record, my name is Steve Bradhurst, E-R-A-D-H-U-R-S-T. I have the honor of being the executive director of the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority. Somewhat similar to the Humboldt River Regional Water Authority. And that is that both of our organizations are not in the water utility business. We are not in the wholesale or retail business. The Central Nevada Regional Water Authority was created in 2005 by a member of counties. And at this point in time, we have 8 member counties. So it starts with Churchill County, goes all the way over to Elko County, White Pine County, Nye County, and Esmeralda County. So a large portion of the state. So when you put all those counties together, it's about 63% of the land area. And somewhat different from Mike's organization is that our focus is not only on what's going on in the 8 counties, but because of the size of the organization, the geographic footprint, and the fact that most water issues in the state are urban and rural, that is, they impact urban areas as well as rural areas. The Central Nevada Regional Water Authority looks at all water issues and is interested in all water issues in the state. So it's not unusual for Central Nevada Regional Water Authority, for example, to be talking about what's happening in the Colorado River Basin and in terms of the drought in the Colorado River Basin and what Central Nevada Water Authority is doing in other entities further south because of the potential impact and the areas that the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority is concerned about, particularly White Pine County, and other counties are concerned also. We have a 23-member board, and some might think that that's a bit cumbersome, but as it turns out, and I've been involved with boards for many years in the state, it turns out that that is not the case. Each county, we have 8 counties, each county can appoint 3 members, And we'd like to have at least one be a county commissioner. We have 10 county commissioners, sitting county commissioners on the 23-member board, and 6 former county commissioners. I have 2 members of my board here today, Jim Gallagher, as well as Fred, and Fred was a county commissioner from the Eureka County, Fred Etcheberry. And so I have, my only challenge with 23 members is to get a quorum, as you would imagine, which means I have to have at least 12, but for the most part, it works out. And we have meetings like Mike's organization on a quarterly basis. And you should have a statement from the Center Valley Regional Water Authority in front of you. And on the second page, you'll see at the top some of the conferred functions. Because the authority was created as a unit of local government, and you can see that for one, and probably most important, it's a forum to discuss and formulate positions on critical water and water-related issues pertaining to the 8 member counties and beyond. So we meet, as I mentioned, quarterly. We start at 10, we try to be open by 1:30, and we have something close to a working lunch. And we have been very fortunate to have a number of speakers come in, whether in person or on the phone, to give us input on sort of front burner water issues. And I want to congratulate Jason King, because since I've been involved with the Central Valley Regional Water Authority, which is since 2008, or actually 2007, whenever I've asked Jason to come forward and give a presentation or be with us on the phone, he has done that. And it's helped considerably, because I think it helps the state engineer, because where else can you go to visit with 8 counties in one place, particularly county commissioners in one place, and so not only are you able to reach all those people, but you're also able to, at the breaks, if you're there in person, to talk to them about particular issues. The second function is provide technical and policy advice necessary for sound water resource decisions. So what we do is our legal counsel, for example, is the DA for Eureka County. Our fiscal agent is the comptroller for Elko County. And then we have other people that provide assistance, myself, as well as we have a consultant, a water consultant who provides help in terms of groundwater monitoring. So we try to bring resources to the table that can help these counties. Some of these counties, the 8 counties, are in good shape. Others are not in good shape in terms of having staff. Number 3 there is we assess and respond to proposed plans that would export water from these 8 counties. And 4, we'd like to facilitate the development and implementation of a groundwater monitoring program. We have a groundwater monitoring program that covers 13 basins with 51 wells. And our feeling is that we need to be on top of that. We need to take a look at what, for example, what is the drought doing to the water table in some of these isolated basins. And if we see a drop in the water table where there's no pressure, as far as the development goes, that I think would tell the state engineer a lot if there's an effort in the future to try to take water out of some of those basins when you see water table dropping without pressure or development. As it relates to the drought, I'm going to depart from what you've heard, and that is that the drought is a serious issue. But from the perspective of the Central Valley Regional Water Authority, we really shouldn't be blinded by the drought, and that is that down the road it appears we have even a bigger problem, and that is water supply. So if you look at the water supply problem in the state, it's a result of a number of things, and the drought being one. Another is the fact that our traditional sources of water, surface water, groundwater, there's no question that they are limited, and in fact they are diminishing probably to some extent. So if you say there's 15,000 acre-feet of water in Kobe Valley, for example, it may be that over time, what we were finding out, and USGS might find out that it's not 15,000, but it's 12,000. That's what I mean by limited sources of water, our traditional sources of water. As far as surface water, I don't think anyone will tell you that we're seeing more water in the rivers in this state. We're actually seeing less water in the rivers as a result of a number of things. So water supply down the road is going to be a problem because our traditional sources of water are limited, as I say, maybe diminishing. On top of that, we have drought. It comes and goes, as Mike pointed out. On top of that, we have climate change. I remember a Carson River Sub-Conservancy study that was done on snowpack in the high Sierras, and a change of 1
degrees centigrade, how much snowpack would be eliminated. And if you actually had a change in snowpack of 3 degrees, all of the snowpack would be gone. So that's a big deal in climate change in terms of our traditional sources of water, in this case, in this area, the snowpack in the high Sierras. Population increase is another impact on our water supply. And then the 5th one is indifference. The fact is that I think most Americans, and certainly Nevadans, we have a dysfunctional relationship with water. We tend to take it for granted. We think that clean water is going to always be there, and that's just not the case. And I think as we see more and more of the problems with respect to the water supply, I think people are going to have a little more respect for water supply as we go down the road at these.
Steve, can you maybe move to your recommendation?
Yes, okay. I'll switch through here. I'd like to point out that the concern that the Central Nevada Regional Water Authorities had with respect to water supply manifests itself in the legislature in the 2013 session through AB 301, which was to call for a study, and I'm pleased to say that Southern Nevada Water Authority joined us on that, to look at water supply, alternative sources of water for our communities. What we're trying to do is get the attention of state policymakers, not only the legislators, but also the governor. That is, we got a problem, but we also have, in terms of water, but the water supply is going to be a problem down the road. In the 2013 session, AB 198 did not make it. Cleared the Assembly, cleared the Senate hearing committee, but did not go any further. Fortunately, in the 2015 session, the Assembly Bill 198 made it. It was AB 301 in the 2013 session. The Assembly Bill 198 did make it. I make a note of that because that bill, in conjunction with what this committee is doing, what this forum is doing, and the summit together, could be the momentum to get this state to take a look at water supply down the road. And the AB 198 committee study will be looking at alternative sources of water. And if they do the job right, at least in my mind, the first question will be, where are we in terms of supply and demand? Do we have a deficit in terms of supply and demand down the road? And if we do, then we better start looking at alternative sources of water for our communities in the state. The Legislative Committee on Public Lands is responsible for that study, and my guess is that they'll probably start that study in earnest at the end of this year. Last December, the State Committee on Public Lands, the Legislative Committee or Council on Public Lands, and the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority had a special meeting in Reno at the Sienna Hotel. And what we did there is we wanted to hear from California, Arizona, and Utah as to what they were doing in terms of addressing their water supply crisis. All 3 of them said they have identified a shortfall in water supply down the road, a gap between supply and demand. And all 3 of those states have a program underway coming from the state level. So what you have is the governors actually behind programs to go out and try to, number one, address the problem, how bad is it, and then what they're doing is they're developing plans to address the water supply. When I say plans, we're talking about strategies. As far as the recommendations go, or the questions that you posed to the organization, Central Nevada Regional Water Authority, the first question is, has the drought affected the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority? I'd say the short answer is the drought made the authority more acutely aware of the water supply problem we have in the state. Our feeling is in time, climate change, population increase, and traditional in-state water supply problems, the limit will have us understand that we have a problem. But now with this drought, it certainly brings us to the forefront. So that is a concern. The second question is, what has the Central Nevada Regional Water Authority done to respond to the drought? Well, we think that our effort with the AB 301 that turned out to be AB 198 is a step in that direction, as well as the meeting that I mentioned in 2014 where we asked the 3 states, sister states or adjacent states to come in and tell us what they're doing to address water supply problems. And so we think that there's
there is an effort here underfoot, particularly with the AB 198 study, to hopefully address the problem. And finally, what are major obstacles, let's say, to water supply in the future? And I'd say the major obstacle has to be the indifference. If there is indifference on the part of policymakers at the state, local level, we're not going to get there until it's in our face, and that is unfortunate. Recommendation is that the summit that's coming up in September, that the summit include a section that at least initiates a discussion on state water supply, look at all the elements that go into the water supply and whether or not we could have a significant gap between water supply and demand, and start to talk about how we address it. Maybe get together and develop a strategy on how we address, have a discussion and develop a strategy on the water supply problem. And that, Mr. Chairman, I think I'll stop right there and be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Steve? All right, well, I appreciate the suggestions and formulating what the summit's going to look like, so thanks, Steve. John, do you mind coming on back? We're asking folks to not only say their name, but spell their name.
Good afternoon, shoppers. How y'all doing? It's John Irwin, ERW. Just real quick, in the interest of time, one of the things that I kind of like to set the stage is Nevada is a desert. We use the term high desert, Great Basin, and that sort. So as we think about the current situation we're in, trying to change my thinking and dialogue is, it seems we're always dry and we're interrupted by wet. So part of the question is, what do you do to capture the wet? We've heard some discussion here earlier about additional reservoir sites and this sort of thing. And the other component is adjusting to the dynamic meteorology that we have here, which is we need to culturally adjust to the concept of it's always dry. And what does that mean? And so we have this flux, this change that we're facing with, not just meteorologically, but then hydraulically in the various basins that this office and Jason has to deal with the uniqueness within each basin, the uniqueness of each culture within each basin, the uniqueness of 2 million residents in Clark County versus 300,000 residents, 350,000 residents here in Washoe County that Truckee Mills Water Authority is responsible to deliver water to. And in our particular situation, I'll zoom in just a moment here, the uniqueness, we have a commonality that we're all Nevadans, we have a commonality, we have state law that applies to groundwater across the state. Yet at the same time, we have to be somewhat adaptive within each basin to find out, well, what's available, what's appropriate, what's over-appropriated, what are the uses within each basin that we can either target or plan for status quo and or target or plan for status quo plus something beyond, be that growth or be whatever economic engine is currently driving the dynamics facing the water purveyor or the water authority or that sort. And in this particular basin, as you know, we have Tesla to the east of us here, about 20 miles, which is coming in and seeking additional water sources for their project. Well, the excitement about such a large project is driving a lot of consternation with respect to what are the water resources available, what's the impact regionally, and that region is not just the Truckee Meadows, the East Truckee Meadows, the Sparks City, Reno, but it's the region of Lyon County and Story County, and Carson City, Silver City, and Fernley, and what it was impact, and also the sovereign nation at the tail end of Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe. So setting that context there, again, changing the dialogue a bit, we're always dry, and so we need to adapt to that. Is it new thinking? No, it's just the new reality. We're dry and perhaps we're getting drier. Difficult to say this time. The uniqueness of the Truckee River system, though, is it is different and it does have its challenges, but at the same time it has its opportunities. We have 3 federally operated and owned reservoirs on the system: Prosser, Stampede, and Martis Creek, Martis Reservoir, which is used very much. And then we also have Boca Reservoir, which is operated by federal government, but also the storage rights are owned by the water right holders here in the Truckee Meadow. A little bit different. We have Lake Tahoe, which is kind of a combination. It's operated by the federal government, but it's all operated for the benefit of the water right holders here in the Truckee Meadows and also downriver in the Newlands project as well. So that dynamic is just trying to give you a context. It's broad, but at the same time it has some unique possibilities with it. So very much federally operated system. Ordinance Court in 1944 established a decree which established a lot of the operating conditions which we're faced with. We have required releases coming out of reservoirs. Today, Lake Tahoe is a half a foot below the rim. We did not anticipate to be have that much water in it this time. We're expecting it to be a foot and a half below the rim at this time. So the dynamic of the system is, yes, we are in a condition of what appears to be, this is the 4th dry year in a row. This last year has been the driest year of record, precip, snowpack, and so on and so forth. And in terms of runoff, 28,000 acre feet, I think was, or 78,000, somewhere in there, the acre feet coming across the California Nevada state line. We lost the rate at Ferret and California Nevada state line. We lost that in April, first time ever. The earliest before that was in June 6th of 1992. So quite a bit of dynamic, but how does that affect the abilities of Truckee Meadows Water Authority to provide water? Just 3 other things I want to hit on as introductory comments is the other thing about this river system, we were faced with an endangered species. 2 of them, in fact. We have 2 states that we have to deal with, and we have also 2 sovereign nations, the federal government, and Derby Lake Pirate Tribe as well. So with that as the context and background, I want to just quickly run through for you are the pictures, because it's late in the day and pictures speak louder than words. I'm showing you the first template here, 2013. Blue, as you know, is always surface water. Brown is always groundwater. I just never quite gets the reaction. Come on, it's late in the day. Working. So what you see there is 2013. These are the actual source of supply. Again, we peak in the summertime and go in for the winter time. 2014, I'm showing you the picture of our water supply. The uniqueness of the Truckee Meadows Water Authority was some genius back in the 1930s and 1940s decided to buy into Hobart Mill, which was Independence Lake, 17,000 acres of workable storage, and also to partner with the Truckee Carson Irrigation District and buy the storage rights in Donner Lake. Between those 2, that's about 22,000 acre feet of what we call privately owned stored water. This utility does nothing with that water but let it sit there until we get into a year like this year, or as I show you in 2014, the colors that I'll identify here in a moment, we actually take the water out. We hold that water in reserve. I mentioned earlier today, we plan for a 9-10 year drought cycle. Keep in mind, as you know, we always say this, we know it's going to rain or snow, we just don't know when or how much. And generally it happens in the wintertime when we do that. Well, the wintertime, that's not our big operation. You can see from the graphics here, our big operations in the summertime. When we do not have flows coming out of Lake Tahoe, because Tahoe's below the rim, Boca, which is also its storage volume is to support river flows. There's no water in Boca. Well, what do we go to? And you can see the colors here. The yellow, the green, and the red colors are coming out of our privately owned stored water. So last year, 2014, was the first time since 1992 that we took water out of these reserves. So we started 2015 in March. We looked at a projection here because it was pretty dismal in late January or mid-February. We began to look at this, we got potential issues coming up here. We don't get a big turnaround. We did not get the turnaround in March, and so the template you see there, March 2015, and then the next template shows you actual through August of 17. One of the planning purposes of setting this out early in March with our board was to present to them, we need to get our messaging out early, right? And I'll show you that template here in a moment. But you can see from what was forecasted to what was currently being delivered to our customers is pretty much fairly accurate. What's interesting in the 2015 picture, you look right about in the middle of that brown graphic there, you see a big dip. Those were the rains that came in June. And I'll say the rains that came in May, you may know that May was one of the wettest Mays that we've had on record. I think it was the third wettest we've had on record. And then in June as well, we had quite a bit of rain in that month. Those rains really delayed us having to go to a lot of our groundwater pumping, which again is the brown color for those of you who are following along. So what we're projecting to do, in March we projected getting into about 12,000 acre feet of these reserves. At present, because of those rains and because we've seen such a positive response from our customers, which is the net template for you, where we've asked for, again, it's been voluntary at this point. We spent a lot of time and money educating. We have a lot of personnel in the field responding to calls. People call in, need help with a sprinkler system, irrigation leak, and that sort of stuff. We're very much in the educational mode, touch our customers and help them overcome the water use. And so you can see the red zones are where we increased our drought messaging themes going on, and you can see from 2013 to now the green line represents a significant downward trend. In March, we were projecting about 12,000 plus or minus acre feet coming out of reserves. Right now, because of the benefits we've had this last, particularly May and June, and a little bit in July. July, as you know, the temperatures in July were below average, which is phenomenal. We're grateful for that. We were projecting somewhere around 8,000 acre feet plus or minus. What does that all mean? We started the season with 27,000 acre feet in our privately owned stored water. We'll use 8. Because of the release requirements that we have to do coming this fall, we have water sitting in Independence. We'll probably not have to use water out of Independence or a small amount. We will then move what we have to move from Independence back down into Stampede, filling up that bucket again. If we have a repeat of this year, we will have probably a net consumption from 27,000. We might start the year next year around 22 to 23, 24,000. If it's a bang up year, as some are estimating, everything fills back up and we're back to start. And if you look at the historic record, you can have these El Nino periods. We had one in 83, also had one in 97. We had one in 2011 where we had these huge snowpacks, and within a one snowpack season, the lake can come up 4.5 to 5.5 feet. That, in essence, for the Truckee system, I'm just speaking of the Truckee system, restarts our cycle here. So when we talk about a 9-year period, it is this period of, yeah, you can have consecutive dry, but you also have interrupted in there recovery periods. And so we anticipate. So just I'll touch on what we're doing. We are currently, because we had this merger with the county systems as well, we've been able to provide changes in operation, which is going to enhance the opportunity for recharge in the former county systems. We're integrating with the Honey Lake project up in the North Valleys and doing these things to augment supplies. Customer response has been phenomenal. We're grateful for that, and we anticipate this going forward. One thing we have been working on that I need to mention to you is we've been working with various parties in the Truckee Meadows with regard to effluent treatment, effluent reuse, and also with NDEP trying to help them frame, and we've really encouraged that process going forward and probably in an accelerated manner with respect to indirect total reuse. That's really one of our big ticket items we'd like to see move forward. Questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thanks, John. Any questions for John?
So John, I think we've heard many times today this idea of 50,000 new jobs in Truckee Meadows. How does that factor into your assessment of the kind of cushion that Truckee Meadows Water Authority has with respect to drought resilience?
Great question. As you know, I mentioned the fact that some genius at Sierra Pacific decided to buy Independence like in that sort back in the 30s. Well, some other geniuses in the 70s, when we had the drought of 76, began to do some serious planning of, oh my gosh, we can't just continue to do this. We need to look at some criteria for establishing what can the assets or what can the resources of the Truckee Meadows, both ground and surface, based on historic hydrology provide. And so that began to unfold. Along comes the preliminary settlement. In 1989, we signed preliminary settlement. 1991, PL 101618 was passed. In September 2008, we signed the Truckee River Operating Agreement. That Truckee River Operating Agreement has built into it not a re-engineering, but a way to reoperate, protecting everybody's water rights, fixing the California-Nevada allocation permanently in perpetuity. Again, protecting everybody's water rights in the system, but affording at least this utility opportunity to credit store water, to use an unexercised portion of its water rights to build more storage. It is that opportunity to create more storage. I mentioned about 27,000 acre feet right now. In the future, we might be able to even triple that up into the 70,000 acre foot range. If that agreement had been in play this year, just this year alone, we estimated anywhere from 9,000 to 12,000 acre feet we would have had to credit store. Much of the discussion here of a drought affecting Truckee Meadows, we probably wouldn't be having any conversation at all. The future then includes, has built into it, an impact such as a growth curve. Now, is that going to happen in a single spike? Is it just going to be next year, the year after? Probably not. We'll see that flatten out. Our work, our forecasting, both regionally and within the utility itself, look at smoothing that out and can accommodate that kind of growth. Will it be the growth we saw of 04, 05, 06, 07? I don't think so. There's more constraints coming into play: available land, buildable land, air quality, effluent water quality, and its treatment. How's that going to play into this? Transportation, these kind of constraints. And then the more important one is, in Truckee Meadows at least, if you want water service from the utility, you got to find a water right. Well, there's a fixed quantity of water rights, both ground and surface. And so we're going to hear about market forces and how they play into that. And that will be very key in going forward of what's available. And you know that last hamburger, if you really want it, you're willing to pay a lot of money for it. It's going to be the same with water rights. The economics are going to drive the future. What is that economic engine, and what are the constraints on that engine, or what are the resources that may be able to feed that engine? So, long story short, or short story long, I guess, in this case, yes, we can accommodate that. TROA had contemplated that and planned for that. It has an ultimate target of 120,000 acre feet of demand. Our current demand is 75,000. That gives you a range. But you got to bring a water right to fill that gap.
Is your groundwater reservoir, is this year, it looks like it's a big pump in there. A, is it more expensive to pump that and treat it? And then B, are you seeing declines in the resource that you're using this year?
The first question is, operating costs have increased because of the increased pumping. Naturally, it's a gravity feed system as much as we want it to be. But now we're having to pump more. Typically, we pump anywhere from 6,000 to 7,000 acre feet throughout the whole Truckee Meadows Basin, not up on the Mount Rose Fan. I'm just talking about the central Truckee Meadows. This year, we're probably up around 15,000 or 16,000 acre feet total. And where our primary production wells are, which is along the corridor, Truckee River corridor, and down South Virginia, we normally experience maybe a 5 to 10 foot drawdown in a typical year, which recovers the following winter. This year, we'll see drawdowns there from 15 to maybe 30 to 40 feet, with maybe recovery, almost complete recovery, or at least half a recovery of that. So it is a pretty resilient system. And again, as I mentioned, what we're doing on the Mount Rose area, wintertime, we have a lot of wintertime availability to treat surface water, assuming the Truckee River's there. We'll start moving water up the fan there, start injecting that to offset some of the problems that we see taking place up in the Mount Rose area.
Thanks, John.
You're welcome.
So I think we're going to go to our last speaker, and it's actually going to be John Ensminger himself. And so we'll hear from John, and then we'll go to water markets.
All right. Knock some things over and then we'll talk. So I'm keenly aware that I'm the last speaker in the last segment, and I'm aware that I'm not Dave Johnson and don't have a whole lot prepared, so I'll be pretty brief. So Southern Nevada Water Authority, first nuts and bolts of who we are. We are a 7-member agency. We have 7-member agencies to form a joint powers authority to provide basically 100% of the wholesale water supply to the 70% of the population of the state of Nevada that lives in Clark County. We don't have a very big piece of the pie of either the state of Nevada's water resources or the Colorado River resources. Within the state of Nevada, Clark County uses about 11% of the available water supplies, and in terms of the 7 states that share the Colorado River plus the country of Mexico, we have 1.8% of the legal entitlements to the Colorado River. So we don't have a lot of water in the big picture of things. But we do have some advantages. Our geography upstream of Lake Mead is very important for us. We have a robust, young system. We have a system that can pump 900 million gallons of water a day with less than 5% unaccounted for water, which is extremely small for our industry. So I'll get into how the drought has affected us. And I like what John said about each area of the state being unique. And I think probably the biggest difference between Clark County and the rest of the state is I've heard 25 times today about this 4-year drought. We've been in a drought for 15 years. 2002 was the driest year in the recorded history of the Colorado River. 2012, 2013 were the driest back-to-back years in the recorded history. So we've seen, even if you look at the paleohydrology, going back 1,200 years on the Colorado River, this is a 1 percentile drought that we've been going through in the first 15 years of the 21st century. So we've been dealing with this for a decade and a half already. That has manifested itself in declines at Lake Mead. We've seen Lake Mead decline 130 feet from 2000. So we've gone from basically 100% full in the year 2000 to about 39% full as we sit here today. And other folks mentioned water quality. Think of the biggest impacts from losing that amount of storage on the quantity side, but certainly from a quality perspective, we've seen a large increase in turbidity at our intakes as we see storm events go down the Las Vegas Wash or even coming out of the Grand Canyon or the Virgin or the Muddy River. Kicks up a lot of sediment at the bottom of the lake and takes our turbidity to pretty high levels, which is a challenge for us because we're used to having Lake Mead as a very big settling basin. So we're used to that cold, deep, clear water that we can pump out. We don't have any settling basins in our system. So part of our evolution is knowing that we might have to change our water system to be able to operate a little more like St. Louis than like Las Vegas has historically done if you're going to see changes in water quality. The other major water quality impact we've seen are algae blooms. With that warmer water, we've seen some algae that actually produce cyanotoxins. Can be very dangerous, particularly to pets, and can cause reactions in humans. Fortunately, we have a very good water treatment facility, both chlorination and ozone, so that algae hasn't been a problem for us. Thus far, temperature is probably the biggest concern we have. As the thermal line in the lake continues to get lower and we're pulling in that warmer water, when you treat water with chlorine, you have disinfection byproducts, and if you store that water in retail reservoirs, you will have the formation of trihalomethanes, which are cancerogenic and can cause major problems. Usually those don't form for 5 to 6 days, but the warmer the water, that formation can accelerate to 2 to 3 days. So we've had to install aeration systems on all of our retail reservoirs to roll that water over and extend out the formation of those THMs. So what have we done? 3 major things: conservation, water banking, and new infrastructure. On the conservation side, we have reduced our per capita water usage by 43% in the last 15 years. Our aggregate net water usage is down by approximately 33%. So when we talk about growth and the impacts of growth, Las Vegas tells the story that population growth, economic growth, does not correlate one-to-one with an increase in water usage, because we've seen that 33% decrease in net water use over the same time period that our population has increased by 25%, or 520,000 people. So when I hear these 50,000 jobs in Reno and the concerns about the water supply, those are absolutely legitimate, but you are going to have tools in the box to address those, to grow sustainably and maintain your economy, but you have to do it a little bit at a time. You have to do a little bit every single year. We've done that largely, driving down that water usage has largely been by driving down outdoor use. We spent over $200 million in the last 15 years paying people to take out turf. Now we've taken out enough grass that you can roll an 18-inch piece of sod 90% of the way around the Earth's circumference. So that's how we've done it. Because we sit on the shores of Lake Mead, our indoor use doesn't matter from a consumptive use perspective. Now there are good reasons to do indoor conservation. You save on electric power, you save on chemical costs, but because we treat all the effluent, put it back into the lake and take another gallon out for every gallon we put in, you could literally leave every shower on the strip running 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and not increase your net consumptive use off of the Colorado River. So our conservation efforts focus on eliminating or reducing outdoor consumptive uses. Water banking, I mentioned. We've instituted a myriad of programs over the last decade and a half, everything from direct recharge into our groundwater basin. We've directly injected about 330,000 acre-feet of water into the Las Vegas basin with our neighbors in Arizona and California. We have paid Arizona to bank unused water of their own to the tune of about 600,000 acre-feet of water that they've put into their groundwater basins. But the day comes we need that, they'll pump that water out and we can take a piece of their Colorado River water out of Lake Mead. We banked with California, the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, for another 200,000, and even entered into a minute. You heard Jennifer Pitt talk about the pulse flow that was entered into under Minute 319. Another part of Minute 319 allowed for the first time U.S. investors to make investments in Mexico to help that country be more efficient, to line canals, to laser level fields. And in return for that investment, the U.S. users actually got access, or temporary access, to a piece of Mexico's 1944 treaty water to the Colorado River. So when you put all of those banks together, the Southern Nevada Water Authority has 1.5 million acre-feet of water banked both within Nevada and around the region, which at our current rate of use, about 220,000 acre-feet a year, is equivalent to 7 years full supply for our agency. So driving down demands, banking water for the opposite of a rainy day. And the third leg of the stool is infrastructure. When you have 90% of your supply in one place, you got to make sure you can access that water. So we have instituted construction of the third intake into Lake Mead. That's an $817 million project that should be operational hopefully about 8 weeks from now, in the middle of October. That will allow us the intake structure, the 100-foot intake structure that's part of that project is actually located in the river channel where the Colorado River was before the construction of Hoover Dam. So it's at the bottom of the lake. You can't go any deeper than that. But having the intake in place is one thing, as the engineers in the room will know. We also need pumps that actually have water over them, because pumps push, they don't suck. So we are now have started mass surface excavation. We're blowing up quite a few hills over by Lake Mead right now to build a new low lake level pumping station that will allow us to pump from elevation 860 the full 900 MGD of our capacity from the third intake. And that's a critical elevation for us because the lake, when the lake's full, it's at about 1,220 feet above sea level. You know, today we sit right about 1080, and if you continue to decline, at 897, the Bureau of Reclamation can no longer release water from Hoover Dam, from behind Hoover Dam. So we'll have intakes and pumps at 860. So we're going to be guaranteed to always have 40 feet of water above our intakes and over our pumps. That low lake level pumping station is $650 million project. So combined with the third intake, you asked how have you responded to the drought? Well, we've cut our water use by 43%. We banked 7 years of water. We spent $1.5 billion to secure our water supply. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for John?
From the audience.
Yeah, I really don't want to do that, but perhaps we can engage that during the public comment, okay? All right. Well, seeing none, at long last, I'd like to invite Dr. Young to come up. We've asked him to spend about 15 minutes just giving a bit of a primer on water markets and the work that they've done. He's done in Australia and some of the discussions he's had here. Clearly, it's not going to be enough time to drill deep, but it's enough to give everybody a sense of what's going on. And again, for the folks wondering, yes, we do need to be out by 5, and we do need to have public comment. So I still think we get that done by 5, but it'll be moving. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the chance to be here. Australians love a sunburnt country. It's the land of sweeping plains and of actually ragged mountain ranges and of droughts and flooding rains. That's paraphrasing from the Australian poem, which could be a Nevadan poem. You have broad plains, wild mountains, and droughts and flooding rains. At the end of the day, if there's any one thing that Australia has realised, we have to find and build ways to live in harmony with our environment and all the water resources that are available. In the last 2 months I've been here trying to develop a blueprint for the management of what I think of as water scarcity. As people earlier today have said, there's long-term scarcity, which is here permanently, and then there's short-term scarcity in times of drought. The vision that we've been crafting with the blueprint as we put it together is that Nevada could become the pioneer in terms of water management for all of the western states and become a true leader, and not copy what happened in Australia, but rather learn from the Australian experience. Australia made a lot of mistakes. I've heard a lot of people today talking about protecting rights. I would suggest that it's time to talk about improving rights and improving the systems used to manage those rights. What I want to do today is talk to you briefly about that. If there's any one document that I could draw your attention to that comes out of the Australian experience, is that over the last 20 years we decided as a nation that the property rights system we used to have for managing water was flawed, and it didn't enable us to gain all of the benefits from water use. And so we decided to go about improving the water rights systems we use. And in the last millennium drought, which is much like the sort of drought that John's been talking about, which went for over a decade, the amount of water that was available to people in the Murray-Darling Basin went down to 1/3 of what it had been in the past. The value of production, however, only went down by about 1/3. This was because of the way we started to use markets to adjust, and because of the way we essentially unbundled our water rights system and also moved to a totally different governance system. If you look at it at the highest level, there are 4 critical building blocks that you need to think about. The first is the governance arrangements that's used. We've moved now to small expertise-based boards to prepare management plans. We've gone small boards because they create a sense of trust and ownership with the community, and we've discovered as we move into using markets that people who hold water rights cannot be involved in the management system because of risks of insider trading. And it's been a very difficult lesson, it's been very important. We also went through the processes you're now going through of talking about setting up water resource management plans. We learnt the hard way that they need to be statutory and written in a legal framework that's which is legally binding. Statutory plans don't get argued over in the courts. When you have general indicative plans and leave a lot of the detail out, the courts get involved. We've gone through very difficult processes to learn how to write binding plans. We've also taken our water rights, which used to be like yours, a single piece of paper, which was stored somewhere and people had to try and work out who really owned it and validate it, to a system where the rights are now held in central registers and people have water accounts that look like bank accounts. We've put a lot more rigour into our systems. The blueprint which I've been helping to develop, we're recommending be pilot tested in the Diamond Valley and then in the Humboldt system, starting first in the Diamond Valley. The time it's available, I'm going to talk quickly about unbundling water rights and how that works. We've taken what used to be a single old water right and have recognised that part of that bundle of rights is a right to a share of the long-term stake in the water resource, which is a function of seniority and also the volume attached to that. We've been through a process of converting those into shares, which are separately tradable. Those shares, though, don't dictate the volume of water that's available. We've used management plans to determine how much water is to be allocated at any point in time as it becomes available, and we call those seasonal allocations. And those seasonal allocations, the second are announced and made, which is normally at 9 o'clock on the 1st and 15th of each month, are actually recorded on a bank-like account and they're credited to account, just like your bank accounts. As you use your water, it's debited from the account. If you want to trade the water, you just log into your account and enter the details of who you want to trade it to, and it goes to somebody else. Very, very simple, very transparent. Behind that is the comprehensive metering system that tracks use. When we brought those two things in place, Mr. Chairman, the value of water rights went up by 20% per annum for a decade. The value of our water rights doubled and then doubled again, because suddenly people had confidence in the system was bankable, and people really believed in what was going forward. And we were amazed to see how quickly firms from around the world came to Australia to sell their new technology. And now it's argued that Australia is probably the world leader in actually water management technology because of the unbundled structure. The third part we needed, which was very important, was to take the beneficial use type framework that you have and issue that as a separate permit. And we went from a beneficial use requirement like you have to one was saying, if you use water, you must use it in a way which is of benefit to the state and to the nation. We discovered the hard way that the old beneficial use requirement framework was a use it or lose it one. When the modelers sat down and worked out what to use it meant that our droughts were much deeper than they needed to be. In fact, the benefits for water trading were all being lost because we were deepening the droughts. So we allowed people to save allocations, and we came to the conclusion, as I think is the case now in much of Nevada, that the best and most beneficial thing you could do with water would be to save it for a future year. It might be saving it in groundwater, it might be saving it actually in a surface water system. Unbundling enabled us to do that and establish markets in shares and markets in allocations, which have generated tremendous savings. The plans, as I've already said, have to be statutory. They set and define the sustainable limits. They establish the rules for managing system-wide issues, such as connections between ground and surface water. It's clean and it's tidy, and we have an instrument for managing the system-wide issues, which is separate from the systems to do with managing person by person, water right by water right issues. By unbundling and keeping it separate, we've now got a very tidy, very simple framework. We've also moved to a framework where we've allowed water shares to be held on behalf of the environment, and that's driven once again The language which we found in terms of more crop per drop has moved to more environment per drop. And we found it fascinating to see how environmental managers are now delivering much more environmental gain with the same amount of water. And we use the plans to sort out all the third-party issues. You use the courts when somebody wants to trade water. When I look what happens here in Nevada, frequently it ends up in a court, and 2-3 years later it's resolved. By using management plans and telling third-party people that the rules in the plan will be followed, the exchange rate for moving water from one location to another might be 0.6, might be 0.7. If you object to that, you must change the plan, but you cannot stop an individual transaction from going ahead. That has enabled us to build systems that can move as fast as water resource management systems change. We've learned that droughts come suddenly in about 4 or 5 weeks. You would see snowpack fail to form, and suddenly everybody knows there's not much water left. We have built trading systems, allocation trading systems, which enable 15,000 irrigators to reallocate water across 4 states in days. And there's no need for governments to be involved, and it's created massive wealth. As I said, the internal rate of return from moving to these systems has been 20% per annum. I can see the same thing happening in Nevada, and you creating tremendous wealth and prosperity. If you look to a place like the Diamond Valley, I'm pleased to say that in the meetings we've had for Diamond Valley, actually water users are very optimistic about moving to this sort of system. They've agreed, or they started talking about the principle of appointing a 5-member board which is independent, which would set the rules, using a community reference panel to engage and work through the detail. But ultimately, when you look around the world for best management practice, you find it in the corporate world. You need a small group of people who can be trusted to make final decisions. You need something like a Federal Reserve for water, like you have a Federal Reserve responsible for the future of your actual currency. You don't need someone to say, look, we're now going to set the price that we're going to buy and sell US dollars at X, and then have a court case that goes for 3 years to work out whether or not they got it right. You need somebody that can make a final decision. The plans need to put together, and we're talking in the Diamond Valley, you need a framework which will say there will be something like a 20-year pathway to bring water yields back to sustainable yield, or to whatever the perennial yield is, and understand that that could change. The framework we've suggested is one that takes rights and converts them into shares, giving more shares to those who have more senior rights, but moving everybody over into a share management system so that everybody can see what the value of a share is. One of the problems you have at the moment is every water right has a different value, is hard to understand, has site-specific and allocation things. When you unbundle it, the share is a share of the Diamond Valley. The allocations are the amount of water that can be used this year or next year if you choose to save it. And saving water would stop the massive rate of depletion. It opens up, as we've found in Australia, opportunities for people to think that the drought might be getting worse, and so the smart thing to do is to wait till the price of alfalfa goes up next year and make a decision to use more water next year and profit from the higher prices. That's a private management decision. It's about risk. Establishing mechanisms to do that is important. Alongside that, we've talked at length about setting up share registers that are centralised under a Torrens title type system, having not a paper-based system but a centralised register where it's very easy to mortgage rights. When you go to those systems, the banks become very willing to lend money to finance the improvements. Australia bankrolled much of its improvement in actually water use efficiency and in technology through private finance, because under the new regime, people knew how much every water share was worth, and it was very easy to go to a bank and say, look, I have $500,000 worth of water shares, can I borrow 300,000? And the answer was yes. It's a very simple transaction. All they had to do was look in the share register. If It was unmortgaged, you could mortgage it for about $100. It's not rocket science, it's simple and it happens quickly. The same with the water accounting systems. As we're talking about a trial, we're suggesting that rather than building a system which will last forever, it should be offered to people in the Diamond Valley and also in the Humboldt system, which I'll talk about in closing, as a trial for something like 5 years. And I am confident that you will find as you move into a new system that the value of the shares will rise so quickly and the value of allocations will rise so quickly that everyone will want to voluntarily convert to the new system. That's what happened in Australia. When you read the Australian literature, you will find lots of arguments about the detail, but no one said scrap the system and go back to the old antiquated system that was designed for last century. In the Humboldt system, that's the same would be required. I see the Humboldt as being much like a small version of the Colorado system. It has groundwater and surface water that's connected, it has storages, it has episodic flows and continuous flows, it has all the elements of the larger systems you find in the western states. If Nevada moves in the Humboldt, you will end up having the opportunity to then turn around and sell your knowledge and technology to all the western states. To roll out a system in the Humboldt, you would start by moving to sharing systems reach by reach and groundwater resource by groundwater resource, and at the same time setting up a system-wide accounting system which looks at how to manage the connections between each bit. And then you glue it all together. It's the way the Australians did it. Rather than coming in at the top and saying we're going to scrap the whole system, we transition step by step through to a new system. In summary, Mr. Chairman, I think that it's time for Nevada to think about moving to a simpler system. It's unbundled, it's characterised by low transaction costs, by a system that can be trusted by all, and that if you pilot test it here, you will find that you'll be able to live with drought and indeed profit from drought. The thing that we've discovered is we've stopped thinking about droughts as being something that's awful, but as being an opportunity to change and improve what we do and make a lot of money. At the same time looking after the environment and also to build systems that are so robust that they can cope with whatever changes come forward, whether it be climate change, population change, new industries emerging, changes in demand, changes in environmental needs. I could go on and talk about the next level of detail, and yes, there is devil in the detail, but that's in the report which we hope to have publicly available actually in about 4 weeks' time.
No, and like I said, it's obviously a significant different approach, but there's a lot of work that's going on. Jason, I don't know if you wanted to just, I mean, because you and your staff have been part of the Diamond Valley discussion. Is there anything else that you want to add?
Just a real general comment. When I first heard about this, it was at one of Governor Sandoval's drought forums. When I first started growing up in the state engineer's office and living off a prior appropriation system, it just blew my mind. I mean, you hear talk about what we're talking about here. But we've had several meetings now with Mike and others, and in fact, I think I was the one that told Mike, or it might have been Sam Rousen, that I tell you, we have a base in Diamond Valley that's severely over-appropriated that we're looking for a groundwater management plan. If you can make it work there, we would listen to you. And to Mike's benefit, he went out and got funding, and he's been working with the Diamond Valley Plumbers. From what I've heard from Jake and others, they see a lot of promise in it. And I think it's another tool that Nevada should consider. Again, those words don't roll easily off my tongue, again, having grown up in our office. But Australia converted it. It seems to work, and I'm anxious to see whether or not it can work as a pilot project in the Diamond Valley. One thing that Mike did touch on, and hopefully it's abundantly clear to everybody, is what is so important to making this work is the measurement of all water use, the measurement and the monitoring and reporting. You've got to know exactly where every drop of water is. That is key, so that those bank accounts are accurate in terms of debits and credits. And our office has always been a proponent of that, so that kind of fits well with how we believe as well. So I'd like to see it tried.
Thanks very much, Jason. Are there any other questions for Dr. Young?
Drawbacks. Any drawbacks from the new system?
One of the biggest drawbacks has been in the public discussion and being when you allow water trading, then people talk about selling water from one area to another. And there's been a lot of community fear that might cause a loss in wealth in the local community, particularly on larger river systems. All of the research that's been done tracking what's happening in the market has shown that the reverse has been the case because of the value of water rights. And it's been really interesting to see how, when we opened up the market, how quickly smart communities and smart irrigators found smart solutions that had never been imagined. So that was perhaps the biggest drawback. The second was some concerns in the early stages that people wanted, as part of the conversion process, to claw a lot of water back to the environment, rather than to see the importance of staying roughly with the allocations we have it now, while you bed down the sort of thing Jason's talking about, which is the metering systems, and build credibility in the current conversion framework, trust in the share registers, trust in the metering systems, trust in the banking systems, and building two very important concepts. One is you must have a system whereby everybody understands if somebody wants a larger share, you must always find someone who's prepared to accept a smaller share. And guaranteeing that and stopping governments from issuing new rights was very difficult, because whenever a big new mine came ahead, the government always wanted to make an exception. And bedding down the legal framework says the only way you can get a larger share is if someone will give up some of their shares, was critically important. The other bit which was equally important was to build trust in the accounting system for the allocations that were made. In the early stages we had accusations, as I said, of insider trading, because people could see that the rules around trading were going to change, and people started being consulted, and the rhetoric around is you must go out and engage with the community. But if engagement is partial and not disciplined, then people will see what's going to happen. When we went from having a use it or lose it, or trade it within a year system, to one where you could bank and carry water forward from year to year, the value of water allocations doubled the day the announcement was made. There were a number of people who knew that announcement was going to be made. Every farmer knew that the rate of depletion was too fast. When we went to the new system, the new reform, the water price would go up by a lot. Systems that allow insider trading like that cause massive problems, and you can destroy it overnight. The other part which is critically important in terms of the allocation system is to make sure that people understand that if somebody takes more water than is allocated to them, are stealing from their neighbour. The culture that we used to have was you were really stealing from the government or from somebody else, or perhaps you weren't even stealing at all. Bringing rigour to the accounting systems and getting the community to understand, look, we have to believe and trust the accounting system is critically important. Building that sense of trust is a non-trivial process. We have very high fines. If somebody uses more water than they're allocated, they have to make good within normally about 2 to 3 weeks, or they get fined. And there's now a community understanding of the importance of doing that. And that has built confidence, and that's what drove up the value of water rights. If you all have your bank accounts, and if I can go and use my credit card to get into an ATM and get into your bank accounts, you would stop using that bank account. And you'd be furious. Building water accounting systems that have that level of integrity drive innovation. And I can assure you, if you build a system that has that degree of integrity, you will become renowned as the water managers of the western states, and will be highly respected, and you'll be amazed to see what your community, what your communities look like. I can remember 10 years ago going into seriously over-allocated ground and surface water systems in Australia, seeing a community with old shops that hadn't been painted, cars that were run down, people depressed. You go back there today, everybody's proud, the community's wealthy again, and it's prosperous because they've been able to go through the change. What made the difference? It wasn't so much the benefits to the big water right holders who can get around all the transaction costs and can improve and cope with all the systems. It was building a system that enabled every person, whenever they found a way to save a drop of water, to profit from doing so, and for every person to be a part of the adjustment system.
All right, well, again, we know you're spending a great deal of time in this great state of Nevada, and we thank you for that, and I think we're all looking forward to sort of hearing next steps. Okay, so we'll go to agenda item 10. I don't have anything to add. Does anybody have any of the board members have any questions about upcoming meetings? Seeing none, we'll go to closing round of public comments. And we'll do this the same way we did it this morning. We'll start in this room. So I'd invite, if anybody want to come up, I really do need to have you stick to 3 minutes here. But come on up, and once we finish in this room, we will then go around the remote locations. I'll name them all off, and then finally we'll open it up if there's still folks outside, but in this building, and that's where we'll finish. Please proceed.
Chairman, thank you. And panel, appreciate the time. My name is William Campbell, that's Campbell. I work for the Intertribal Council of Nevada. I'm the Tribal State Environmental Liaison. The Intertribal Council of Nevada represents 27 federally recognized sovereign nations of Native Americans. And under part of my duties, I chair the Tribal Environmental Managers meeting we hold every quarter. And at the last meeting, we were talked about this forum, and the managers were disappointed that there was not a Native American representative on the Drought Forum, and that's my whole message. So, thank you.
Okay, understood.
All right. Thank you. My name's Naomi Dewar. I didn't spell it earlier. It's Naomiduer. I gave him my card. I just wanted to compliment the panel on your great tenacity and attention that you paid to everyone here today. I think a lot of great ideas have been brought forward. I enjoyed my day with you, and I learned a lot. I wanted to leave you with one concept I haven't heard spoken about today. You've heard about the hydrologic cycle. You may not have heard of the hydroillogical cycle. What that means is that we focus on whatever's in front of us. So if it's drought today, we're talking drought, and we're not really focusing on the big picture. When things are fine, we're just taking it for granted. And when things are flooding, we're convening a similar seminar on flooding. So what I'd like to recommend and support is the recommendations made by Bruce Scott here today relating to elevating this issue, or continuing to elevate the issue the way the governor has, forming this drought forum. And to that end, I want to leave you with a note that leaders need to lead. You need to step up, get out of the comfort zone, like you've already mentioned, Jason, very, very authentically. For your next drought summit, I would like to recommend, similar to the Native American issue, while you do have some scientists and policy people here, that you do provide a specific role for people that may not be identified with a particular group, but still have a lot to say. It might be your own staff in water planning. It might be members of the public. I myself serve on the Turkey Meadows Water Authority Board, and I'm vice chair of the Western Regional Water Commission. And what's unfortunate was their meetings today conflicted with yours, so I was the only one able to attend. I got my sub to sub for me. Your next drought meeting conflicts with the Reno City Council meeting on the third day. So if you do see fit to include cities in your next meeting, I would ask that you find a way to put that on the first or second day. I just want to reiterate the key water management principles that I mentioned earlier about credit for conservation. At your last public comment, at your last meeting, a gentleman came forward and asked, is there a way to deal with use it or lose it and let water rights rest, not force people to continue using those in a drought scenario? So I think that's something that you could look at immediately that pairs with a credit for conservation system, which would enable people to both get a benefit out of saving their water and help replenish the aquifers. Water measurement's key. You've mentioned that several times today, Jason. I have too. It's a principle. Anyone in water management knows it. You've got to, though, manage that data that you collect. And so lots of people are collecting data throughout our state, and you need a way to bring that together at the state level. Your innovation, and then finally your resources. You've got to have people that are going to take what you're finding today and kind of work with it, put a dollar figure to it, and come up with some ways to deal with that. And then finally, we do have an economic development authority in Western Nevada, and you've heard about the 50,000 jobs. I missed a grand opening of a Boom Chicka Pop today, so I could be here, but they themselves are bringing 160 new jobs just today. So it's really happening, but the conversation with every new business, they all ask you, Don, is there water for us? Do you have water for us? It's a concern, and so we do need certainty. And so I leave you with the challenge that leaders need to lead. It's very difficult to be in your position, but we are counting on you to help move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. Thanks for spending the day with us. And again, thank you for the message from City of Reno.
Yes.
So, if there are folks outside this room but in the building, I would invite you to come in. And I'm going to go down the remote location list, starting in Battle Mountain. And really, I would just ask if there's already there, obviously, we'll figure it out. But if there's somebody there, if you could just say yes or no in terms of somebody wants to make a public comment. Battle Mountain. Caliente. Elko.
No public comment in Elko.
Thank you, ma'am. Ely.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Eureka.
No comment other than I appreciate what was talked about today. Thanks a lot for all your hard work and all the comments from everybody.
Can I get your name?
Dale Buganig.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Dale.
You bet, Leo.
Fallon. Gardnerville. Hawthorne. Las Vegas. Logandale. Lovelock. Pahrump. Reno. Winnemucca. And Yerington. I guess I would like to just, I don't see anybody else coming in from the outside, so I just want to take a moment and thank very much our host and his staff, Jim Barbie, the director of the Department of Agriculture, and folks in the back of the room have done yeoman's work. You know, I think when people first came in here, they were like, oh my goodness, how's this going to work? We got 3 different, and I know that we just went through at the end and there was folks that weren't present, but I do think the ability to get out to all these remote locations today in particular was definitely worthwhile. I know how hard it is to host a meeting like this, Jim. So on behalf of all of us, I want to say thanks to you and your staff.
Thank you. We'll try to grow the room next time.
Well, we're getting you some concepts to discuss.
That's right. We have some issues to talk about.
And to the rest of the folks that spent the day with us, as I said, I agree with what Naomi wrapped up with. I think there was a lot of good ideas. I think part of our challenge is to try to really try to separate out what, you know, what we can do, what is the best things to spend our time on, what can we do in the short, medium, and long term to be sure. I think we're up for the challenge, but there's no doubt that it's going to be a challenge. So with that, I'll say good afternoon and wish you well driving home, and look forward to seeing you in a month. Thanks.
Thank you.